I'd like to welcome you to the second day of this 8th annual Baker-Botts Baker Institute co-sponsored, co-led energy conference. You had an interesting day yesterday on value chains in the industry. Today's discussion will continue, including discussion of the international aspects of market and markets, a topic which is, of course, quite timely given the events of yesterday with the Iranian strike on Israel and at least rhetorical comments regarding what might be the character of an Israeli retaliation. We at the Institute will be watching this very carefully and will be working for, once there is some substance to the rhetoric, a discussion of what impacts are likely, what impacts can be predicted, and how they could be mitigated. But I would like this morning to introduce to you an individual who needs no introduction on this campus or in this city, Reggie DeRoche, the president of Rice University. I will note, though, before Reggie comes up here to talk about his vision, particularly in the research areas, the collaboration, the cooperation of what the Institute does on research, on material and applied sciences, on sustainability, with Rice University, with its students, its faculties, its staff, is closer today than it's been in the 30-plus year history of this institution. We're very proud of that. And we very much hope that as time continues, this cooperation and collaboration, first with Rice, but also with others involved in the research field, can continue. This is a common effort with a common goal, which is to advance here in this city, in Texas, and for the U.S., the quality of research, the quality of analysis, and policy recommendations, all of them, to the highest level that can be achieved. But with that, it is my honor and pleasure to introduce Reggie.
Thank you, David. It's a pleasure to be here. And as David said, our relationship and the integration between Rice and the Baker Institute has never been stronger, and for us to be the great institution we aspire to be, that has to be the case. And so it's a pleasure to be here to welcome you to the second day of the 8th Annual Energy Summit hosted by Rice University's Baker Institute for Public Policy in partnership, of course, with Baker-Botts. This event has become a significant platform for advancing thoughtful, innovative conversations about one of the most important issues of our time, which of course is the future of energy. Throughout this summit, you've been reminded of the immense complexity and urgency that defines the global energy landscape. The evolving interplay of energy value chains, from incumbent systems to emerging technologies, presents us with profound challenges, but also unprecedented opportunities. This summit's theme, exploring the multifaceted nature of energy transitions, underscores a critical task of transforming our energy systems in ways that are economically viable, environmentally sustainable, and socially equitable. Rice University is proud to play a pivotal role in convening such conversations. As an institution at the forefront of research and innovation and education, we recognize the importance of addressing not only the technical aspects of energy transitions, but also the policy, economic, and societal dimensions. The Baker Institute, with its rigorous interdisciplinary approach, continues to be a leader in shaping sound energy policy, and I'm confident that this summit will further strengthen that leadership. I couldn't be here yesterday because I was helping launch the university's 10-year strategic plan, a process that we started just over 2 years ago. It's called Momentous: Personalized Scale for Global Impact. Part of the plan focuses on accelerating long-lasting advances and discoveries aimed at developing sustainable solutions that address challenges to energy, climate, and the environment. It's actually quite a strong focus of the research and education vision of the university, one of the three what we call key drivers. It also states that we are committed to developing new and enhancing existing academic offerings across all disciplines at Rice to develop graduates to lead in the energy, climate, and environmental transformation. We are fortunate to be joined in these efforts by an outstanding group of international and domestic experts, leaders from both established and emerging energy sectors, and dedicated policymakers. Your collective insights will help us better understand the complexity of global energy systems and explore pathways towards a more sustainable future. I want to extend my gratitude to our esteemed speakers and panelists for their participation, to Baker Botts for their continued partnership with Rice, and to the incredible team at the Baker Institute for organizing this incredible event. Again, thank you all for being here. I look forward to the thought-provoking discussions ahead and to the impactful solutions that will undoubtedly emerge from this summit. Thank you.
All right, so without further ado, we're going to jump right into the program. Our first speaker today is Chad Seeley. He's Senior Vice President and General Counsel of ERCOT. ERCOT, of course, is something that has been on many people's minds for the last roughly 3.5 years, I guess now. When Winter Storm Uri happened, it sort of triggered a landslide of change across the Texas electricity landscape that put ERCOT sort of in the middle of a lot of conversations, not just in Texas, by the way, but also internationally. So hopefully Chad can shed some light on some of the things that have happened since that momentous event, not to use a play on words there, but also sort of what is being done within the system to sort of help drive change in a more resilient future. So Chad, the floor is yours.
All right, good morning, everybody. I'm trying to get everybody energized talking about the Texas power grid. I know there's a grid innovation panel after this, so this will be an opportunity just to kind of highlight some of the themes that ERCOT is dealing with now as we go through this innovation period for transformation of the power grid, and really hopefully set up some of those key policy issues that we're dealing with now and we'll expect to be dealing with for the next several years. So let me see if I can move on. All right, so I want to talk about a couple of things, really all sides of the grid, which is the load side, the transmission side, and the generation side. When you think about power grids, those are the three legs of the stool: load, generation, and transmission. And the first thing I want to highlight, as we've seen since Winter Storm Uri, is just an increase in demand driven by the economic growth of Texas and also impactful extreme weather events like Winter Storm Uri. We continue to see more impactful winter storms. We're obviously having some extreme summers as well, although this summer is more of a mild Texas summer because we did get some rain through July, and I'll talk a little bit about that. But the amount of load growth that we're seeing over the next 5 to 7 years, based upon the information that the utility providers has provided to us, is feeding into our transmission models that will create recommendations from us to build a tremendous amount of transmission across the state of Texas. We're also seeing a large amount of load come to the system that are greater than 75 megawatts. Those are data centers, crypto facilities, hydrogen facilities, new industrial facilities coming to Texas. Texas is open for business. That's always been a key mark of the Texas economy, and companies are taking advantage of that opportunity to come to Texas, and it's reflected in our load models as we plan for the next 5 to 7 years. The Permian Basin has been a key focus, not only for oil and gas growth, but also for these other types of large loads that are starting to locate out in West Texas. Again, these industrial customers that are seeing an opportunity to come to Texas and build out in far West Texas. So we've been focused on the Permian Basin, along with some key transmission recommendations that the commission just decided last week on how we're going to move forward to build out that infrastructure. You will see a slide in here that highlights those type of ERCOT transmission recommendations as far as what we're putting in front of the board and what we're putting in front of the commission as far as increased costs for transmission upgrades. What's in the queue? As we've gone through this grid transformation, what's in the interconnection queue? What we're mainly seeing is a large amount of solar and batteries. We're starting to see a little bit more gas plants show up. Of course, in the last session, the legislature passed the Texas Energy Fund, and the commission just moved forward with the first 16 applications tied to the Texas Energy Fund, and we'll start to see those show up in the interconnection queue. But right now, we're mainly seeing solar and batteries. And then I want to talk about the market. We have some major market initiatives that'll start to come in play in late 2025 and beyond. One that we've been working on for a long time is called real-time co-optimization. I'll talk a little bit about that. And then last session, the legislature, recognizing that it wanted more dispatchable resources and incentivizing more dispatchable resources, instructed the PUC and ERCOT to move forward with a new program called Dispatchable Reliability Reserve Service. And then talking about Winter Storm Uri, one of the main things that we highlighted during Winter Storm Uri was the preparedness of the transmission and the generation facilities. And in the 2021 session, the legislature put in new law instructing ERCOT to do weatherization inspections. So since the winter of 2021, we've been developing a program and out there, boots on the ground, going out to inspect generation facilities and certain transmission substations. So let me just highlight a couple of things about ERCOT if you don't know. Obviously, there's 3 U.S. interconnections. Texas has its own power grid. We represent over 27 million Texans, which is 90% of the Texas electric load. Our all-time peak was last August. We did not set a new all-time peak this summer. That was over 85,500 megawatts on August 10th. We have more than 54,000 miles of transmission line. That's 2 times more than what California has. And we have over 1,200 generation units, and that continues to grow as well. We do have some interconnections. I know there's been a lot of discussion in the press around connecting to the national grid, whether that is the western or eastern interconnect. ERCOT does have direct DC tie connections, both in the north part of Texas and also into Mexico as well. That will continue to be a topic at the state level. There's one project that's in the queue that's a 3,000 megawatt DC tie that'll ultimately be connected into the eastern part of Texas as it moves forward to get financial commitments. I just want to highlight a couple of key ERCOT facts, and I'll get down to the installed wind capacity. We have almost 40,000 megawatts of installed wind capacity, the most in the United States, the 5th in the world. We have the most solar anywhere in the United States, over 25,000 as of June. You can see here that installed batteries have really started to ramp up. Over 7,700 megawatts of installed battery. And again, what's in the interconnection queue? A lot of batteries. At some point, I would expect the ERCOT region to have more batteries than anywhere in the United States installed as well. And then you can see our wind generation records. This is the amount of penetration that has occurred. Obviously, installed capacity doesn't relate to 100% availability, but we have seen over 27,000 megawatts of wind producing energy on the system. And we've seen over 21,000 megawatts of solar producing energy on the system as well as last month, and that will continue to rise as well. And then here's just to highlight the amount of infrastructure projects that have been energized in 2022 and in 2023, and that is going to substantially increase over the next several years because of the load growth. So I really like this slide. I've been at ERCOT for 20 years. I came in 2005. And the top picture is really what the grid looked like in 2005. We had a little bit of wind. But from a grid operator's perspective, this is what the grid operator saw. You had thermal dispatchable resources. You had your gas, your coal, you had some hydro, you had some diesel, you had your nuclear facilities. And all you had to worry about was what was the fuel forecast for these resources, deal with outages, and then you had a load forecast. That's what the grid operator was dealing with in 2005. Now, fast forward 20 years, and the lower part of this slide reflects the complexity of our grid now, but not just for the ERCOT grid, but for the US, for the world. We've now incorporated a lot of intermittent generation, wind and solar. You know, those records I just highlighted on the previous page, and that will continue to grow. We have to have solar forecasts. We have to have wind forecasts. We have several vendors that provide us different forecasts that input into our operation analysis every day. that the operator has to choose which one is it going to go with, in addition to our dispatchable fleet. We also have energy storage, which is both charging and discharging. And there's been a lot of discussion about what are the characteristics of these batteries. They can be a generator and they can be a load when they're charging. And how do we incorporate that into our planning and operational studies? We have data centers. We have crypto facilities coming to the system that are more sophisticated as energy players in our market and how they participating in our ancillary service products, responding to the wholesale price and reducing consumption, or being dispatched by us to reduce consumption. All that goes to the complexity on the left side, but also on the load side. The load side has become a lot more innovative and complex over the last 20 years. The demand response from consumers and the opportunities for consumers to have one system within their house managed by someone else will continue to be a focal point of where demand response goes. ERCOT has historically not operated at the distribution level, but now we have distribution resources that are feeding offers into our systems and being dispatched by our systems. We have a pilot going on where we can aggregate distribution energy resources, and at some point we expect those aggregated resources to be able to offer into our system. And then we have the world of electric vehicles and where that may be going, and the fact that they can provide a benefit to the grid, but also consume energy and need to understand their characteristics and their load profile, depending on whether it's residential electric vehicles or commercial vehicles, and the unique characteristics of their operation. So you can see how complicated the grid has gotten in the last 20 years. And what will the next 5 years or the next 10 years look like? And so what will change in this picture as we continue to move forward and see this grid innovation? On this slide, I just really wanted to highlight that you can see over the last 10 years the increase in summer demand. And you really see the step up in the last 3 to 4 years. On this bullet point down below, again, highlighting that this summer was really more of a traditional Texas summer. The last couple of summers have been in the top 10 for the last 100 years of all Texas summers. So we really experienced more of a traditional Texas summer, and we did not set an all-time new peak. But I would highlight how many times we've gone above 80,000 megawatts. In 2023, when we set our all-time peak, we went above 80,000 megawatts over 50 times. Heading into August of this year, we'd only gone over 80,000 6 times. There was one hot week at the end of June through July 4th that was really hot in Texas, and we went above 80,000. But then August comes, and August is always hot in Texas. We had 19 days of 31 days where we got above 80,000. So it shows you that that load is here to stay. And as we continue to see more and more demand on the system, those load numbers will continue to go up. So let's talk about load growth. So there was a key change in the last session, House Bill 5066, where the legislature say, ERCOT, you need to incorporate all the potential load into your transmission analysis. What we had done historically is relied on the utilities with customer agreements, the customer talking to the utility and signing customer agreements, and then the utility turning over that information to ERCOT so that we can plan transmission infrastructure for the entire grid. In the last session, as they were getting more and more impact from customers at the legislature and an expectation of future growth, what this bill did was to identify prospective load by those utilities as well. So we not only take into account signed customer agreements, but we take whatever the utility gives us that an officer is willing to sign off on as they're engaging with those customers. And so our load for the system for 2030 went up by 40 gigs. That's the 150 gigs, the big circle that you see here on the right. And what's included in that? Well, the Permian Basin, tremendous oil and gas growth out there, but also non-oil and gas growth, and these large loads that are coming to the system. Now you'll see that the large load circle is outside of that RTP load circle. That's because there is other load that we have gotten outside of this traditional process that is still coming to Texas. So we're planning for that as well. And we have over 41 gigs of large load that's greater than 75 megawatts that we're studying with the utilities. So you can see that this is a significant increase based upon where Texas is going over the next 5 to 7 years. This slide represents the endorsed projects, and again, the chart kind of tells the story on where we're going for the last couple of years. The increased amount of recommended endorsed transmission projects will continue to climb. And here's where we are through the summer of 2024, and I expect by the end of the year that that will pass 2023 as we bring additional recommendations to our board and to the commission. The last bullet point highlights for the last 10 years the amount of projects that have endorsed for just the Permian area, which includes the Delaware Basin, 5.7 billion. So keep that number in mind as I talk about what the legislature asked us to do for the Permian Basin oil and gas growth, and you will see that those numbers will far exceed that 5.7 billion that we planned for the last 10 years. So the Permian Basin, as part of House Bill 5066, the PUC directed ERCOT to develop a specific reliability plan for the Permian Basin and to file that plan in July. They gave us 6 months to do all of our transmission planning analysis, to incorporate the load reflected here on the chart, which is, again, not just oil and gas. There's just as much non-oil and gas, and you have a breakdown of the commercial, the data centers, the green hydrogen. I know hydrogen was talked about yesterday, day one, crypto facilities, what those expectations are that are expected to show up in the Permian Basin area. On the left-hand side is the oil and gas load forecast, and you can see by size where the concentration of that load is. A lot of the larger concentration is in the Delaware Basin of the Permian Basin. And so we have the oil and gas load, and we have the non-oil and gas load. Putting those two together and studying 2 planning years, 2030 and 2038, and developing a transmission recommendation to present to the Public Utility Commission. Now, the combination of this load is equally the size of Dallas-Fort Worth. So that West Texas, from a load standpoint, would look like the load that is in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. That's what we're planning for West Texas. So we did this in 6 months, and we presented our reliability plan in July. As we were looking at the transmission solutions, our transmission system now stops at a 345 kV system. And recognizing not only the load growth out in the Permian area, but across the entire state, we wanted to consider higher voltages. So we started to look at what does it look like to do 500? What does it look like to do 765? 345 has been on the system since the 60s. There was a step up in the 1960s to put in 345 kilovolt. So it's been that long that we've maintained at a 345 system. And the time is right to consider a higher voltage now because of the load that we're seeing come to the system. So ERCOT studied this and presented these 3 options for the Permian area. We presented that plan in July. There's been a lot of discussions in August and September. We have local transmission projects, which we kind of call the no regrets projects because of the congestion that we're seeing out there. You have to build these local projects, but then you have to get the power to the Permian area. And so you need these import paths. These import paths, think of them as the major highways that will move the energy into that load center. And so as we were considering the import paths, that's when we decided to look at 500 and 765. But what I draw your attention to is the total cost at the bottom. The total cost at the bottom, and our preference is to move toward a 765 system, is incrementally higher than building out an entire 345 system, which includes the local and the import paths. So where did that take us in the commission discussion? It took us to last week. Last week, at the September 26th open meeting, the commission decided to approve all the local common projects, which are those no regrets projects within the area, and authorized the TSPs in that area to move forward with preparing 8 CCNs. The 5 345s and the 3 765s. So why did they do that? They needed to give some certainty to those customers out in the Permian Basin that we are going to move forward with the plan, but they have left the door open for a policy discussion on whether we should actually move forward with just 3 765 lines, or if we should still continue to move forward with the 345 system. And they've given us until May of this year to work through that issue. Why have they given it till May of next year to work through that issue? For a couple of reasons. We're not done looking at the rest of Texas. So again, we were just focused on the Permian Basin, but we have all this load that we have to consider for the future of Texas, and we want to get it right. So by the end of the year, we will come out with a full Texas plan, both at a 345 level and at a 765 level. What you see here in the picture is a representation of our preliminary draft that's out there for what a 765 system would look like across Texas. That would come down into the Houston area, Central Texas, West Texas, up into the Panhandle, and to North Texas. So this discussion of extra high voltage will be going on for the next several months. And the reason May was decided by the PUC was to give the legislature, which convenes in January, an opportunity to understand the benefits of what an extra high voltage system might look like for Texas. There are a tremendous amount of benefits moving up to 765 to consumers in the long run. Less right-of-way, for example, more transfer capacity, then we would not have to continue to build more 345. We will have a lot of savings because we'll have extra capacity on the system for that future growth. There are stability and resiliency benefits to having a 765 system as well. We're going to put together that plan and spend a lot of time over the next 6 to 7 months educating the commission, educating our stakeholders, educating the legislature and the governor's office about the benefits of an extra high voltage system moving to 765. So more to come on that. On the generation side, this is a slide we always like to show, which shows you what's in the interconnection queue. We have a lot in the interconnection queue, 371,000 megawatts in the queue. But you can see clearly that what we're seeing in the queue is solar and battery. We have started to see an uptick in gas. Again, I highlighted at the beginning the Texas Energy Fund and what the commission has done to move that forward. We as Texans all decided to put up $5 billion. There's an opportunity to put up another $5 billion to get more dispatchable thermal resources on the system. And that's what we're gonna need. We're gonna need to balance out our fuel mix. We can't run a grid just on solar and batteries. And we do have an aging infrastructure of thermal resources. Right now, we're going through a process where CPS Energy is retiring 3 of its large gas units. And we have a reliability mechanism which we've identified as a risk to have 850 megawatts of dispatchable resources leave the system. That can cause reliability issues in the South Texas area, which could then cause bigger issues for the state of Texas. We've identified that as a risk. Our board will have to decide what to do on that issue. Starting in December, we're working with CPS Energy, we're working with our stakeholders on do we need to keep those assets around so that we can balance out this fuel mix for next year and the foreseeable future until we have alternative solutions that will provide those reliability benefits. This just breaks down what came to the generation mix this last summer and it's kind of representative of the previous slide. It shows you, complementary with that slide, a lot of solar came, more batteries came to the system that were energized to the system. We had some more wind, and we had a little amount of natural gas show up. This is another slide that represents the challenges and opportunities that we face as Texans over the next 6 years. So on the left, this is the actual amount of energy dispatched across the system relative to the fuel mix. And on the right in the gray is that load profile that I've been talking about, the 150 gigs that we're expecting in 2030. So what will the future generation mix look like to serve that load if that load shows up? The utilities are telling us, based upon their discussions with the customers, that the load will be there. And so we have to plan expecting the load to be there. So what will our fuel mix look like to serve that load reliably all the time? I want to transition to the market for a second. And I'm not going to go too deep into this, but this is a major change in our market, real-time co-optimization. We've been working on this market solution for 6+ years with the stakeholders. We're in the middle of the project work. What does real-time co-optimization do? So we have insurance products called ancillary services. We buy these insurance products the day before the operating day. So for today, we bought them yesterday. That's how our system has been, where we buy these ancillary services yesterday for today. And these ancillary services are meant to deal with load forecast errors, trips that happen on the system, outages, transmission issues. We have different products that can respond based upon the characteristics of our fleet. What real-time co-optimization will do is it moves it all into the real time, and it looks at the ancillary services that we procured yesterday, and if it's able to optimize them with the energy, it can move those services around across the resources. That is a more cost-effective and efficient solution. So when we get this implemented, which we're targeting at the end of next year, it will provide a consumer benefit and more efficiently manage the ERCOT grid. And you can see here that our independent market monitor, which is a separate entity that looks at wholesale market solutions, has identified the overall efficiency benefits to consumers that will ultimately roll down into consumer rates over time. So again, the timeline of where we are, we just made this announcement 2 weeks ago. Our go live date is December 5th of 2025. And we're in the middle of finalizing all of our business requirements, moving forward with our project management solutions, starting our system integration testing, and then we'll have to go through market trials. We have a very complex system with all of our market participants, and we have to go through multiple months of market trials with their systems to make sure that our system is correctly interacting with their system with that go live target date. This is just a quick example of what real-time co-optimization does in real time. So if you had some type of issue on the system, our dispatch system would allow you to move the ancillary services to another resource and dispatch the resource that's more efficient and effective at resolving that solution. And that's done in real time. I talked about previously the legislature in the last session instructed us to move forward with a new tool, Dispatchable Reliability Reserve Service. This is really to focus on dispatchable resources. Wind and solar are not dispatchable. So this is to focus on our thermal fleet and potentially batteries in the future. Right now we're moving forward with those stakeholder discussions to incorporate this new tool, and this is a type of resource that has to be able to produce its energy within 2 hours of being deployed, and it has to be capable of running for at least 4 hours. There is a discussion going on right now with our battery providers on whether they can initially participate in this service, because batteries are limited duration. A 100 megawatt battery has the opportunity to provide energy for 4 hours, but obviously it won't be operating at 100 megawatts when it's doing that. So that is another issue that's going on within our stakeholder process as far as a major policy discussion. This highlights, and we'll take you to the link of, if you're interested in tracking where that is in our process. And then the key thing here is that this is a tool that would come in after real-time co-optimization. Real-time co-optimization is our anchor project. We have to get that implemented by the end of next year or early 2026, and then we can focus on these additional tools. Briefly, I want to talk about weatherization, because after Winter Storm Uri, legislature moved forward with Senate Bill 3 in the 2021 session. This was a game changer for not only the Texas industry, but it has also been a model for the US and how FERC and NERC has moved forward with standards for weatherization preparedness for all resources in North America. But Texas was first. Texas identified this issue that we did not have an inspection program and moved forward with this emergency preparedness rule. They also did it for the gas industry. So the Railroad Commission oversees the gas industry and has their own rule. For the electric industry, the PUC went through a couple of rulemakings, and we have moved forward with inspecting generation resources and transmission substations. Here are our requirements at the end: a minimum of every resource every 3 years, and we have a risk-based approach for the transmission system. Just wanted to highlight that this has been extremely beneficial to go out there and look at the actual facilities and the industry's preparedness of those facilities. You will see that we far exceeded the requirements as far as inspections in the chart. And what we've seen is the benefit of a mandatory requirement for preparedness has reduced the outages on the system when we have these extreme weather events. So in February 2022, we had a cold weather event. We obviously had Winter Storm Elliott, Winter Storm Heather. Every time we've seen a reduction in outages because of the mandatory weatherization requirements. What have we done this summer? We've done 745 inspections this summer. And so we'll continue to move forward. The date for this winter is December 1st, where we will get all the industry on the generation side and the transmission side to submit their forms to us on their new requirements for preparedness, and we will start to inspect starting day one in December 1st for this upcoming winter season. And then lastly, I just wanted to highlight ERCOT as an organization. Our mission has been, since Winter Storm Uri, is to go out and educate the public about what our role is. And we continue to improve our communication channels. You can go to our website and see our dashboards. I think that's been highly impactful. Here, even locally, or where I'm from in Austin, there's many times at the 6 p.m., 10 p.m. news where they're actually showing our dashboards about the supply and demand. I'm sure many of you have seen that. That's a great benefit of the improvement in our communication channels. Highly encourage you, if you haven't, to download our mobile app. We're actually going to update the app next week with a lot of great improvements. And then we do have all of our social media platforms available as well. So thank you again for allowing me to speak today, and I look forward to any questions.
Absolutely. So thanks, Chad, for that great overview. There's a lot of questions here. In the interest of time, I'm not going to be able to get to all of them, but I promise you the ones I do ask will plant a seed for Elaine on the next panel. So I think there's a lot of interesting things that can sort of be addressed there as well. But and Chad, you and I actually talked about this briefly before you took the stage, before we got started today, but the role of data centers and cryptocurrency mining. They are different things, but they're often lumped together in conversations around increased load. You kind of hinted at potential increase, particularly around crypto and data centers in the Permian Basin, but more generally across the state of Texas. What is ERCOT seeing? And in that chart you showed where you had this projected increase in load, how much of that is driven by the introduction of data centers and crypto mining in the state of Texas?
There's a lot of it driven by, initially it was crypto facilities that were coming to Texas and having to manage kind of unique characteristics and lack of visibility that ERCOT had on how they were responding to the wholesale price. We're seeing more of those crypto facilities starting to give us telemetry by working with the utilities, starting to participate in our ancillary services where we have more visibility and we're able to dispatch them, they have a completely different business model than a data center. A data center is really 365, 24/7 all the time. And a lot of those data centers are serving critical facilities, banks, healthcare systems, of course, the internet providers, Google, all that stuff. So they need to maintain 24/7 service all the time. And what the discussions that we're having with them is that they want to be connected to the grid. They're also bringing potentially up to 100% or more of backup supply when there is some issue on the grid that they can serve because of the customer relationship that they have. So they have a completely different business model than crypto facilities. Crypto facilities, with them creating their widget and their opportunity to manage their energy consumption, which is the largest cost for them, is energy. That's why they react to the wholesale price. The issue for ERCOT is making sure that we have visibility into all that. So when you go back to that slide about the change in what the grid operator has seen over the last 20 years, the most important piece for ERCOT is data. We need data for these sophisticated customers because they do impact the grid. Whether it is a data center that we're gonna see a lot more because of artificial intelligence and thousands of megawatts potentially showing up to the system, or whether they're a crypto facility and that they wanna have a business model where they turn off and on based upon the wholesale price. Either way, ERCOT's gonna want the data to plan and operate reliably. So again, our biggest asset is making sure that we can get more and more data to feed into our systems to understand where the grid is going.
Great, thanks. So one last question before we pass it over to the next panel. There's several questions to sort of weave through the slides you showed about transmission. And in particular, there's curiosity, I think, on 6 different cards about how that's paid for. So if you could address that, that would be great.
So transmission is a socialized cost, and there was just discussion at the last open meeting about whether that framework needs to be looked at again. And because you're seeing so much of an impact of increased transmission build out to meet this load, there will be a policy discussion about should there be a different allocation methodology for those that are really impacting the system and bringing that large infrastructure. So these large loads potentially could be more allocated costs depending on how the commission and potentially the legislature wants to go. But right now, it is a socialized cost. So all those costs, even out in West Texas or even up in North Texas, ultimately roll into a cost that we as consumers see on our bills.
So basically what you're saying is the next legislative session could be interesting.
I think for the next all the legislative sessions since Winter Storm Uri have been very interesting and obviously focused on reliability and understanding where the grid of the future is going. I would expect the same thing for this next legislative session. Yesterday there was a BNC hearing and they talked about data centers and the tremendous amount of load. They also talked about this aggregated resource initiative that I spoke about as well. So even the legislature has ramped up their knowledge and capability about the grid, which is great because we're able to have very good dialogue with the legislature, get those type of policy decisions that they need to weigh in on in front of them. For this next session, obviously we believe there'll be a lot of discussion around resiliency of the grid. There were fires up in the Panhandle earlier this year, obviously with the Centerpoint hurricane transmission and distribution issues. Those will be a focus of the upcoming legislative session. But some of these broader scale grid issues about the growth of Texas and allocation and extra high voltage will all be themes of the 2025 legislative session.
Excellent, thank you. Everybody join me in thanking Chad.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the first full panel of the morning. We have an exciting lineup for you. Our title is Electricity in Transition. You're hearing a lot about transition in the last couple days and certainly in the press, and there's no more transition that I can think of than the electricity market. So my panel today includes Rolf Gibbles. He's the head of Worldwide Business Development and Energy and Utilities for Amazon Web Services. Sandhya Ganapathy, the CEO of EDP Renewables North America. John Berger, the founder and CEO of Sonova Energy. And then last but not least, Rob Gaudette, who's the Executive Vice President of NRG Business. So we're going to start off just with each panelist giving a little introduction about themselves, a little more detail, and about their company. So Rolf, you want to take it away?
Yeah, thank you so much for the introduction. Yeah, I'm Rolf Gibbles. I'm part of our Amazon's cloud division, Amazon Web Services. So we're currently a $100 billion run rate business, so it's a pretty big business for us to be in. I'm responsible specifically for the energy utility sector, and we'll talk about this more, what that means. And really as a background, cloud started off as purely helping companies to store and compute data. It was all about total cost of ownership, so lowering your cost. And now it goes into innovation and agility and working with, if I want to refer to Chad's favorite slide of the change in the network, distribution, or generation, transmission, distribution, and the impact of more and more demand on the grid. So looking forward to share some more thoughts on how actually AWS is engaged and how we can help, and what we see not just as a cloud provider, but also obviously as a big user of renewable energy. We just reached this year 100% renewable energy for all of our, not just data centers, but our various fulfillment centers and stores we have globally.
Great. Sandhya?
Morning, everyone, and really happy to be here. So I run EDP Renewables North America. We are a global renewable provider present in 30 different markets, 30 different countries today, among the top 5 in the globe, across all technologies, onshore, offshore, wind, solar, batteries, hydrogen. In the US, we have a fleet of 10 plus gigawatts of operating capacity. 1,100 people on the ground and growing, and so really happy to be part of doing our bit, in terms of the energy transition.
Great. John?
Good morning, John Berger, and Sonova is a adaptive power company. So essentially, we operate behind the meter, primarily on residences. We have over 400,000 customers from Guam, Puerto Rico, Texas to Maine. We cover about 51 of the 55 U.S. states and territories. I think we'll take the other 4 next year. We incorporate solar, storage, EV charging, generators, primarily natural gas fired when we do that, and then load management and other technologies that help operate increasingly what can, even be during an outage like the recent hurricanes in Houston, Florida, and Puerto Rico, and even operate off-grid for days with residents. So looking forward to talking more about how we do business, how we see the future. Primarily, just to give you an idea about the business model, we make money through financing. We do all types of financing, leases, loans, et cetera. We then it is our people that go out and repair, just like a utility or CenterPoint here in Houston, make sure the power is flowing again if something goes wrong. And then third, as Chad spoke about, we do aggregate and sell energy and capacity back into the wholesale system.
Rob?
So I'm Rob Gaudette. I'm from NRG Energy. We do more than have the name on the stadium. So we're the largest competitive energy retail provider on the continent. We've got about 8 million residential customers kind of across the country, primarily down here. So the ERCOT speech was probably the most interesting thing I'll hear all day. In my role, I run the business-facing side, so consumers like AWS, all the way to Joe Bob's Hardware somewhere on Main Street. We're the largest power provider to, the largest gas provider across the U.S. to business customers. And inside of my world is that business-facing side, all of the trading for gas and power, and then our generation fleet, which is primarily here in Texas, but also some up in the Northeast.
Great. Well, thank you very much. So I will start off with a very broad question, and then hopefully we can drill down a little further. So we had Climate Week last week. We had RE Plus not too long ago. The electricity industry has been deregulated for almost 30 years, a little give or take. So what do you think, how do you feel about the progress that electricity market, power markets have made, particularly in the US? Sanjay, you want to start off?
Sure. So I was there at Climate Week, and presumably many of you. I think this time we had almost 900 events, or more than 100,000 people. Just a couple of weeks before that, we had RE Plus, 45,000 people. And why am I talking about this? Because I think the mood in the air, the mood in the atmosphere was very different. A lot of optimism. Of course, coming through the last 2-3 years, particularly in the US as well as globally, lots of macro challenges, challenges around interest rates, challenges around inflation, challenges around supply chain. US had very specific issues of our own, particularly around supply chain, which all kind of were in a way derailers, as far as energy transition is concerned. But coming out of this, I think the biggest thing compared to this Climate Week, compared to probably say 3-4 years back, was the debate was not around whether we need to act. The debate was what actions and what solutions we need to do, and whether the pace is good enough, whether we are all working towards the targets that we have set for different milestones, 2040, 2050, and so on and so forth. And on another side, this huge demand, particularly driven by data centers, and all of the the urgency in order to address that. And we need to come up with collective solutions. This is not just about individual markets. This is not just about individual nations, but what are the collective actions and solutions that we need to come up with in order to ensure that as a globe we are tackling this. We are tackling not just demand, we are also tackling minerals, we are tackling critical infrastructure. And in all of the things that we are talking about today, which is around transmission and what we need to do in order to alleviate and get a grid which is reliable, which is affordable, and which is sustainable. And so great coming out of that. RE Plus, we had almost on the back of SEIA and all the trade associations reports, which talked about 19-20 gigawatts of solar installed in the first half of this year in the US alone, and that's formidable. We are talking about 7, 8, 10 gigawatts of expected storage capacity by end of the year. I think in the previous presentation we saw about 39 gigawatts of wind and 25 gigawatts of solar just in ERCOT, and all of this did not happen in one day. But great amount of progress has been made. Is it enough? Not quite, but are we on the right track? Perhaps. I think lots of solutions, lots of challenges and hurdles up ahead.
Yeah, great. Maybe we'll go down the line, then come back to the customer side. John, did you?
Well, I think that your reference to deregulation is really, unfortunately, primarily in 2 cities. And that's, we happen to be in one of them, Houston and Dallas. I'm fairly sure he would like to have a lot more of the market open, and so would I. I think we're headed there finally. When you look at a true competitive market, this country is far behind the Western world and Japan. There's more capitalism in the power markets in France than is in the United States. And that hurts me to say that, no offense to the French, but you tend to think of it as socialism, and that's exactly what we see and have in this country with regards to power. Somehow, a government can run power better than private enterprise, but they cannot do so in any other industry. And that's ridiculous. And we know that in Texas, but it's only half of Texas. Texas is a tale of 4 cities. It's Houston, Dallas is very different than CPS in San Antonio and Austin Energy in Austin. In fact, they, in Austin and San Antonio, regularly they have subsidies that prevent us from taking advantage of them as an anti-competitive behavior. That has to stop. And what we see going on, and we'll talk a lot about it, I'm sure, with the data centers, is What we see the beginnings of on the residential side is a ratepayer revolt, starting in California, which has had an immense amount of problems. I will say that the utilities and what they've done to rates is absolutely, no pun intended, shocking, and they want more. Every time they turn around, they want to get more. You now, as a Tier 3 in California, on the IOUs, investor-owned utilities, you pay twice what the people of Maui pay in Hawaii for your power. And they want more. And they want to bury lines and pull it all up and get it in, I guess, over $1 a kilowatt, because right now, I think it's around 78, 85 cents a kilowatt hour. When you look at the potential of reforming all of the country, you ought to look for, as I made reference to this, what is the spark that's really going to get that ratepayer revolt going and successful? And I think that is the industrials. They're finally fed up. They have a lot of folks coming in. I just left another bank conference in New York just yesterday, and a lot of companies are coming in and saying, well, I'm going to put even a nuke plant behind the meter. And the utility is going, well, that's fine, but that's mine. I'm like, no, this is America. This is my property. I'm going to do what I want to do with it. And they're like, no, it's America everywhere but the power industry. That's mine. I have a monopoly right, and you're going to pay me an exorbitant amount of money. And the industrials, you can imagine, and the lobbyists are going, we'll see about that. And that's what kicked off the first deregulation here in the great state of Texas, to your point, over 30 years ago. And I think that I am welcoming the commercials and the industrials to join the fight to bring capitalism to the power industry and really open it up. And then we'll see a lot of the innovation I'm sure we'll talk about here in the next few minutes.
Great. Then before we get to the load, Rob, I'm sure, is the largest retailer.
I'm glad he's sitting here. The things I think and don't say, because I get yelled at. So look, when you think about where we're moving from taking the grid from where it was traditionally to a more renewable fed, a cleaner, a more sustainable world, the thing that we sometimes lose sight of is that a lot of the things that are going to fight climate change make our grid harder. We're going to take cars that used to burn gas and we're going to make them electric. We're going to take industrial processes and we're going to make them electric. We're going to move people from gas heat to electric heat. All of those things reduce emissions if we're smart about what we do with the grid. You can't take all of that, jam it onto the traditional grid, and then go, I guess it'll all work out. It's not going to work out. I do believe, and I fully support your view, I deal with C&I customers every day. And they do lead the charge, and they are thinking about energy. And they have to balance every day how they're making money. And down here in Texas, they're heavy industrial. Electricity is a big part of the bill. So they're very engaged on where we're going, and they are thinking about other options. I mean, I've got customers who've had behind the meter gen, not solar, but think cogen, for 25 years. They think about this stuff every day, and the policies and the processes that we have to go through as we go through the energy transition have to be thoughtful. We have to think about what we can do, but we need to free up innovation, and we need to get out of this world where people can live and collect 14% returns for taking no risk. Like, this country was built on capitalism and taking risk. Our industry, my industry, was built on taking risk, and that hurts sometimes. But it's also created the place where we are today. And I think if there is a city or a state that harnesses and understands what the power of capitalism can do in energy, it's this one. It's the one I'm proud to be from. It's the one I'm proud to be at. And as far as like the residential customers, the more we keep jacking up transmission rates, I mean, think about the cost of power here in Texas. Energy has gone down over the long haul. Transmission has gone up. For what purpose? Other than it's created another system where people are collecting and not taking risk. And I struggle with that. We are thankfully not at the place where California is. Texas is still the 15th cheapest power market for residential customers. But if we keep stacking up billion-dollar projects and then spreading it out across everyone, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, we'll certainly talk about that cost in a bit. So C&I, big C&I customer, what do you have to say about the progress?
There's a lot to talk about with this perspective. I mean, from our standpoint, obviously, if I want to bring it back to the consumer and how the network works, I mean, data centers are not just there to store data and compute data, but actually help and have a solution for what is being needed. So if we think about the interconnection or the need of bringing more renewable energy online, having the grid interconnection queue sitting there, how do we work through those things? And then data centers play a fundamental role to analyze all this data. So we work, for example, with Duke Energy on improving their power flow analysis. So they want to know, not just taking weeks to analyze what's coming from any C&I customer, from the likes of us and anybody else. They want to understand, what do I have to forecast? And to run those models, I can't take weeks or months. I maybe want to have them in minutes, because so many requests come in. They're not like one at a time, they're thousands at the time. So to look at this positively, then data centers are needed, essential across the board to run those analysis, but also the cost-effective way. You know, and they are run like an electric system. There's base load, you know, you use. There's spot pricing and all this stuff. It's very interesting, the dynamic. And if you look at Southwest Power Pool, to bring new assets online, if you have a request of NRG or if EDP wants to build something new, you wait 3-4 years sometimes.
Double the time.
Yeah, it's way too long. Yeah. So how do we bring this down to sit in the queue, bring it down to months? So we're supporting also, you know, FERC 1920, FERC 2023 to work with those entities to make sure that anybody who sits in the queue, it's not like who first come, first serve, but really who is ready, you serve them first. Which project is ready to get online, and not who was first in line with maybe not a project readiness. And all those things and insights require to compute and analyze data. And again, data centers are important. There's not just the big data center everybody talks about. You have edge compute, you have local scenarios, and if to make this Chad's favorite slide a reality, you can't just analyze data on the transmission level. Now the distribution level becomes, I don't know if it's fair to say, even more important to analyze and get through all this information. So I think that's where we get really excited to help in this journey. There's a lot of pain. We want to get, I mean, I can just say it from a personal perspective. I try not to get into tier 3. I live in California, so I'm staying at my, and I watch it carefully, tier 1, tier 2, but I'm actually LADWP, which is, I don't have an app to look at actually my data. So I get a bill every other month, not even every month. So
You should become a customer, call me.
yeah, so it's another topic. But then I applaud like energy, you have direct energy in your portfolio, so you work a lot. I see the billboards on the sign, there's competition. So in deregulated market, you mentioned other markets, the UK or Japan or Australia, New Zealand, you see the push of serving the customers much better than anywhere else. And I don't know, that's another big topic. What's the solution? But I wish I had a choice. I don't, where I live, I don't have a choice. So I think from our perspective, to help across the line from what's happening generation to we have more advancements around predictability, your assets are resilience, to transmission distribution, and having a more engaged customer, right? They actually can communicate with the utility through their smart home, and things just get more integrated and more connected. So I think I see a lot of positive direction in that regard, but it requires a lot of data, and again, data centers are essential to do it.
So can I build on that for 1 second?
Yeah, I was going to say.
So our industry has incredible amounts of data. We've collected data forever. We have meter reads. We now have meter reads every 5 minutes. We have 45-second pricing signals. We haven't done anything with it.
Yeah.
Right? We have smart meters that are basically really good ways to get bills out.
Yeah.
Right? And so as we look at the consumer and as we think about where we're going, there are two very clear things, right? The amount of compute, so really strong, smart AI, whatever, data centers that we could harness and put into this industry just to get smarter about how fast, it's not just about working through the interconnection queue math. It's about the fact that we built our system on 5 different safety checks because these interconnections used to be done by hand by an electrical engineer, and instead of getting all the way down to the detail, they had rules of thumb, and you stack a rule of thumb and another one and another one. But if you use enough compute, like I've seen the progress, the stuff that AWS has done, others that I won't name that sound an awful lot like a big giant tech company, to figure out where those nodes actually have more capability, where we're not overloading lines, and thinking about how we can be effective at the system level. Compute's going to be necessary to do that. So like we can't just say, oh, that's another 1,000 megawatts on the grid. Yeah, it's 1,000 megawatts, going to make a huge impact. That's the industrial side. To the engagement conversation, about 2 years ago, we bought a smart home company, right? And they have an app, they have cameras, all kinds of fun stuff. What you're going to see from us is, and they can integrate with solar, they can integrate with batteries. What you're going to see from us is us going to our consumers and going, hey, we're going to give you a thermostat, we're going to give you another piece of equipment, and we're going to give you an app that all of that stuff works on, and we're going to increase the engagement. By increasing the engagement, that's good for us, like no question. The other piece is, though, customers can get smarter about how they use their power. Customers can get smarter about how they think about their power. And then all of a sudden, we can harness the power of the consumer in conjunction with home solar or batteries or whatever behind the meter. You put all that together, and all of a sudden, you have the equivalent of gas peakers or 2 gigs of batteries or whatever it is. I've got 8 million customers. If I could harness that, that's a very big power plant. And that's the part that I don't think, well, I'm almost certain will not happen in a regulated market because they're just not incented to do it.
Yeah.
So are energy companies really becoming more data companies? I mean,
We're actually using the data we always had.
we always had.
So
Okay,
yes, we're
it's-
actually going to look.
Okay.
Yeah.
John, did you have a view on that, on using data and technology and how customer demand has affected your business?
We have the same view. And you know, what I would say is that if you look at other markets like Australia, for instance, the ability to have a single bill and just have that customer, whether the power is coming off the grid, the centralized system, the solar panels, the battery, coming in and out of the car, whatever it is, you have one bill, and there is a price, and there's a level of reliability that you've been willing to pay as a customer or not pay for, you know, depending on your needs. And that's another thing, is customization of reliability. You're not going to get that in the Soviet-style system, to what he just said.
No.
And you're going to get that in a capitalistic system that says, we're going to treat you as the individual, you tell us what you want, and if we don't do a good job, you can fire us and go get somebody else. And it's choice, is what he wants, right? So it's what we all want as Americans. And so when you're able to do that, then he can take the data, and we do the same. We have an app as well, and we can then get that information and do a better job of serving you as the customer based on what you want, and hopefully find other ways to do things like turn devices off that you don't need to have running at that point in time but consume an awful lot of power, or to help you run off the grid and do so autonomously without you having to worry about what you have to turn off and on and so forth to be able to keep that home going. So yes, absolutely, and to Rob's point, we've had this for a long time. It's not a technology issue. It is we got to get government out of the way issue.
If I may add, there's another aspect of often, like to your point, smart meters are not that smart, it's just meter to cash, but they have a lot more capability. And we also have proved now with various utilities that you don't have to increase the cost, but just by analyzing all your, you can get into energy efficiency, so tie your thermostat to the meter reading. So the capabilities are there, you're right. And there's good examples in what companies now experiment, like Emeren, for example, does a 15 meter, they did a I don't know, so to test and implementation, 80,000 customers, tied them to their 15 voltage meter reading. So now they have all this insight. They built a data lake to do this, so which means you have all this structured, unstructured data. And that prevented, or that helped them to understand there's some transformer they need to be replaced. So within that time period, or there's 40 transformers are replaced. It took them 3 weeks. They don't have to do it at night as an emergency. So it's almost transparent to the consumer. Sounds like a simple example, but if you add them up, if everybody does it, you reduce, also increase resiliency, you lower the cost, you have a better customer experience, and all this data, as you said, is there. It's just sitting there. Let's do something with it.
Sonia, do you have a view on using data in wholesale?
Look, one is data, and the other thing is we have tools, right? And we are talking about AI-related energy demand.
Nobody has mentioned that
but
yet.
But nobody is talking about AI as a tool. And to me, it's a power couple, energy and AI. They go together. And how can you integrate that in our normal workplace? How can you integrate that in better weather forecasting? How can you integrate that in predictive maintenance of your assets so that the assets are available when you need them? How can you integrate that in capturing that extra energy which is lost? How can you integrate that in reducing your energy efficiency in the system today? That is something which we constantly have to look at. You know, it's appalling to me if we say that we have got 1.2, 1.3, 1,300 gigawatts in the system in terms of installed capacity today, and you have almost double that in the queue. How long are we going to take in order to study these projects and to say that which projects are going to connect to the grid? Okay, you do have tools which enables you to fasten that study process. Do we have a mindset? Do the agencies involved have a mandate? Are they empowered? Do they have an incentive to actually ensure that all those studies are happening by integrating the tools and integrating the data that we have available today? We don't. So I do agree from a consumer perspective, but from a generator perspective, it's the same issue that we have, which is we are there with the capital, the demand is there, we cannot integrate the projects because we have not just figured out how we can bring all these home.
Well, thanks for bringing up AI. That was part of the script. No, I mean, as far as AI goes, I mean, what do you think? I'll direct this to Rolf. How AI can be used to improve the situation in electricity markets, and then also, what's the other side? Like, how does it affect load with folks in data centers running AI models and queries?
And then there's Gen AI, so nobody mentioned Gen AI at this conference so far. So I think there's obviously various use cases from a machine learning or deep learning than Gen AI perspective. So we also have to be careful, like for what use case do you need what kind of technology? Gen AI, as we all know, increases the need for more and more energy and power, but it's also not every use case what you described requires Gen AI. But if I looked recently more and more at what NREL does around autonomous energy systems. I think it's a really interesting concept to realize a more distributed grid or distribution network. And if I look at wind farms and you do more, if you could analyze the wind farm more effectively by using AI, and to your point, weather impact, obviously wind conditions, not just from the broad wind, but if you have a big wind farm, they all impact each other. If you distribute it and cut it up more, NREL actually did some studies where they could get 2% more output out of a wind farm. Doesn't sound that much, but AWS has over 30 gigawatt in a portfolio, so it would be 500-600 megawatt of a project you don't have to build. Yeah. That's a lot of investment time and money. So I think that's where AI in all this analytics plays a role. Back to the interconnection queue. I mentioned SPP earlier. They work with Grid Unity, like a partner, and they do run those analysis to help the likes of us and you to bring assets more online and just don't have them sit there. And I mean, there's so many examples to go to your smart home. I mean, that's where analytics, machine learning plays in. If you have your thermostat and you say, you put in your Eco Plus setting and you want to keep it at 78 and not keep going up and down. I mean, these are all another 1% or 2%. So if we all look at this holistically, it is will be a huge impact. I mean, you mentioned Australia and New Zealand. I feel like they're always like 4 or 5 years ahead of the US. And there's a lot of lessons learned what those utilities and distribution networks or operators and the retailers do. So I think it's essential. Without AI to simplify it, I don't think you're going to address all those.
Elaine, if I might,
Sure.
I'll give you a vision for the future. And this is not that far away. We'll take my house, for instance, down the road here, West University. I have 2 kids in Texas A&M University, so that's a little ways down the road. I have an electric vehicle. We have solar batteries, we have a generator there, and we have load control. And this is where AI is going to come into play. So you should be able to have a software piece, an interface, which would go back into your Outlook calendar and know that I got to go visit my 2 kids in College Station. I need to have an appropriate charge there because I got to be there right on time. Meantime, there's a hurricane that's about 4 days out that may or may not hit Houston, or it may go back into Louisiana and miss. You don't know. And it's really hot right now, which that's not much of a prediction given what's going on today. And so therefore, the wholesale system is predicted to go to $5,000 a megawatt hour, or $5 a kilowatt hour, right? And you've also had the energy provider, the service provider, probably hopefully Sunnova, has oversized your batteries, and they own a piece of that battery that you don't pay for. Now what that scenario is that we've created a merchant fleet, a distributed merchant fleet with that oversized battery. We're going to trade that on our trade desk, just like they do at NRG, and we're going to have that intelligence optimize that whole scenario for you economically and your reliability that you demand. And that is, if you look at a vision of the future as things change. For instance, my kids call me up and say, hey, Dad, don't bother coming. We're going to a party, and we don't want you to crash it. And so I don't need that car anymore. That should be able to be automatically go, okay, you don't need that juice. Pull it back in here. It did go to $5,000. Let's sell it all out, give you a piece of the proceeds, and we've been able to drop your bill down all without you doing anything. That is entirely possible, and that's exactly where we're going to go, not just in this country, but around the world. That is going to be an immense change, not only in demand for energy, but how we interface and how we use energy.
Rob, is there any comments on your side about AI and the customer experience?
So we're on both sides of the equation. We thankfully are trying to use AI. I think one big data point is AI isn't the thing for everything, right? It is an energy hog for some things that you just don't need it for, right? So, machine learning, whatever, is the right approach. We use it, or we're using it to advance around our generation fleet. We're using it around weather forecasting, because as you guys heard about an hour ago, like being able to figure out what the wind's going to do and what the sun's going to do, those matter in this state. So we're using it, and we're advancing the ball around data at NRG. As far as the customer side goes, we're really close to what we just talked about. Yeah. The way John's scenario kind of lays out like the ideal, and he's got a great portfolio of assets behind the meter to work with, right? Not everybody's got that, but we're very close. And we're using technology with customers who, after a while, when we figure out that they arm their house at 8 o'clock in the morning, 25 days in a row, and then they disarm it around 6, we sent them a note on that, said, hey, feels like you're not home during these hours. Do you want us to help manage your energy? And we do that for free. By being able to understand what consumers are going to do behind the meter, by being able to understand what assets they have, that could be batteries, or that could be they're just not home, what those things are, and then being able to use data to optimize that lowers costs generally across the system, but in particular, it lowers costs for consumers, because more electricity demand is coming. Full stop. There's no question more demand is coming. If we don't do something, then higher prices are coming. And that hurts the consumer at the end of the day, because it's going to hurt my business customers, who are then going to put it in their prices, and then it's going to get right back to the consumer. So being able to do this in a smart and affordable and sustainable way, that's a great path to go down. But if we blow reliability because we put 50 gigs on and we didn't do anything about it, and we have another blackout, or we have a threat of a blackout, you don't have to look too far back to go look at Europe when they got their gas turned off. People were ready to burn wood to keep society moving. They ended up with no winter, but that's where we're at. Remember Beryl, right? You could walk your neighborhood and trust me, solar power and traditional generation are a lot cleaner than the 27 diesel-powered portable, 25 heat rate generators that I walked by in my neighborhood. Like, we've got to get smarter about this, and we owe it to the consumer. And there's a lot of money to be made while you do it.
Right. Now, a couple of you mentioned internationally, and do you think that other countries have gotten it right or more right that we could learn from? I know, Sonia.
Yeah, so we are present in 30 different markets, and I think, to me it's appalling about where we are. The US is just in terms of integrating renewables into the grid, right? One is when you think about Europe, and John, you talked about Australia, but no matter which country that we take about, I think they are much ahead just in terms of getting more renewables. It's a mindset, and more importantly, it's the desire in order to get to that acceptable emissions level. So that definitely is fundamentally different from our approach. Number two is how they've embraced technologies. Like in the US, offshore is still nascent, and it's a shame when we have some of the best resources out there. And so just to get those projects, up online, capital is there, the ambition is there, the demand is there, but we just can't do it because the system, the policy is not there for us to get it integrated. Talk about hybrids. In Europe, we do a lot of hybrids, and what does that mean? You integrate wind, solar batteries in the same facility, so that you're almost creating effectively a 24/7. Of course, you do need base load, you do need hydro or something else which can support, sort of your base load, but more importantly, how do we get more and more renewables into the grid, and how are we able to, with the existing constraints, how are we able to integrate more facilities? Interconnection is capped, we know that, but at the same time, wind doesn't blow throughout the day, and so when the wind doesn't blow, can I integrate solar? Can I put batteries? Can I absolutely and fully utilize what I have today? That I don't think we have here, and in fact, EDP, we are at war with a lot of ISOs, RTOs, just trying to enable us to get out there. It's not just about our projects, but it's just about system, right? I mean, when you're talking about a 2%, sort of optimization, that is a whole lot when you're talking about the entire system. And so we are quite not there when it comes to that. But beyond all of these, fundamental difference of how we approach the market. We don't have a single market system in the US. We are still talking about states. We are still talking about RTOs. Electrons cannot freely move within the same country, whereas Europe and other places, they have figured out how electrons can move between countries. And so, to be honest, we have a lot to learn. We have a lot to learn in terms of policy. We have a lot to learn in terms of structurally what others have done. We have a lot to learn in terms of, how others have integrated innovation, as well as, demand, and brought all of that, holistically. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just on one other example, Germany a few years ago put a stake in the ground and changed their redispatch to redispatch 2.0. So they said, well, now we can't just manage, I think 10 megawatts was the threshold, anything in the system. Now you have to go 100 kilowatt to 10 megawatt and all renewables, no exception. That's a big shift. So now you change it from managing maybe a few hundred assets to tens of thousands of assets. So if you have a good warehouse with solar on, you qualify. Not your house, it depends on your house, I don't know. But I think not every single residential house, but a good commercial building needs to be now part of this distribution network to know how they perform, so you can manage this in context. And this is important because it's not just about the solar, but then you have battery and you want to orchestrate all these different assets. And I think it's coming here, but I think there's definitely good lessons learned from others.
About the fuel mix, I think you mentioned before, and I'll try to integrate a question that we got from the audience. The role of nuclear and, in the fuel mix, and particularly there've been some interesting transactions, with proposed, with data centers and being supplied by nuclear, and, frankly, some Baker Botts folks have been involved in some of those deals. I mean, what do you think, what is the future? How is small modular reactors bringing nuclear back online that have been retired? Any views on that?
Yeah, I can just quickly say, I think it was in the news that we also and others came to agreements to leverage nuclear and do co-location with Thailand Energy and some on the side. I think it's part of the portfolio, so part of the things we have to look at, as long as it's carbon-free and to keep in our goals of 100% renewable energy, carbon-free. It's interesting now. Nuclear
helps the 24/7
helps.
From the intermittency.
Yeah.
Elaine, if I can just add.
Of course.
I think when we talk about transition, there is a reason why I call it transition. It's not something which is going to happen overnight, right? This will take time. And this transition is not going to be smooth. It's going to be bumpy. And we need to acknowledge and embrace the fact that it's all of the above, right? Just in terms of energy. And so it's super important to have all forms of energy. Nuclear does have a role to play. Of course, Amazon announced, and just last week, their competitor also announced, in terms of another nuclear plant which is going to be refurbished and come back online. But there is also the reality of how fast can we get there, right? The pace at which do we have enough sort of ammunition in our kitty that for the demand that is going to come over the next 5, 6, 7 years, how much of that can be addressed through nuclear? How cost effective it is. If you're talking about 10 times the cost that we see with other forms of renewable energy, for example, then is that something which is sustainable in the long run? Definitely we need all of that, but also we have to be cognizant of the fact that there is a cost aspect to it, and there is also a timing aspect to it, and that is the most critical thing for us, which is the demand is not going to slow down, right? And so from a timing perspective, what all forms of technology, energy do we need and can we have in order to address the immediate demand and of course in the long-term demand. So definitely it has a role to play, but cost is important, the time factor is super important.
All right, cost. So I've heard about the government needs to do more, we need better policies, T&D utilities need to do more. So who pays for improving the transmission system? Who's got the right model? What should be attributed to generation? What should be attributed to load? And who? Any thoughts on that?
At the end of the day, the consumer pays for all of it. We can talk about who's going to pay.
One way or the other.
But it doesn't matter.
It's a matter of...
It's all going to the consumer, every bit of it. Because if it either hits an industrial customer, it's going to make it into their COGS. If it's just a T&D peanut butter, it's going to make it into the retail bill. One way or the other, the consumer is going to pay for it. So, the way that I think about it is that actually gives us a real opportunity. Because when you think about my customers, the C&I customers, they're already very sensitive to energy. They're already thinking about it, they're already doing it. We need to make it easier for consumers, and I think we've talked about how that can happen. And we also have to incent them. Like, what's going to happen is prices are going to go up. If the price of your power here in Houston doubles, you're going to care a little bit more about whether or not you ran your AC at 65 degrees for 2 weeks while you were gone. You're going to care. The market will make sure you care. It will also, given the way that these generation resources work, so in Texas, at the end of the day, in the summer, it comes down to 4 hours, right? It's between, call it 5 o'clock at night and 9. That's the only time that the price of power really matters. And that's because the sun has this habit of going down every day, right? And that's where the price is. In the winter, it's from 5 o'clock in the morning till about 7:30, because the sun also has this habit of not coming up. So when you have those opportunities and you have that time period, you can change behavior, you can install batteries, you can get smart about how you use your load. Ultimately, consumers will pay the cost, and that is an opportunity for us to harness all of the population of the US to go get it done. That only works in a competitive market. That only works where the customer can actually impact what their bill looks like and where we can incent them to do it. Because in a world where I'm getting paid just a rate, or, regulated rate of return, I'm going to incent people to use every megawatt they can or every kilowatt they can, and there's no reason to get around it.
Mm-hmm.
I want to point out something, though. It's interesting, when you look at nuclear power, the last major nuclear power plant was actually just completed not long ago, massively late,
Yeah.
massively over budget,
Yep.
$35.5 billion for, I think, 1,100 megawatts, right? There is no way that that makes any financial sense in any world we live in. That is also backstopped by the government through insurance. You cannot get insurance on a nuclear power plant without the federal government guarantee. That also has the federal government subsidizing, or basically not doing, the waste disposal, right? The old Yucca Mountain, which was supposed to be, never has been. Point being is that's not the only cost. It still is subsidized by the federal government. But what's interesting is, despite the best intentions of the government and of the government of the monopolies, the power companies, in this case it was Southern Company, a nuclear revitalization has not occurred until the market stepped in.
Yep.
Now, he has a lot of customers, I'm willing to bet, that would never pay what Microsoft paid and what you guys are willing to pay. Won't do it, can't make it work in their cost stack. These companies are some of the most cash-rich companies and most profitable companies that the world has ever seen. And they're willing to do it because they have a need that others do not have. That could be the tipping point to really get nuclear and some of these other small modular reactors and some other technologies going. And that's all of our point, is the market is going to pick the winners, and the market is going to do what government has been unable to do.
Any other thoughts?
I mean, just going back to what John said, I think this has to be a public-private partnership, right? This cannot be just government doing subsidies. This cannot be just government doing incentives, because we are not looking at transmission, or we are not looking at grid at a point in time. This has to be sustainable, and sort of the upgrade to the grid has to happen. It's a permanent feature. So, from that perspective, incentives are required. Capital needs the certainty. If you're talking about a transmission line which we don't know whether it will get built or not within the next 15 years, and then a payback after that, it doesn't work. So capital needs that certainty. So from that perspective, incentives is required. But going back to John's point on market intervention, for sure, and I don't necessarily think that is just nuclear alone, because even if you look at renewables, the demand in renewables is also because of market intervention. The huge amount of renewables that you see on the ground is also because of folks like Amazon who are going and buying 30 gigawatts of power, over time. And so that is required. The question is whether the Amazons of the world will sustainably be ready to pay a triple-digit pricing on power or not. And that will determine how the other technologies evolve. So yes, market intervention is required. This is never going to happen just with federal, local incentives or policies alone. We need both of them, but more important is how do we integrate and how do we bring a mechanism where we have sustainable, good, and different business models. It cannot be just one size fits all.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Maybe a little bit challenging, the consumer price, the prices per kilowatt maybe go up, but the price for the consumer can also go down.
The bill can
Efficiency.
go down.
The bill can go down. My bill is much lower than it used to be because I'm also fortunate to have a solar and a battery in California. So it works, but that has to be also on a broader scale. And we haven't talked about electric vehicles or infrastructure. If you get to a point, I think Denmark or Norway has some scenarios where your car, which actually that car is a much bigger battery than the ones you typically get for your house. If that all becomes part of the system, that we also think creatively that your car is not just a car anymore. It's a lot more for you. We have examples where school buses, they have a very regular profile. When they work, they obviously use energy. When they sit, it's actually sunny, right? When the kids are at school, they can leverage the sun, and then they go back. So all these things have to happen, and then actually the bill can go down for consumers, for commercial, industrial, but that's where we need, again, the data, the AI, the orchestration of all this to make this work. And I think that's where it's really exciting. When we get to this point and all work together, some of those downsides well, they're there, but it's in maybe the cost of running the business, but you can make it more affordable and resilient for your consumers at the same time.
Great.
So we talked a little bit about government intervention, and I'm from DC, so I'll ask this question. What do you think about the presidential election, and what does that impact one way or the other have on your business? Or does it? Will it? Sandhya, do you?
Oh, yeah. So we had the debate last night, another debate last night. Less than 5 weeks into the elections. I think this is a consequential election for many reasons, but specifically just in terms of energy. Energy is a lot dependent on policy. Ambition is great, and we have the demand, and so it's a beautiful canvas. I think the IRA is something which I would love to call it as, our neighbor's envy or Europe's envy, and it's our pride, which truly is, because it's a fantastic framework. I don't think any other framework that you see in the Green Deal or whatever you have in Europe and elsewhere, can closely match to what we have in IRA. But the real, implementation is actually coming up now. We do have a lot of uncertainty around the guidelines, whether the guidelines will prevail or not, if there is a different administration that's coming on board, come January. And so there is a lot of uncertainty. Now, will that spook investors? That's something that we have to see. Right now, I think people love the demand. People love the fact that, the deployment, initiative is there. We are talking about 40 plus gigawatts, and hopefully we can do that on a sustained basis, when we just look at the US renewable sector. However, a lot is dependent on policy. I would also add that one is a federal level policy from an election perspective. The other is state level, which we don't talk enough. Execution of projects is really on the ground. Execution of project is really state level policy. So we can talk about federal incentives. We can talk about politics, in the Hill, but what really matters is on the ground. What is the level of, what is the opposition we are talking about? What is the county level approach that we're talking about? What's happening with the, state policies? And I think, we have to have a pulse on that, and we have to have a huge amount of, focus on that. But definitely, it's not going to be an easy 5 weeks as we look ahead. But more importantly, we need to have that sort of calmness to the markets. We need to be able to provide that certainty to the markets. What we don't want is volatility or a lot of ambiguity around what could be potential policies if we have a different administration, and whether some of the things that we have today will be thrown out of the door. So yes, we are definitely keeping such a close watch on it as everyone else, I'm sure, in this room. But this is going to be a very, very, very consequential election. Any thoughts? Keep to yourself. Well, no, just in particular about like tax credits and the role of the DOE in funding a lot of interesting developments and programs. What do we think?
Well, I at least pray for a divided government, which I think most Americans do. I think having one party own all three, the House, the Senate, and the White House is not going to be a good outcome. We need some checks and balances here. Look, the IRA is not what I would have put forth, just to be clear. But it doesn't matter what I think or what anybody thinks at this point. This is what we have, and this is our energy policy that we haven't had for decades. I do think that, and if you talk to Senator Manchin, he would say that he deliberately did this, and I'll take him at his word, but he did a good job if that is indeed what he did, in that the IRA has co-opted the oil and gas industry and the conventional energy industry across the board. And I got to tell you, from private conversations and then public commentary, I don't think that there was as many in the Republican leadership that truly understood that, and up until recently. Simply put, and I saw the debate last night as well, I took away, it was very heartening that not only could the VP candidates agree that they both love solar, check, but that at least, and I know this is not good for you, but that Donald Trump at least liked rooftop solar, because he clearly didn't like solar panels in the middle of nowhere in that debate. So I think that there are some commonalities very clearly there between the parties, and I do think that it is going to be incredibly difficult to impossible to open up the IRA and then pick through it and not upset the apple cart for those of your constituency, as whoever won wrote you very large checks, to be very blunt about it. And if you look around, hydrogen, carbon sequestration, all these things, we're not doing any of those that have nothing to do with solar and wind and so forth. They're heavily weighted in terms of subsidies in the IRA, and those are obviously investments that are heavily made by the oil and gas companies, many of which, of course, located here in Houston, Texas. So I think that the election is going to have much less of an impact. So I'll take a slightly different view. Maybe it's more too optimistic, naive, but it's going to have much less of an impact than, frankly, a lot of investors fear that others people think about, and that we think about it will have, for precisely that reason. It has done a very good job of co-opting. It is not perfect, but I think we've got a path forward here to change the energy business outside the power industry and really move forward in addressing some of the climate change issues and so forth, and the overall integration of both the new, so to speak, solar and storage and oil and gas and so forth, as we've been talking about here over the last few minutes.
Interesting. And we got a question from the audience. I mean, you mentioned hydrogen. Do you see hydrogen as a way to help solve some of the problems in the electricity industry? At yesterday's, one of the panels yesterday, someone was talking about using it to help solve eventually the transmission issues, because it's easier to get power in certain locations if we can use hydrogen. Any thoughts on that? Is that
I personally don't, but I think that it should be offered up out in the marketplace, and this is where the government can help get the technologies going and then get out of the way, hopefully. But I think that it deserves a shot to go out there and have some folks. I was on a panel yesterday with a gentleman from Plug Power, for instance, and he was talking a lot about that. Plug's one of the major hydrogen companies in the United States. And so I think that I wish them well, and to go out there and do it. We don't see it that way. We don't see it the same way. But again, that's the beauty of capitalism. There's a lot of things that you can't see that somebody else, as a crazy entrepreneur, speaking as one, can come out there and make something happen, and everybody goes, wow, I didn't see that. Your company is one of them, right?
Yeah.
Who would have thought selling books on this internet thing would have gone so well?
I think hydrogen has, yesterday with the panel talked about transportation. I'm not in that, I can't talk all in depth about it, but I can see, like last mile, we made the investment in Rivian for battery storage, to do the last mile. But if you go more long haul and big trucks, I'm sure that we're looking at those kind of options from a hydrogen perspective. Actually, LA bought, SDG&E built this Angels, or is thinking about Angels Link, so to reuse some gas-fired power plants into hydrogen and get some alternatives for the port. This is a big activities when you have big harbors and ports to reduce their emissions. So I think there will be definitely use cases around hydrogen.
It's viable. It's technically viable. There's a lot of work to make it commercially viable. Hydrogen is a perfect case study for people to realize quickly how difficult or complex the system is. You don't have to just make the hydrogen, then you got to get it somewhere, and then you got to burn it, right? And that's the world I live in. And producing it's one thing, hauling it, like right now we can maybe blend it, but there's no pipe that's going to move hydrogen a long way. And then at the end of the day, so I'm in the power generation business. There is no OEM that makes a real big power plant that burns hydrogen. They all claim we can get there. We're building ones that we can blend, but the technology is still not there to ultimately use the product. And it's way more complex than, can I get enough credits to build a thing to turn water and solar power and turn it into hydrogen. But for limited use cases, for the right use cases, it's definitely going to be part of the solution, because another part of the complexity of our system is there are some things in industry, in the US, on the globe, where electricity doesn't answer the industrial question, right? We use natural gas to do things right now that makes no sense to try to do it with electricity, right? Until, you know, somebody comes with a cold fusion and flux capacitor, I don't think we're gonna get there. So like natural gas has a role. Hydrogen could be one of those places in the right spots where it could be a solution. Hydrogen is also a massive electricity hog, right? You're gonna put a hydrogen facility like the ones they talk about here, that's between a gig and 2 gigawatts of load, one facility. So, yet another challenge.
What do you think the biggest like physical systems change will be in the electricity industry in the next like 5 to 10 years? And John, did you have any view?
Yes. So what I've seen for years now, and I see it coming closer and closer to reality, is that the power system of the future, pick your area, in this case Texas or the United States or another country, looks more like the internet, where we have large sources of energy, combined cycle gas plants or whatever the case may be, wind farms. And we also have, at the endpoints of the system, our solar systems, batteries, EVs, and even demand-side technologies. And that's the same as in the internet, where you have these big data centers. We got these little devices that we all have on it as the edge points of the system, the iPhones and the iPads and the personal computers. But they all work together in a network effect that provides the best service at the best cost and at the best reliability that individual consumer wants to have. And I think that's exactly where the power industry is going in the United States, is that you're going to be able, again, to optimize your economics, to participate in a network environment, should you choose to do that, to choose your level of reliability and to choose your service provider. That is going to unleash untold amounts of innovation, not just in the technology side, some of which, or much of which, as we discussed here this morning, is already existence, both hardware and software, but it's also going to unleash innovation in the services side. There are other things that we can't even imagine that somebody else, another entrepreneur, is going to come up with that's going to be able to really change, at least for a subset of consumers, the way that they pay for power, what they pay, and then the way they use it. That to me is the most exciting opportunity in the entire U.S. economy, is to overhaul and to change and unleash innovation in the U.S. power industry.
Yeah, just plus one on that. I think these are autonomous energy systems. I mean, I like this autonomous at the beginning. I think that's where it's hopefully heading, or that's where it needs to head. Not hopefully, but I think that's where we must go. And look at, because everything has to work in concert. Always like there's a big orchestra, and this has to be conducted, and it's pretty complex, but it has to also be very flexible. I mean, from the beginning, from generation, you have now solar, wind combined with battery planned, and you want to react to different scenarios in your market. I mean, there's obviously weather, how those plants perform, how the consumption performs, and you want to automate this as much as you can, and how your grid behaves, the consumer behaves, how you are at home, and there can be simple things. Like say, Alexa, I go to work, and that sets up a bunch of routines which can have a big impact. Or they know when you sit in your car, I'm 15 minutes away or 30 minutes away from my home, and that triggers something else. So it doesn't always need to, today is a lot of interaction with your app, or you have to respond, and this can be from industrial scale to your home, where those things can be more will be more automated. And I think that will reduce the need for more capacity, because demand will go up. It helps with resiliency and helps with lowering the bill. But again, that's where data, AI, ML, all these things have to happen. And I think, again, that's exciting, right? That's where innovation comes in. I know utilities are typically not fans of experiments, but
I'm not a utility, so I'm not going to comment.
You can save that for Centerpoint later.
They love pilot projects. They'll pilot something to death. Yeah.
But there's room for experimentation, and I think that's what we want to do. We are in AWS. We always call like a one-way door, a two-way door, and it's not always a one-way door. There's two-way doors. If it works, great. Or you pivot. It doesn't mean If something doesn't work, that was a wrong thing to do. You learn something and do something else. And we have to do those more and more frequently.
And I think the way that aggregates up is if you think about consumer load, so not business load, that's going to be driven by other things, but consumer load, homes. Over time, we've always expected, like I'm in a very exciting business compared to AWS, where it grows 1% a year on a good year, right? So the way it aggregates is it goes from a 1% growth over time, blah, 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 to what we already see, which is flat, right? So I can look out over the next 5 years and expect Texas consumer load to stay flat for the next 5, just because of innovation, home solar, things like that. Where it ends up is it actually goes down or contributes to the grid, which is all the things we're talking about, wrapped up into one big bow, so that how much more industrial or electrification load, how much more EV can we absorb, how much more can we change things over without having to add another gig or 20 gigs of solar, wind, batteries, and thermal. The consumer is going to be a big part of this game, and I think that that's a very exciting thing to think about. And one, like, I was an energy trader. I didn't think about that for 25 years. Now I kind of have to. So it's a great place to be.
Yeah. If I can just add, I think if you look at the last 2-3 decades, in terms of big disruptions just to the sector, it's one, definitely in my view, is the energy mix, okay, the introduction of renewables into the whole mix. But also electrification, and we talked about it, we touched about it. Electrification, not just from a transport, from a mobility perspective, in terms of industrial appliances, in terms of, so across the value chain. But going forward, I think, a couple of things that the other panelists talked about, which is one-way door, one-way door or two-door, whatever you call it in Amazon.
One-way, two-way.
One-way, two-door. I think the grid was unidimensional, right? Where there was just flow of electrons from one side to the ultimate customer. But now we have to think about it bidimensionally, which is we're talking about net metering. We're talking about demand response, and we have to talk about consumer being the producer as well. And I think that is going to be the significant disruptive change on how we actually start thinking more. Now we talk about the grid so much more than 5-10 years back. And so the importance of having the grid accommodate to the needs. Otherwise, the Amazons of the world are not going to wait, for us to sort of get adjusted to the reality. And so to me, in terms of disruption over the next 5 to 10 years, is new technology. We have to be more innovative. We have to integrate customer as part of the solution here, and not just someone to whom we provide energy. So, yeah.
Oh, great. So we're almost at the end of our time. One parting thought, word about the industry and kind of what gets you up in the morning, what makes you excited about being in the electricity industry?
I'll start. So I've been doing this for a couple decades plus. I've been through, or we've all been through, because we live in Houston, multiple cycles. I would say that I've never been, honestly, more excited about what's going on in our business for a couple reasons. One, we've finally got the promise and the price and the right things around the technologies, from whether it was solar we talked about 20 years ago, to batteries in the homes, to home control, to actually engagement with the consumer. That's finally here. The second piece is that we're actually talking about this business because of demand. For the last 20 years, the cycles that we always talk about is gas price or some commodity-driven thing or something else, and it has nothing to do with ultimately the product we're talking about. And the demand-driven side of what we're seeing today is ultimately the thing that is going to drive the innovation that we need. Nobody makes 10-year bets based on a one-year commodity move. People make investments and take risks and develop things based on surges of demand and real big process. And that's a great place to be. Like, this is as exciting as I've seen in 3 decades. So
that's great.
I completely agree with what Rob said, and for the exact same reasons. The one thing I would add is that I do feel like we've been wandering around the desert for 22 years in the bear market that was power. So his point about demand moving up and sending these price signals is key to being excited about this industry. I think the other piece, though, if you rewind when I first got involved, and probably really all of us, we had this movement to unlock the U.S. power industry to, well, we can't call it deregulation, consumer choice, and that failed. It failed from Enron's collapse, but also other power companies went bankrupt and so forth. And there was a failed experiment there with California, and it all just stopped. And the unfortunate thing, and I realized this actually on the trade desk way back in the 90s, was unlike what was going on with Amazon and the internet and so forth, there was no technological change at that time. Zero, really. It was all about moving the chess pieces on the board, really kind of in a business model, and hoping that there'd be some sort of back office efficiency. I lost count of how many companies, software startups, venture back, were going to rationalize the utility back office, which is really interesting because you actually make money as a utility in efficiency by spending it. That's the model. That's why all those really failed, amongst other reasons. But when you look at where we are today, we do have, as Rob just said, we've been talking about so much technology, both the hardware, the fuel types, whether hydrogen's going to be a part of it or not, or carbon sequestration. Solar certainly will be now, chemical storage, lithium ion, other chemical storage technologies I'm sure will come about and become commercially viable. Wind. There is so much. And then you get into the software piece of this and the AI and what we've been talking about. It's here. The genie just needs to be uncorked. Let the genie out of the bottle. Get government out of the way. Unleash us. Get us back in the format. At least something. You can come up with something better based on experiences from the 90s. But come up with something better and then get out of the way and let the economy innovate. And that'll be even more exciting than it is today. I promise you.
Look forward to it. Sandhya?
I kind of concur with sort of both of their views. To me, I think the transition of energy and power from just being a commodity to a solution, I think that's the approach that the future needs, which is what does Amazon need, what does our customer need? And it's no more that this is what I'm offering, it's more around what do you need and how can I customize, how can I tailor make? Things on the ground are not getting easy either, because renewables, when I specifically talk about renewables, it was like 2-3% of the energy mix 20 years back. Now we are 18 to 20%, including hydro. And so when you're a dominant, sort of part of the power mix, all your low-hanging fruits have gone. And so now we are going into markets, now we are going into pockets where execution is hard, where it's much more challenging, but that is a challenge, that's the opportunity, and that's the exciting thing. So as I look forward, I think demand is fantastic. The capital is there. We are super ambitious, to invest here. I mean, just when I think about my own company, we have a capital commitment plan of 12 billion over the next 2.5 years, and that's a lot. Just when I'm just thinking about from a renewable perspective. And so, what does that mean? That means to say we have to be innovative. We have to be, solutions driven. More importantly, we have to be on the ground, trying to get into the markets, which is so much more difficult, so much more hard to penetrate, and that in itself is exciting, though it is challenging.
So Rolf, why don't you close it out for us?
I mean, I'm always excited
It's
about...
all on you. You have
Yeah,
to create
yeah.
the
Just
demand.
summarize.
No pressure.
But I think this industry really went from more a boring, stale, if you can say it, to a very dynamic and innovative place to be, where it also attracts a lot more younger talent, that you now get people that an NRG can compete with us for talent. I think that's really good. Or a Duke, whoever can say like EDP. They want to work for you and have a combination of taking all this advanced technology with having an impact on building a portfolio of more renewable energy, et cetera. I think that's really exciting out if you think about the workforce who is interested in this. Early on when I came to the US, I worked for IBM a long time, and I think we were a little bit ahead of our time. There were some acquisitions. We talked about the prosumer like 15, 20 years ago. What's a prosumer? So you're a customer, you produce, you consume, and way too early. We had like predictive, we talked to a wind operator about predictive maintenance. Oh, they're so simple, they never break, and it's like, go away.
break.
And actually I like them to break because then as the OEM I make a lot of money. So don't tell me when they break, I want them to break. So now you can't afford this, right? They have to run at an optimal place. So you have to bring this innovation and experimenting and the dynamic into it. And I think that makes it across the board really exciting. And because as Amazon, we have a vested stake that we need all the systems. We don't just do power purchase agreements and then walk away. We actually want to know how they perform, right? We work with you to not just, hey, tell us, but if we see something not performing well, because Amazon.com is a very low margin business. I mean, we're in like your world. And obviously that is another, because that has to run very optimal. So you're really keenly interested and dive deep how those things perform, and if there's curtailment, why is there curtailment? Okay, what can we do? And I think that's just really exciting. I think went from boring, stale to dynamic. I don't know if that's a good summary.
Great, I'm glad I went in this direction. So if everyone could please join me in thanking my wonderful panelists.
Done.
Good one.
All right. So first of all, apologies for kind of running behind. A lot of that was because of the flex at the beginning. We were fortunate enough to have President DeRoche join us and make a few remarks about the strategic vision of RICE, which is a bit of a groundbreaking shift in terms of research strategy. I'm actually very happy to be joined on stage with Carolyn Comer. Carolyn is the president at Shell Energy North America, senior vice president of Shell Energy Americas. There she's responsible for Shell's gas, power, and environmental products trading in the Americas. Prior to here, she's been in lots of different roles. I won't go through the litany of things that she has done, but there is a really important sort of harmonizing theme that comes out of your career path, and it's really being involved in strategic transformation. And I think that's actually fascinating. And so what I'd like to do to kick this conversation off is get you to talk a little bit about your path, mostly from my students and other young professionals in the room, but just how you got to where you are today.
Yeah, sure. And thank you so much for having me. It's great to see Ken again. We get to shoot the breeze. It's always fantastic. So how did I get to where I am today? So my academic background, weirdly, for the oil and gas industry is not engineering. I actually have a degree in international marketing and languages, so I was a linguist, and subsequently went on to do a master's in IT. So I'm a kind of an unusual person to do the job that I'm doing. I started out life, I'm Irish originally. This is not an authentic Texan accent. But I started out life in an NGO in Ireland and did about 2 years there, learned all about cost management because NGOs never have enough money. And then I moved into the chemical distribution industry, did about 6-7 years, moved out of Ireland into the UK. It was a small startup, which really meant that you counted every single penny so you knew you could run payroll at the end of the week. And again, fabulous learning journey. But learning began to plateau in a small environment. There's only so far you can go, and I'm very driven by learning. I'm curious by nature. And so coincidentally, I bumped into a guy from Shell at a conference, got chatting, really interested in what he had to say about energy, and within 3 months, I had begun with Shell, and that was in 1998. I joined in the UK, and I've always worked across various parts of the downstream business, so not in the upstream, not in the exploration and production, but in the downstream. So supply chain optimization, marketing, customer facing. And so I cut my teeth commercially in the UK, back in Ireland, and up in Norway. And then I got a call to say, hey, would you go and do this job? There's a bit of a problem. And the problem was we had turned on an IT system that caused businesses across 4 countries to literally fall over. And so it's like, oh, so it's like a crisis management job. Yeah, but deliver the P&L at the same time. So that was my first real taste of kind of managing change, managing transformation, but it was very much through a crisis moment. But it was about leading people. It was about helping people to stay focused on what was important, ensuring that, they could stay the distance with us and for us, and they could get that there was a better future, once we got out of this hole that we had found ourselves in. And it was a very deep hole. I really, really enjoyed that work. I found it really rewarding. And then I got a call from trading, and that was in 2011. And they said, hey, we got another one for you. And I went, oh God, another crisis? And they went, no. This is a merger of two really disparate businesses, and you've got to slam them together and come up with something else. And I said, yeah, okay, we'll give that a shot. I don't know anything about trading though. And they said, that's fine. We've got a lot of people who know about trading. So I moved to the Netherlands, and again, spearheaded this kind of cultural integration, process integration, systems integration. Traders are on mark-to-market accounting. Everyone else in the world is on accrual accounting. Just even to try and understand a common definition of value was kind of the start point for us. And so that was fun. It was a business that was in crisis, by the way, which they didn't tell me. So it was kind of a kill or fix scenario. The good news is we fixed it, we grew it, and it's a very important part of the portfolio today. And that was really the beginning of my journey of transformation. I went on to do acquisitions, went on to do, strategic reboots. Actually, at one stage, Shell pulled me into the downstream strategy job to say, we're refreshing our strategy, and that was in 2021. And they said, we need someone like you to help us think through how you move a traditional oil and gas major into a world where, we have to continue to be able to provide energy in all forms as energy demand is growing, but the pressure to kind of tackle climate change is getting lower. And so I did that for a couple of years, and in 21 they said, yay, we like your strategy, go do the CEO president role of Shell Energy and actually deliver what you said the strategy needs to be. So that's kind of why I'm here.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
It's kind of remarkable how you kind of went through these stages at the small level, and you just kind of built on those learnings and were able to actually now execute them at one of the international super majors. So that's very laudable. That leads to my next question, which is really going to get us into the heart of our discussion, which is going to build, by the way, on a lot of the things that you've heard so far this morning. But more generally, when it comes to energy transitions, the journey globally certainly has been, fraught with fits and starts. But I'd like for you to really express from your role at Shell how you've seen this change just over the last 4 to 5 years or so.
Yeah. So I think, as a company, we're on our journey to net zero by 2050. We haven't changed that as our kind of our North Star, if you like, and the guiding light behind what we want to do. We are also very conscious, though, that you need to be in a position to be able to meet the energy demand of today while positioning for tomorrow. And that's really about the pace of change, the pace of innovation, the pace of the ability to actually scale up some new technologies, particularly in the low carbon space. I think there is a recognition that the energy transition is not linear. It will go in fits and starts. The macro environment plays a massive role. When war broke out in the Ukraine, I can tell you I'm a European. And the conversation around clean energy and green energy, which was very single-lensed in Europe at the time, that got a little bit quieter. And then we started talking about reliability and security. And actually, I would never wish a war on anybody, and what's happening over there is absolutely tragic. But it did start to get a little bit more of a multidimensional conversation happening, which I think has been actually very beneficial. Because then you start to get kind of sensible policy making. Because the reality is, we have 3 things we have to do at the same time. We've got to make the energy system cleaner. We have no choice. Climate change is real, and it needs to be tackled, and it needs to be tackled urgently. We've got to be able to show up with reliable energy. It is so important. It is about people's well-being. People need power for, the most basic things in life. But it's about socio-economic progress. So reliability is huge, but you got to be able to pay for it. And I think, at times we get very single-lensed in the conversation. It's like green or nothing. Well, okay, but you are potentially going to hurt your citizens if you allow that triangular interdependency of clean, affordable, reliable. If you allow any one of those legs to get out of whack, it's just, I think it's going to set back your progress. So that's kind of how we think about it when we think strategically.
That's really interesting. I actually have a diagram on my whiteboard in my office, which is kind of reminiscent of what you're just talking about. Imagine welfare in general as being the area of the triangle. If I pull one vertex of that triangle, it flattens out the area of the triangle, and you actually end up in a lower welfare state. So
Indeed.
It's really an interesting way to think about how resources are allocated, recognizing trade-offs.
Yeah.
It's a point I made yesterday, actually.
Yeah.
It's vital. So drilling down a little bit, because I know this is certainly in your portfolio, and it definitely connects to the conversation so far today. Can you briefly just talk about what Shell's involvement in the gas and power space is generally, and then specifically in ERCOT?
Yeah, sure. So we've been in the gas and power space since markets first liberalized. 20 plus years ago, maybe 30. I know there was an argument over the exact number, but we've been involved in those markets since we first liberalized. We're unusual in that we could fit any category you want to choose from the point of view of energy. So we are a producer of energy. We have our own facility here in Friendswood in Texas. We've got some wind facilities because we have a developer, Savion, who's very invested in solar. We are a retailer, so we're a big retailer here in the ERCOT market and a big demand response provider in the ERCOT market. We're a wholesaler, so we actually integrate and optimize value chains. So I'm really interested when I hear people talking about aggregating distributed energy resources, because I think that is something we do very successfully in a couple of European countries. And I'd love to have the enabling framework to see that happen here too. And at the end of the day, we consume. We buy energy. So we're literally in all aspects of the energy system. More specifically in ERCOT, as I said, we're a retailer, we're a wholesaler, we've got generation, we have a developer. We see this as a super important market for our business.
Yeah. So you just mentioned aggregation of behind-the-meter resources effectively. And you mentioned that it's done very successfully in a couple of European countries. Can you elaborate on that a little bit, just for the benefit of people who don't understand?
Yeah, sure. So we have two, what we call our portfolio companies, so they're wholly owned. And they were both acquisitions, actually. So one is Next Kraftwerke in Germany, and the other one is a company called Ego in Italy, spelt ego, but it's Ego. And they aggregate, disparate, distributed, small-scale resources in front of and behind the meter, and actually trade those like a virtual power plant. Okay. And they do that very successfully, but there are good enabling frameworks in place in both countries to allow for that to happen.
So you mentioned, the triangle, right? Affordability, reliability. How does the market actually balance the need for affordable, reliable power? So I'm going to focus on power first, but also remain attractive to investment.
Yeah, great question. So balancing affordability and reliability, there are a number of different ways to do that. And I know in ERCOT there's kind of been a big debate around reliability unit commitments versus ancillary services and energy. My view is, I think ancillary services are undervalued in terms of the role that they can play here. I think what we're seeing from ERCOT since Winter Storm Uri is actually some products that are coming in that we can see are starting to work, and I'd really like to see those bed in properly and not get tweaked. Let's just see how they work and see that they work well before we kind of tweak again and again. I think URI itself was not a problem with capacity, and you know, I spent quite a bit of time talking to people say, it wasn't that we didn't have capacity, it was that almost 50% of our generation tripped and went offline. So when we had a number of people come out and go, let's build more, it's like, whoa, that might be the most expensive option to solve the wrong problem. And I think we need to be really thoughtful about that, because that's where affordability becomes an issue. I always use the analogy about this, you know, like I run a business, and anyone who runs a business knows you don't put in a permanent workforce staffed for the one peak day in the year when you're busiest. Because for 364 days of the year, there's guys on my trade floor watching Netflix, playing Candy Crush, because they have nothing else to do. Or worse, they're generating non-value added work, which takes away from the people who actually add value. I would much prefer to staff for the average day and use flexible contingent workforce. To my mind, capacity is staffing for the one peak day, and it's very expensive. On the other hand, ancillary services is your flexible contingent workforce. And it has been proven to work.
Yeah, and there's other, you know, like demand response mechanisms, things of that nature that also provide
Exactly,
value, so.
and far less capital intensive, which means far more affordable.
Absolutely. So you mentioned URI.
Yeah.
And you mentioned the different things that have been implemented within ERCOT post-URI. Can you elaborate a little bit on the perspectives that Shell has on what's happening and what maybe needs to happen going forward? Aside from let's just see what we've already done, see if it works.
Yeah.
Are there any additional mechanisms that can be actually entertained?
Yeah, I mean, firstly, I say hats off to ERCOT and the PUC. You know, they put a lot of smart, dedicated people trying to figure out the true kind of, you know, state of the union, what was the actual real problem we were trying to address. And I think they've taken some really good steps. You know, winterization of assets. I did 3 years, almost 4 years, living in the Nordics as part of my crisis response. And I can tell you their wind farms never froze because they were winterized. So, you know, I think making some of those steps has been really useful in terms of just ensuring that those resources can show up when you need to. I come back to, you know, distributed energy resources. You know, we socialize transmission costs. So Joe Consumer's paying for them, and you know, we heard all about that in the context of the dilemma that poses when you talk about, you know, large loads. And is that the right approach? Well, on distributed energy resources, it's different. You know, you have to pay for it as the resource holder. So why do we have that inconsistency when arguably DERs can play a really, really good role for you in terms of reliability? So I'd like to see that looked at. I think we have to be far more forward-looking on large loads. A 1 gig data center makes a difference. You know, it is a big load. It's arguably a valuable variable load. I actually don't know though. So, you know, I would like to see more transparency, more accuracy around the kind of load projections and the type of load that is, because then the market, and I am a huge buyer of competitive markets, then the market can respond. And when the market can respond and there's a consistent, stable regulatory framework in place that can make a return, capital will come. We're not short of capital in the world. We're short of attractive places for that capital to go. So how do you make it? How do you make this market? How do you make power, which is growing? You know, you would argue that anywhere where growth is must be an attractive investment opportunity, but it's got to have an environment that capital says, you know what, I'm going to choose to go there because it's more attractive than going there.
So you've mentioned a few things that have come up actually throughout the conference. One, namely, capital chases returns. That's something that sometimes people forget when we have conversations about investment in the energy space, but it matters.
Yeah.
But you also brought up data centers. You
Yeah.
mentioned that, right? And it's come up actually, it came up in the previous panel, it came up in the discussion with Chad to open. What do you see coming, and how is Shell positioning itself to respond to the potentially very large demand that data centers and crypto mining and other large industrial loads might actually bring to the system?
Well, you know, firstly, I would say fundamentally, I welcome it. You know, I do think there's just so much magic that you can do if you can harness the power of your data. You know, I also think, Texas clearly is an attractive location for these loads to come. So that is economic progress. So I welcome the loads, but I think we've got to look at them as significant enough resources that they must have skin in the game. They must be engaged in the conversation and part of how we think about our integrated resource planning. I don't think you can just let it happen. I think if you let it happen, you're going to wake up one day and go, where did that critical baseload resource go? You know, do I have enough, peaking capacity when it matters in, the 4 hours in the evening or the 2 hours in the morning that our colleague from NRG referenced? You know, do I have enough of the right kind of capacity? I think they have to be engaged in that conversation. But it means, as I said, that there needs to be a more open dialogue around what's coming, where, what's the nature of it. Because variable load is as good as, kind of additional generation. And I do believe some of these are variable loads. They've got the tech capability to load shift, if they don't have the tech ability to load shift, I don't know who does. So I think they can play a really valuable role, but it has to be as a much more engaged part of the conversation around policy and regulation.
So there's really two more things I want to sort of dig into. The large industrial, commercial loads that data centers and quite frankly, we often focus on data centers, but just for everybody's own edification, demand in the state of Texas has been growing by leaps and bounds for the last 3 decades. This is not new. It has to do with population growth, economic growth. So we've been sort of wrestling with this, and now we're looking at an accelerated potential expansion of load. And a lot of that is on the back of large industrials, some of whom are already incumbent. And so you're seeing some of them look to go behind the meter with on-site generation resources. What's your perspective on that?
The world is doomed to repeat itself. We talked about that
Yes.
before. In all honesty, I super welcome it. I think the lady from EDPR said it. It's multidimensional. We need all forms of energy. Bring it on. We run a lot of behind the meter assets in our retail shop today, and they give you that flexibility. The industrials could actually potentially make money from these assets. Once you can guarantee that they get what they need, then any surplus, is there to be offered up into the wholesale market when the wholesale market needs it. I think behind the meter, I wouldn't underestimate it. I think people, as they see more and more extreme events that are causing pressure on their operations, are going to look for their own solutions anyway. They just are. So we're seeing people putting gas peakers behind the meter. We're seeing batteries. We're seeing microgrids. And I think, why not? It makes it hard. As somebody who dispatches power in real time, all the time, it's bloody hard. But it's not impossible. And again, I'm a huge believer if we can aggregate those distributed energy resources, we're untapping and harnessing energy which today is not optimized. And I believe part of cracking the nut and solving the problem is getting to an optimized energy system. There's so much sub-optimization. Somebody talked about cars and let's charge them and recharge them. Most people only drive their car for less than 5% of the day. For 95% of the day, that car does no work. That's pretty sub-optimized in my book.
Yeah. So it's interesting because you've mentioned you need regulatory certainty in effect. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about what that looks like, because certainly we're in the midst of a massive shift in the energy system, but in many ways also the more things change, the more they stay the same. So, how does that actually translate into understand the regulatory landscape, what's coming down the pipe, how will that incentivize change? And is it injecting uncertainty where it's unneeded? Or is it actually what steps could be taken to actually increase certainty to enhance investment?
Yeah, I mean, I think a number of our markets have gone through a market redesign process or are still undergoing a market redesign process. And look, markets need to keep pace, the design of markets need to keep pace with the opportunities and the challenges that are presented. So I get it. You can't just stand still. I do think we have a need to ensure, though, that we're not in constant redesign, because constant redesign is uncertain. And as you say, capital requires a degree of certainty and consistency in order to come and stay. So I think we need to at some point say, you know what, we're 80% there. Let's stop and allow this to happen. Let's allow it to happen, and let's allow it to happen consistently. I think that is number one. I think number two, I think we need to harness data in the regulatory environment in terms of data that's informing how regulation gets shaped, because often the data doesn't lie. So I think we need to do that, and we need to make that more transparent than maybe we've done in the past. I think that's quite important. And I think the third thing is, I love the dialogue here today, because actually there is not that much, I think, that separates the players in our market, whether you're ERCOT or the PUC, whether you're the capital provider, the consumer, there really isn't that much that separates us. So actually, more collaborative effort to solve the problem across the players in the industry who are invested in seeing affordable, reliable, clean energy. I think the regulators have a role to play there in orchestrating those conversations too.
So we talked about behind the meter, large industrials, and I think when you and I have talked about this previously, I mentioned the potential for purpose-style reform to happen again, right? So this is the idea that you've got large industrials that have significant baseload requirements, and reliability for them is a different issue. Mm-hmm. Like, for example, if power is not available to a chemical facility, that's not just a P&L issue. That is a safety issue. It's a different level of concern. So installing that behind the meter generation is very valuable. It's a form of insurance, right?
Yeah.
Well, what PURPA effectively did is allow industrials to wheel power out with guaranteed offtake when they didn't need it. And it, of course, incentivized larger than needed capacity behind the meter, but it solved a problem, right? Do you see anything like that coming down the pipe?
I do. Hopefully we learn from PURPA.
Yeah.
But fundamentally, the idea that you have these resources that are sub-optimized and available that can be brought on, that's kind of way more logical to me than going out and building something and letting it sit there just in case. So I think you have to learn from PURPA. I manage cogens on behalf of some of our major industrial facilities, and thank God they exist. Because when you talk about a chemical plant losing power, we're flaring. That's what we're doing. There's those massive 100-foot flames coming out of the chimney stack, and the neighbors are calling us and saying, what the hell are you doing? So, it's real. The impact of losing power is real, and those operational facilities, the knock-on impact of losing power on their fence line communities and their fence line neighbors is significant. So yeah, I welcome it. But the worst thing we could do is not learn the lessons of the past and say, having taken the lessons from PURPA, here's what we're going to do, and here's what we're deliberately not going to do this time. I think would be very beneficial.
That's a fair point. So I got just one last question for you. It's kind of a way for you to frame up something for everybody to take away. There's a push towards electrification.
Yep.
Natural gas, of course, plays a major role in this, at least for the near to medium term. 50 years from now, who knows? But certainly for as long as we can see forward, gas is going to play a significant role. But as we continue to electrify, and as we think about concerns about affordability and reliability, what do you think the the most significant challenges are, and what sort of opportunities does that open up?
Yeah. So I do think gas is going to be around for a long time to come, and I think, I think it's naive to assume that you don't need some form of firm, dispatchable capacity, generation capacity. I'm going to take my hat off to gas in this country because the single biggest instrument in decarbonizing this country to date has been gas. Yeah. And that has been through coal to gas switching. And by the way, if anybody is under any illusion that we don't have any coal, we have over 20% coal still in the generation mix today. And that includes in California. So I think the role of gas is absolutely critical. And I think we just need to be honest with ourselves that it is what it is. I think if I look at all of the geopolitical tensions that we've seen around the world, look, the ability to put gas on a ship and move it to places that it's needed, that's been a game changer. That has been a significant game changer. And let's make no mistake about it, it is a serious, serious geopolitical tool that ensures our security and the security of our allies around the world. So you hear me passionately talk about gas because I think there is a little bit of disingenuity around the role of gas in helping the energy transition. And mark my words, it's helping the energy transition. I run portfolios of renewable assets, and I couldn't do that unless I had the right kind of dispatchable generation within those portfolios. Because I can tell you, solar prices go negative in the middle of the day, often. Like to hold negative energy priced sources is not a very comfortable place to be if you're running an economic business. And so I need to be able to shape that solar. I need to be able to say, I can either store it in a battery, which is great. That's maybe only going to give me 2 to 4 hours. But having a gas peaker is super important to me. That way I can shape it. So when you need it between 5 and 9, I can show up with it between 5 and 9. I'm not showing up with it at 12 noon or 1 o'clock in the day when you're nowhere to be seen. So I think gas plays a significant role. Over time, will demand for gas diminish at some point? Yeah, I think it will. I think technology innovation and the role of competitive markets to help technology innovate and get to the long duration storage solutions, which may not be fossil based, super important, but they're not here now today, and I don't think they're necessarily going to be here for the, as you say, short to medium term.
Right. Everybody join me in thanking Carolyn for joining us here today. Outstanding. Thank you very much.
Such a good chat. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely. All right, so I promised you that we're going to try to peel back some minutes. So I know a lot of you went out a few minutes ago to get coffee. Feel free to do that, but I'm going to actually ask Jason to get mic'd up. So you already mic'd. Perfect. Come join me on the stage as I let Carolyn leave. Absolutely. Thank you. Hey, man. How you doing? I'm good. Good. All right. And I know, I don't even have to look into the crowd. I know Mark is glaring at me because he's supposed to be up here already, but it is what it is. All right, so I am fortunate to be joined again up here by Jason Ryan. He's the Executive Vice President of Regulatory Services and Government Affairs at CenterPoint. He oversees a lot of things, rates and regulatory portfolio management, state and federal government affairs, et cetera, et cetera. He joined CenterPoint in 2009. Prior to that, managing partner at Ryan Glover, and actually, I didn't realize you were at Baker Botts.
I was.
Yeah, so before that. Jason regularly testifies on utility matters before legislative committees. He currently serves on several philanthropic boards, and he served as an information dominance warfare officer in the United States Navy from 2005 to 2015. So on that point, because that's a really interesting wrinkle to sort of throw into your background, right? I'll sort of start this the same way I started with Carolyn. For the benefits of particularly students, young professionals, share a little bit about your journey. How'd you get here?
Yeah, so I grew up about an hour from right here, so I haven't gone very far in life. and went to school in Austin, and then came to work at Baker Botts. Grew up as a young lawyer in the energy industry, and a very exciting time to be in the industry. It's exciting still today, but really lived through the unbundling of the traditional electric utilities in large parts of the state, and ultimately went to work as an attorney at CenterPoint almost 15 years ago, and then had various legal roles before taking on my current role, leading little over 100 colleagues that get regulatory approval for large projects, adjust rates for projects that we invest in on behalf of customers, and then have policy discussions in the state houses where we serve. We are a large electric utility in Texas, but we also operate natural gas utilities throughout the mid-continent. We're the largest natural gas utility in the country in terms of miles of pipe in the ground. So happy to talk about both of those businesses, but fascinating time to be both in the electric space and in the natural gas space.
It's actually going to lean into just explain a little bit about what CenterPoint does across the country, but and maybe you can just elaborate on what you just said, but also kind of lean into some of the challenges that you see that you're already dealing with, but that you see going forward as we talk about electrification, increased requirements in local utility framework, stuff like that.
Sure. So for our Houston Electric utility, we are the poles and wires company. So we don't generate the power, and we don't have the commercial relationship with the end-use customer. We're the infrastructure in the middle. And I think there are three things to touch on in our discussion today. It is resilience. Yep. Obviously, in the aftermath of the derecho in May, Hurricane Beryl in July, we need to have a more resilient grid at a faster pace than what we were planning. So resilience is very important. Growth is an important topic in the industry. There's not enough power in Houston to power Houston, which means you have to bring power in from other parts of the state on transmission lines. And then affordability, which continues to be key. You have to be more resilient, you have to grow at an unprecedented pace, and you have to do all of that affordably. And so those are the three things that we are balancing as we run this business.
So I was going to ask you another question before diving into the derecho and Beryl, but I figured what the hell, let's just dive right in.
Do it.
Right? Okay, so I guess I'll start with what lessons have you learned as a distribution utility from first the derecho, which I know triggered some data center concerns, particularly around your servers being overwhelmed with basically people reaching out to figure out things, right? What steps you took, and then how that sort of led to some of the other issues that transpired ultimately during Beryl.
Sure. So, the derecho on May 16th was kind of like a hurricane coming from the north, is a good way to think about it. There were winds higher in the northern part of the greater Houston area that were much stronger than Hurricane Ike, which obviously hit from the Gulf direction. And so what we learned was that severe weather events clearly can happen outside of hurricane season. The same kind of storm, not coming from the Gulf, but coming from the other direction. There was a challenge that we had with our outage map. I think that's what you're referring to, where we had it is a new day to be operating an electric utility in terms of the amount of bots that scrape websites for information. And so our traditional outage tracker that has performed in the past did not perform in that event the way the architecture of the IT was set up, and we don't have to get into that. But it could not keep up with the demand that was constantly scraping. So not so much our customers that would traditionally access it, but other technology that was accessing it at an unprecedented number of times per second. And so when it's pulling data from various systems that feed into that map, just wasn't able to keep up. We knew we had to go to a cloud-based outage tracker to deal with that kind of non-customer activity on it. And unfortunately, we didn't have it ready to launch until August 1st, and Beryl happened between the derecho and August 1st. But we did stand that new cloud-based outage tracker up in about 45 days time. So obviously, we had some infrastructure damage in the May storm. But what we saw was, as it turns out, foreshadowing to what we were going to see during Beryl, which was an unprecedented amount of entire trees that fell over, right? Roots and everything. And they fell over on houses, they fell over on cars, and they fell over on electric infrastructure. We know now that Beryl happened, that was not just some unusual weather event that none of us were familiar with the name of in terms of a derecho, right? That was the result of significant freezes, significant drought, and significant rainfall, creating weaker trees with larger canopies and entirely falling over in relatively weak storms, right? So this was not a Category 4 or 5 hurricane, either one, right? The derecho was essentially a Category 1 hurricane from the north. Beryl was essentially a Category 1 hurricane from the south. Both toppled over trees that you wouldn't have expected in those situations. So we have launched a really unprecedented amount of investment in our system to make it more resilient in the face of those more extreme events, both the windstorm outside of hurricane season, the impact of severe weather on trees, and the need more and more of customers relying on electricity, not only to get their power, but as you've heard in some of the discussions today, more customers actually putting power onto the distribution system to serve their fellow Texans. And so lots of reasons why we have to invest in greater resilience of the distribution system. The transmission system has been heavily invested in for the last number of decades. And so that's the higher voltage lines that Chad talked about this morning that are on the bigger towers that really think about those as the interstate highway system of the electric grid, right? And that is a very resilient system. The distribution grid needs to be as resilient, and we need to take more steps in order to do that. So the program we launched post-Beryl, and we announced phase 2 of it on Monday, is aimed at becoming the most resilient coastal grid in the country. It won't happen overnight, but it's going to happen at a faster pace than what we were planning before Beryl.
So I'll get into that announcement, the press release that came out. I don't know how many of you have actually seen it, but it speaks to segmentation, which I think is an interesting approach. But before we do that, a lot of the damage from Hurricane Beryl, as you mentioned, was trees.
Yep.
You guys are a poles and wires company. So when trees fall on poles and wires, that's a problem.
That's right.
Can you talk a little bit about the nature of that damage? So how much of it was in your right of way, how much of it was not? What does that convey about, responsibility, quite frankly? I don't know how else to say that. And then what steps can be taken to avoid it in the future?
Yeah. So the vast majority of the tree damage came from outside of the rights of way that the company has the ability to trim inside of. So again, it wasn't just trees falling on our infrastructure, right? You saw it falling on all kinds of things. And I had the same thing happen in my backyard. I had 2 large trees that completely fell over. One was about 4 stories tall that that's probably about 30 feet away from the distribution line that feeds my house. Fortunately, it didn't fall on it, but it didn't look dead to me. So we Texans like our trees, Houstonians love our trees, right? Most of us live in places that that have trees in the name, right? So cypress, the woodlands, kingwood, the livable forest, right? So we love our trees. If we don't think those trees are dead or dying, we're not likely to remove them. But again, and Texas A&M and others have done research on what has happened to our trees with the severe weather that the Houston area has had over the last decade or so. And those trees may be dead or dying, and they don't look that way. And so we don't have a right to go and tell you at your home that a tree that's 30 feet away from my distribution line needs to be completely cut down because it could fall into my distribution line depending on what kind of storm hits, right? You would not get very many takers on us coming in and doing that, and we otherwise have no legal right to go do it. So it creates a challenge, right, of how do you have better resilience? We removed, by the way, 35,000 trees that fell into our infrastructure during Beryl. That's a lot of trees to remove to restore service. And it's not like all the trees fell down, right? So this is a hundreds of thousands, if not millions of trees problem. We are not going to solve that problem, right? So we have to figure out how to have more resilient grid in the face of that risk. That includes putting up poles that won't snap when a tree comes down and takes out a line. If the pole's still standing up, I can go string line back up relatively quick. If I have to replace poles, that is significant construction work that takes different skilled crews, and it takes time, and that restoration would be a lot longer. So putting up more types of poles that can withstand that kind of event, and doing more undergrounding. You don't think about it because you don't see it because it's underground, but a little over half of our distribution system is already underground. That leaves almost half that's still above ground, and if you took that wire and stretched it all in a line, it would go all the way around the earth. So undergrounding that is a significant expense that will take a significant amount of time. So we aren't likely to underground everything. You will have some wire that's still going to be above ground, but if it can be on poles that can withstand the risk, then you can restore power a lot quicker. And so we will be doing more undergrounding, but also strengthening the infrastructure that will continue to be above ground.
Yeah, I mean, everything that you're talking about now adds cost to distribution, to service. So ultimately that finds its way into ratepayers' bills, right?
That's right.
So how do you balance that against discussions about maintaining reliable service that you're having in Austin, for example?
Sure. So, if you look at the costs of our part of the customer bill, right? So we don't bill customers, but our costs show up on the bill. If you look at the average annual cost of what you paid last year versus 10 years before that, that charge was relatively flat, about $49 a month on an average basis. So there's not many things that you pay for that have been essentially flat for the last 10 years. Now, the rate changes several times a year, and so sometimes of the year it might be $30, sometimes of the year it might be $60, but if you average it across the course of the year, about $49. And so we do that in three ways. Number one, our costs are largely fixed. And so as you add more customers, yes, there are some incremental costs to adding a customer, but more customers absorbing fixed costs can reduce the charge on a per customer basis. So as people continue to move here, 1 every 4 minutes, right? That growth allows us to spread the fixed costs of the grid over a larger number of people. That's downward pressure on the average bill. We also have a fair amount of costs that we've taken out of the system. And I don't want to get too nerdy with math right now, but for every dollar of expense that I spend, say tree trimming, I need to recover that dollar every year, right? It's a dollar out, I need to get the dollar back, and then I spend another dollar the next year. So if I can take that dollar out of the system by undergrounding, for example, and I never have to go trim that tree again, I make a capital investment. I can invest about $8 of capital and keep the bill flat because I don't need that $8 every year, right? That $8 is a longer term investment. Let's say it's a 10-year investment, just to keep the math easy, right? I need about 80 cents a year for that $8 investment, plus the cost of that dollar, that $8 that I invested. I have to go to a bank or a shareholder. And so we've taken out about $50 million of annual costs out of this business. And that has allowed us to invest in more infrastructure that, yes, has a high price tag and keep monthly bills essentially flat over the last 10 years. Now, as we need to invest more in resilience, you're going to have to start balancing that affordability with the cost of not having better resilience, right? The economic cost of not having power in Houston is measured, if you measure it just in daily GDP of the Houston area, that's about $1.5 billion a day, right? So we can't afford to not make the grid more resilient. And so we're going to have that affordability discussion in Austin.
So it's interesting because I know we're talking about resilience, and this is really the last two things I want to kind of get to. In the aftermath of Beryl, you had crews and crews from outside of Houston here sort of deployed all over the place, dealing with lots of issues. But that's costly.
It is.
And when you talk about improving resilience, a lot of what that translates into is avoiding those costs in the future. So I wonder just very briefly if you could tell everybody the kinds of things that your crews were dealing with after Beryl.
Sure. So we have, on a full-time basis, about 1,200 men and women that work out in the field on the electric system every day. That's not enough to restore customers after a large storm. And so shortly after Beryl hit, we had about 15,000 men and women out on the system working to restore power. So just to give you a perspective in terms of, in proportion to our daily workforce, that's a significant number of people to have out on the system that they are not familiar with. They don't know where all these neighborhoods are that we send them out to work on. Just the process of assigning that work can be a challenge in an emergency situation. And so they come here at our request. They are under no obligation to come here, but this industry it's kind of a hallmark that we go and help those in need because nobody is staffed up to address these kinds of disasters. We have CenterPoint men and women today in the Carolinas, they were in Florida, helping from the last hurricane that hit. So very common for that to happen. Safety is also an incredibly important part of the work that our folks do every day. This is an inherently unsafe thing that they're working on. And in the middle of a disaster where that line is on the ground, the poles are broken, trees are everywhere, it's an inherently unsafe situation to be working on inherently unsafe infrastructure. And so we did see a lot of our fellow Houstonians that were very grateful for those men and women from other places. And that is typically what you see. We did, though, see a fair amount of frustration that caused threats of violence and actual violence on those crews that came in from other parts of the country to help. And so we had to evacuate an entire staging site that had thousands of men and women there because of credible drive-by threats that law enforcement brought to our attention. We had some gunfire incidents. We had a lot of people that had guns put in their chest. That is not the vast majority of what was happening, but that was happening. And so, we have to make sure that any frustration on us, on management of the company, isn't taken out on the men and women that are here to help. It delays that restoration effort, and it makes it challenging for us to get that help in the future. If we had that kind of situation happening in the Carolinas right now, we'd yank those people back. Yeah. We want everybody to go home every night just as safe as when they went to work that morning. Working on inherently dangerous equipment in inherently dangerous situation is hard enough without those challenges. And so I know that's not how Houston is. And I know that there was a lot of frustration, rightly so, with the communication of the company. And so we know we have to make that better next time so we can avoid these threats of violence and actual violence on the line workers that are here to help.
So to that point, and I'll kind of make this a two-pronged question because it speaks directly, I think, in the answer to the idea of segmentation, which I think is a pretty interesting idea.
Yep.
In terms of barrel, and I know the answer because you and I have talked about this, where do you think you fell down the most?
Yeah.
What was the biggest failure in terms of what happened?
So certainly on the communication side of things, and that has been addressed. Hopefully, most of us probably didn't pay a lot of attention to Hurricane Francine, but hopefully you saw us be more communicative during that storm. We had daily press briefings until that storm was past us. We were planning well in advance to bring in extra crews based on modeling technology that we've started using to predict damage to the system so that we know how many people to bring in and we can tell customers how many hours or days they might be without power specific to a neighborhood. So communication needed to get better, and we've taken steps to address that. But one of the things that we need to do more of, and again, addressing the tree issue, addressing the resilience needs of our customers, is we have to segment the distribution system more than it is today. And so let me just briefly describe what I mean by that. So imagine a substation, and then you've got a circuit of electric line that might go for 15 miles through commercial areas, through neighborhoods. If a tree falls on that circuit in mile 15, and let's say there's 15,000 customers on that circuit, again, just to keep the math easy. Tree falls in mile 15, all 15,000 customers are out. Right, so if I segmented that 15 miles though, and let's say I create 1 mile segments and there's 1,000 people on each segment, just again to keep it easy. And that happens on mile 15. 14,000 people stay on, 1,000 people are out. I know what segment to go to. I don't need to go look at the 15 miles of line. I know exactly where to go to because I know where the outages are. So the more we do that kind of work, the more you can avoid outages in an event in the first place. And if I create redundant distribution system to connect into that mile 15 from a different circuit, and so that I can backfeed it in a different way. Let's say now instead of the tree falling or a car hitting a pole, which happens every night around 2 a.m., right? Instead of it falling at mile 15, let's say it falls right in the middle of that 15-mile line. I then don't lose anybody on the first half. Everybody else past the middle is off. But relatively instantaneously, I can backfeed the second half of that line. And again, I'm down to just that one segment of 1,000 people that are off. And again, I've kept 14,000 people on relatively instantaneously. That kind of segmentation is what will bring the outages down in the event of another storm. So we restored about 1 million homes and businesses with power in the first 48 hours after Beryl. That was difficult work, but it wasn't the hardest type of work, right? That wasn't constructing, putting poles back up. It wasn't restringing wire. It wasn't removing 35,000 trees. That work came later. This was easier kind of work, the equivalent of going to your breaker box and resetting a breaker. Think of it that way, right? In a segmented world, you wouldn't lose that 1 million customers to start with, right? So instead of having 2.1 million homes and businesses off, imagine having 1.1 million customers off. Still a bad outcome, but it's a better bad outcome, right? And then instead of having that 15,000 men and women workforce addressing in the first 48 hours those 1 million outages, they start immediately on the harder work. And it not only brings down the total number of outages, but it speeds up the last restoration by, in that example, 48 hours, right? So that's how you get to a more resilient grid. Resilience meaning, in my definition, taking a punch and getting back up quicker. We're still going to take the punch, right? We're not going to keep a hurricane from hitting Houston. You're not going to prevent a derecho from coming the other direction. But you get back up quicker after you take that punch. And that is the grid that Houston deserves. We can do it through that segmentation, through stronger poles, through more undergrounding. We can do that, and we will.
So basically, resilience is about a portfolio approach.
That's right. There's no silver bullet in life. I wish there was. And so there's not one thing that we can do to get that better resilient grid. We have to do all the things. And again, as we make investments at our home and businesses for batteries, electric vehicles, whatever the thing is that we're putting on site at our homes and businesses, you know, when the economics exist for us to sell that back into the market, we're going to be relying on that distribution system even more, and even more in those extreme events. And so that distribution system has to be more resilient, or else all the thinking about optimizing the assets that you have, it can't be optimized if the grid isn't working for you to optimize it on, right? So it makes the resilience even more important going forward when we're seeing customers make investments and actually make money off of putting power back onto the grid.
Absolutely. Everybody join me in thanking Jason for joining us today.
Yep. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, I think we are ready to fire up and charge on into the next session so that we can get you out to lunch on time. We're going to aim now a modest adjustment to the schedule, but we'll take an hour on this panel, and then we will have a lunch break that will bring us back at, it was 1:30, right, Ken? So, for those of you who don't know me, welcome. My name is Mark Finley. I'm a fellow here at the Baker Institute. Today's our panel is on oil. What's in a barrel? The role of oil in energy transitions. Oil has been the dominant source of energy for the U.S. and the global economies for as long as most of us have been alive. Today, it accounts for roughly 1/3 of every a bit of energy consumed on the planet, and 40% here in the United States. This year, the global marketplace will hit an all-time record high, well in excess of 100 million barrels per day. And the globally integrated supply chains, in keeping with the theme of this, the overall conference, the supply chains that match supply with refineries and then distribution of refined products around the planet is one of the great logistical wonders of the world. Oil fuels our movements, gets stuff to us, and is literally built into so many of the things we use every day, at work, at home, and across the street in the medical center, as we heard yesterday. And as important as oil is, it even often feels even more critical. Changes in prices at the pump have an outsized impact on consumer pocketbooks, confidence, and upcoming elections. It moves with global events, as we are seeing today. And it's always been seen as strategic. For more than 50 years, U.S. policymakers sought the holy grail of energy independence until the creative genius of the U.S. industry came to the rescue. Today, the United States produces more oil than any country in the history of the planet. Not only has the U.S. become self-sufficient, we've become a significant exporter of both crude oil and refined products into the global marketplace, feeding rising demand in the global south, and helping our allies grapple with geopolitically driven supply disruptions. But at the same time, driving CO2 emissions and other greenhouse gases to record levels. But is this about to change? Is the current era, which energy industry historian Dan Yergin has called hydrocarbon man, about to go into reverse? And how quickly? Oil's future is in question in ways that we haven't seen before. And in particular, what's new this time around is the question of whether what will run out of is demand. And it's quite a lively debate, as those of you who follow the work here at the Baker Institute have been following. The International Energy Agency, for example, says that the global marketplace for oil supply and demand will peak by 2030 in all of its scenarios. On the other hand, OPEC Secretariat's new outlook says that the global oil market will continue to grow through at least 2050. And the Saudi oil minister has compared the IEA's outlook to the movie La La Land. So what's it going to be? We have a great panel here to discuss the role of oil in our transitioning energy system. Their bios are on the website, but briefly we have Zainab Noor is the Director of Technology and Innovation at Halliburton Labs. Next to her is Shane Young, Executive Vice President and Chief Financial Officer at Coterra. Next is Sean Mayer, Chief Economist at Phillips 66. And at the end of our esteemed panel, Felipe Beliero is Executive Director of Energy and Mobility at SP Global. I've asked each of the panelists to prepare about 5 minutes of opening remarks to introduce their companies, but also to talk about how they see oil's role in the energy system, how it's likely to change, what are some of the key issues and uncertainties. So we'll go through those discussions. We'll basically work upstream to downstream. So I'm actually going to start with Shane, and then we'll kind of work across the value chain. And then we'll have a discussion, including with your questions. The cards are at your table, so please send those ahead. And we'll make sure that we honor our commitment to get you to lunch. So with that, Shane, welcome, and please tell us.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Mark, and thank you to Rice and the Baker Institute for having us here today. Really appreciate being a part of this very important conversation as the policy part of this discussion is going to be hugely impactful on society and those involved in this business going forward. So appreciate the opportunity to be here and speak to everybody. Quickly, I would just tell you a few things about Coterra. We are an upstream oil and gas producer. So we are the front end of the value chain that Mark described earlier. We're the ones that deploy capital, take risk, and if we're successful, have the opportunity to find resources, produce them, put them in a pipeline, and take them on to Sean and his facilities to work with them from that point on. Our company was formed 3 years ago to the day yesterday. But really our predecessor companies each had about 30-year histories or maybe even over 30-year histories when they came together. So these are a set of assets and businesses that have been around for a long, long time, but before they came into Coterra in that format. Quickly to give you a sense of our asset base, before we get into sort of the future a little bit, we have 3 main assets. One is a dry gas asset up in the Northeast, so kind of away and apart from this conversation around oil, but still a very important conversation to be had. We produce net about 2.2 Bs a day, or roughly 2% of the marketplace in the U.S. From there, we've got an oily asset in West Texas, in the Permian Basin on the Delaware side, which is the more western side of Texas and up into New Mexico. That asset, really the economics are dominated by oil. Even though there are some NGLs that contribute, there's also some dry gas when those are processed that contribute as well. But that's our oil asset as we think about this discussion. Then we have a smaller asset in Oklahoma that really has a mix of all three of those. You know, I would say, listen, you know, as part of this conversation, one of the things that we think a lot about at Coterra are our own emissions and our own footprint as we prosecute the job of producing the oil and gas that comes out. We take it very seriously. We believe that it's one of the biggest technical challenges that not just Coterra, but our industry has to really get better at that. I would say, you know, from 2019 using as a baseline, we have made significant progress. There's still more to make. We have reduced our methane intensity by over 90%. You know, how have we done that? We pay for our own flyovers over our own assets so that we are able to quickly identify when there's leaks or unforeseen disruptions and address those quickly and safely. We've switched out natural gas pneumatic devices, which, you know, give small releases, but a lot of them, and we've switched those out with nitrogen or air. We've gone to tankless batteries. So we've put a lot of capital, a lot of time on some of our best engineering minds on that issue as it relates to our own operations. As well, we focused on CO2. We eliminated routine flaring in our operations 5 years ago, which has had a major contribution. And as well, we've electrified a lot of our operations where it makes sense. So we built a 200 megawatt substation in Culberson County, which is a fairly remote part of West Texas. We use that to power an e-frac that's provided by Halliburton. Very good piece of equipment that we're having great success in partnership with Halliburton on. That's reduced CO2 emissions greatly. But we've done other things like go to electric compression where possible. Anyways, we believe we've made great progress. More to do. It's an intense focus. As it relates to the question of the future of oil, listen, we think it's interesting. You referred to a couple of different outlooks, or I might even say scenarios that have sort of changed over the year. It's a very wide gap. We're not necessarily in the business of coming up with 2035 or 2050 forecasts of that, but we look at everything. You know, we look at those agencies, we look at banks, we look at other consultants out there to try to assess where it will be. And our view is that there's a consensus that the product will be needed for a fair time to come. I think it's important to realize, Sean will get into this, you know, but less than half the barrel is used for transportation, and that there's so many more products, whether it's plastics, asphalt, rubber, cosmetics, lubricants, detergents, et cetera, that are products of the oil that gets produced once you sort of make your way downstream. You know, our inventory in West Texas, I'll just focusing on our oil asset for a second, is very deep. We have 15 to 20 years of drilling inventory in that part of our portfolio. It's highly resilient economically to a variety of commodity price outlooks. So we feel like we will be in a position to continue to play a part in supplying that market reliably, economically, safely, and in as friendly a way to the environment as we are able to do through our operations. You know, the one thing I'd say, you know, just to kind of put a quick frame around, let's see, what could this market, how long could it be on the oil side, and I'll tell you, you know, to use some real simple statistics or numbers to kind of go through it. You know, today the oil market's roughly 103 million barrels a day. You know, supply and demand. Yes, there could be little variances along the way, but just use that, and we'll just use 100, just to use a nice round number. So there's roughly 37 billion barrels of oil produced a year, and there's roughly 8 billion people on the planet. So call it 4.5, 4.6 barrels per person per year consumed as we sit today. Now, we could have a whole another session or meeting about the equitability of that distribution, but it's not all distributed equally. So 4.6 barrels per year per person. But here in the US, we use about 20 barrels. You know, again, we're a small part of the population, about 4% of the global population, but we use about 20% of the oil that's consumed. But just I'll use for simplicity the developed world. So I'll include with us the rest of North America, Europe, Australia, Japan and Korea. And that's roughly 1 billion people. And the average consumption per capita in that part of the world is closer to 15 barrels a year per person. So a little lower than ours, but it averages them as you look at that. So that means that the rest of the world, the other 7 billion people on the planet, are consuming 3 barrels per day as we sit today. So the developed world, 15, 1 billion people. The undeveloped world, or the less developed world or developing world, 7 billion people, 3 barrels per day. So to put that just in a quick context, if that developed part of the world were to choose to say, hey, I'm going to go from 15 to 10, I'm going to cut my consumption by a third. That's 5 barrels per day per person, so 5 billion barrels. That's roughly 13 million barrels a day. So our 103 goes down to 90. So, okay, we can make some progress there. But if that undeveloped world, the other 7 billion people say, I don't want to use 3 on average, I want to use 4. And so now we've increased consumption by 7 billion barrels a year, or about 20 million barrels per day. So now all of a sudden I've gone from 103 to 110, even with very rapid and very pronounced reductions in what I'll call sort of the developed part of the world. Mm-hmm. But now you say, maybe they don't want to go to 4, maybe they want to go to 5, 6, 7, and you can start to all of a sudden build a picture that says, you know, oil is something that's going to be needed by the planet for a long time. And I'd say a lot of other places in the world think about energy a little different than we do because of where they are. On their hierarchy of needs, they're just at a different place. And it's things like food and healthcare and energy supply. And I think in some ways, you know, we have in the Western world and in parts of Asia like Japan and Korea, the luxury of being able to not one, just want that and to be a little bit higher up on that hierarchy of needs, but two, the ability to pay for it as well. Mm-hmm. So I think, I think you know, oil is something that will be consumed and needed for a long time, and we want to be a small part of that solution.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Zanab?
Sure. I have a couple of slides, so I'll stand out. So for those of you that are not familiar with Halliburton, we are an oil and gas services organization in around 70 countries, providing services to operators specifically on the upstream side on drilling and production. So I wanted to first kind of touch upon what's really in a barrel, right? Oil and gas produces thousands of products that we touch every day in our lives, spanning across multiple different industries, from your traditional consumer products to very critical industrial applications. So talk about fuels, fertilizer, textiles, agriculture, the list goes on. Majority of the oil today, nearly 80%, more than 80%, is utilized as a fuel source in some way. 10% of that is in the petrochemicals. And so as we move forward, as Shane highlighted, the requirement and the demand for oil is continuing to grow. It's going to play a critical role in the energy system of the future, but that distribution, fuel versus some of the petrochemicals, is going to shift over time. Petrochemicals are increasing at around 3 to 4% per year. Petrochemicals today are used for synthetic materials, plastics, automotives, and so on. But even if we look at whether we call it energy transition, addition, diversification, pick your word, even for renewable energy sources, for example, for wind turbines, solar panels, petrochemicals are a crucial feedstock. Even for EVs, for example, for the structure of EVs, for batteries, it's still a crucial feedstock. So even moving forward, oil will play a huge contribution to both the consumer products and the industrial applications. And so there's a lot of uncertainty around what the future is going to look like, but in some projections, IEA projections, for example, the overall contribution of petrochemicals is going to be around 30% of the growth in oil is going to come from petrochemicals by 2030, and 50% of the growth in oil is going to come from petrochemicals by 2050. So petrochemicals is going to play a huge role as the overall population increases and the consumption of a lot of these products that we are utilizing on an everyday basis increases. So that is the first trend that we see. If you look at the overall energy consumption, it's increasing at around 2% globally year on year. It changes by region, but on average, it's 2% year on year. And even today, oil is the major contributor of energy sources, representing around more than 30% today. And so what I have on the right-hand side at the bottom is a map where you see orange or dark orange. In majority of these countries, you see that oil is the largest source of energy, more than 30 or more than 40%. In certain countries, more than 80%. There is in gray is areas that data is not collected. Where data is collected, it's quite obvious that oil is a major energy source. On the left-hand side, so we have a lot of investments and a lot of ramp up in renewable energy sources. 30% of your electricity comes from renewable energy sources. Majority of that is hydropower and nuclear. 10% of that is actually wind and solar, but wind and solar is growing at quite a fast pace. However, despite all of these investments and deployments, you don't really see a major change in the percentage contribution that is coming from your fossil fuels, coal, oil, and gas. And the reason for that is, overall, the energy acceleration is happening at a much, much faster pace. The energy demand is continuing to grow, and the requirement, as Caroline mentioned in the previous panel, there is a requirement of a sustainable, resilient, firm source of power, and conventional energy sources provide that. The other aspect is, if we look at majority of the variable renewable energy sources, which is typically your wind and solar, they're targeting the power sector. And the power sector represents 18% of the total energy consumption. The other two sectors, which represent 82% of total energy consumption, are still heavily reliant on fossil fuels, more than 95%, which is your thermal, so industrial heating and cooling, and your transportation sector. So the key point here is that looking at the different energy sources, they're optimized for particular aspects of the energy industry. So not everything can be applied everywhere. But the bottom line is that energy demand is going to continue to grow. And specifically, as we mentioned, there are certain countries like developed nations with a certain consumption that might stay consistent or might reduce because of efficiency aspects. But if we look at developing nations like India and China and others, they are growing at an exponential phase. Their growth rate is much higher than the 2% average of the global world. And so I would like to touch upon 4 major industries that are pillars to the progress and modernization of the human civilization. And these 4 pillars are going to continue to be reliant on fossil fuels as either a feedstock or as an energy source. So if we look at ammonia, we would not be able to feed half the planet if we did not have ammonia fertilizer in place. Plastics, oil is a direct feedstock in plastics. And if we look at, for example, the medical industry, one of the most critical industries, 80% of equipment, pharmaceuticals are produced from oil feedstocks. And steel and cement, oil is a major contributor as a fuel source. Even if we were to ramp up renewables, to give an example, if we had a windmill utilizes 900 tons of steel and 2,500 tons of cement. So even the new energy sources are highly reliant on fossil fuels. And these pillars will continue to be a critical factor as we move to the next phase of progress. So Shane talked a little bit about the global map and energy consumption. The amount of megacities are defined as those cities with more than 10 million people, are growing exponentially over time. Since 2007, more than 50% of the population is living in these megacities. And by 2050, it's expected that 2/3 of the population is going to be living in megacities. That impacts the energy systems that provides the electricity, the energy sources for these megacities. They have to be more centralized, more resilient, more firm, and there will be aspects of distributed energy resources, but megacities at the moment are highly reliant on centralized energy resources, which are tied to your conventional fossil fuels and some aspects of nuclear. And if we look at the population growth, the amount of time it is taking to reach the next billion people is reducing. The first 1 to 2 billion was 130 years. Now, in the next 13 years, we will add another 1 billion people. And so if we look at the overall energy consumption of the advanced world, as Shane mentioned, only 1 billion people are using 13 barrels per day. Sorry, 13 barrels. If we look at the rest of the 7 billion people, they're using 3 barrels. So if we had social equality around the world, and let's say if everybody was using 10 barrels, then the overall demand or the total addressable market for oil would go from 103 barrels, which was the production in 2023, to 250 barrels of million barrels of total addressable market. So a huge shift, and that shift will come with the increasing energy consumption of the developing and underdeveloped nations. The other aspect that is causing, from my standpoint, is going to cause a major change in energy demand is the ramp up of AI technologies. We talked about digitization, AI, ML, and robotics, and those types of technologies coming through. These technologies consume a lot of energy. So I created this image in OpenAI for the younger folks, they'll be familiar with it. Creating an image like this utilizes, with all the iterations, the same amount of energy as your cell phone, your smart cell phone charge from 0 to 100%. So you can imagine that we are in very nascent stages today. As AI ramps up at an industrial scale and at consumer scale, it will become one of the largest sources of energy consumption. And we're seeing in the US that every month there's around 2 to 3 data centers that are coming online. And so right now that's around 5% of total energy consumption. It's expected to go to 20% of energy consumption. And something to think about for the audience is, where is that energy going to come from? Because it has to be a reliable source of energy. And so in conclusion, where I see all of this is going is we're going to have a convergence of the different energy resources, of the different usage, AI ramping up, the overall development of the current underdeveloped and developing nations continuing to progress. And this convergence is very similar to the Industrial Revolution, when we had that progress happen because of the advancements and convergence of the energy systems, the technological advancements, communication systems, transportation systems, all coming together for progress. So that convergence is going to happen. And for that convergence to happen, you need all sources of energy that Caroline highlighted in the previous panel as well. And so the first and the low-hanging fruit is industrial decarbonization of these heavy sectors. That is going to play a major role through CCUS types of activities. At the same time, ramping up on renewable energy sources for particular use cases, as well as low carbon sources and new innovations that don't even exist today. We continue to work on those innovations. And for that to happen, collaboration is key. When the shale revolution happened, it wasn't one company, it wasn't one industry, it was the Department of Energy, it was the industry, the companies, and academic institutions like Rice University, where we're sitting today, all coming together to work on energy security. And for that to happen, for energy security, environmental security, economic security, that industry collaboration is key to accelerate the innovation and maintain that US leadership in the next era. So with that, I'll close out and look forward to the discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sean.
Thanks, Mark. I want to echo Shane's comments. Thank you for having us here. Appreciate all the work that the Baker Institute does. So Phillips 66 is an integrated downstream company. It's really a peer of one. We're the only company that has everything below the upstream where Shane operates in Coterra. We've got midstream, we've got processing infrastructure, we've got refining assets, we have chemical assets. So everything that takes that feedstock and brings it to those end user products, whether it's transportation fuels, petrochemicals, natural gas liquids, things for residential, commercial, like propane, which improves quality of life, and all those things. Phillips is also one of the only 4 companies in North America that has the ability to export LPGs or liquefied petroleum gases to the rest of the world. And there's significant growth in LPG demand in the rest of the world to achieve this energy equality that we've touched on already. Within Phillips, one of the things that we've looked at and that we've endeavored to do in terms of being part of the evolution of energy and how it's used is, how best can we optimize and utilize our assets to affect that scenario? So we recently opened Rodeo Renewed Energy Complex, which was a refinery in San Francisco. It's now a 50,000 barrel a day refinery that can access low CI and high CI, that's carbon intensity feedstocks. So we have a lot of optionality in terms of our feedstocks, but we can also produce renewable diesel and sustainable aviation fuels. At 50,000 barrels a day, we're one of the largest in North America that can do that, and it provides that scale and optionality is tremendous. One of the other things that we're doing and have been doing is we've got a refinery in the UK, which is the Humber refinery, and a refinery at Lake Charles, Louisiana, which produces petroleum high-grade coke. That coke is what's used for lithium-ion batteries, for EVs, for cell phones, to create all of those anodes. And so the way that we've looked at our role in terms of this evolution is obviously to try to do things more efficiently, more environmentally friendly. But how can we utilize our existing assets such that we can attain a much more competitive cost structure relative to one of the significant challenges with this energy transition, or evolution, if you will, is the high upfront cost. So for example, the cost for Rodeo Renewed to be converted was about $1.60 a barrel versus a greenfield project which is close to $4. So when subsidies collapse and the things like that nature, we're still able to make money in that asset relative to some of your peers that are more heavily reliant on subsidies and the like. I think that there's been a lot of conversation about the future of hydrocarbon demand, liquids demand. I will tell you that I do not ascribe to the fact that we're going to hit peak oil demand in the next 5 years. I think that we're looking at something in the mid-2030s. There is a significant counterbalance relative to what's going on in the rest of the world, that 7 billion people that we've touched on, that do not have the resources that we do. We have not seen a significant reduction in hydrocarbon or liquids usage in the Lucky 1 Billion Club, which is the OECD, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. And that, as long as we've got this stasis, if you will, in the developed world, that demand growth, which is absolutely coming in the developing world, is going to continue to push that demand curve higher. Just a quick anecdote to the fact that the developing world wants what we have in this environment. Automobile sales in India last month were the same as a year ago. Motor gasoline demand was 9% higher. The reason why is because the breakdown of those automobile sales was significantly skewed towards SUVs, right? So as GDP grows in these emerging economies, there is a direct correlation to GDP and to energy usage. You've never seen a country that has a high human development index that doesn't use a significant amount of hydrocarbons or energy. We think that that's going to continue, and that's going to drive a lot of the evolution going forward. A lot of the forecasts or strategies that Shane highlighted that talk about net zero and the like, it's not to say that they're not constructive from an aspirational perspective, but there are a lot of pragmatic things that are not incorporated in these. So when you hear about them, you should think about the fact that they don't incorporate things like tariffs. They don't incorporate things like infrastructure. They don't incorporate things like return on invested capital. And so that makes it very challenging for a lot of these scenarios or strategies to ultimately come to pass. I think where we are today in this conversation is a very healthy point of bringing everyone together to figure out how do we do this in the most economic, efficient, and reliable way so that we can get energy equality, we can get energy affordability, we can get energy reliability to everybody in a thoughtful manner without trying to vilify one side versus the other. And I think that that's going to be critically important on a go-forward basis. And Shane, and you've had on a lot of the other key points, so I'll turn it back to you, Mark.
All right, great, thank you. Felipe.
So the trouble with going last is that most of the statistics that I could cite have already been cited. So what I'll say is I work with S&P Global. If you've not heard of them, but you maybe have money invested in public markets or publicly traded funds, S&P 500, that's one of our financial services. We also operate across a number of other industries, the energy industry being one of those, right? So I'm part of what we call our Commodity Insights organization. We have a group of over 1,000 analysts all over the world that look at everything from the very upstream segment of the petrochemical industry or the energy industry all the way to the very downstream sector, going even into transportation. So we have access to vehicle registration because we happen to also own Carfax. So if you've ever bought a used vehicle and you've looked up the history of that vehicle, it's come from us, right? So what that also means is that we have a lot of very detailed information on the types of vehicles that people buy, the types of vehicles that are still on the road today, and how much those vehicles are serviced and utilized. And so when we think about the future of energy demand, not just in the United States, but more broadly around the world, we have a pretty comprehensive view, right? Because we have so many different experts from the entirety of that energy value chain. I think what I really enjoy about my job is that I kind of sit on the sidelines, and having come from a large integrated oil company in the past as an engineer, I've lived through that and learned a lot through it, but now my role is looking at what these guys are doing and kind of piecing it all together, right? So my client portfolio spans from the largest global automotive manufacturers to the largest global energy providers. And with that comes the ability to hear different points of view. And Sean will be the first to tell you here on the stage that he thinks our electric vehicle outlooks are too high. But at the same time, our automotive clients say that they're probably not high enough, right? The automotive industry has always been a highly regulated industry. And so this notion of free will that we think we have when we go out to purchase a car is really clouded by the fact that automotive manufacturers are only able to sell to you what they can legally, right? And so as those policies and regulatory requirements change going into the future, it's going to alter the energy intensity of the vehicle fleet. And we have discussions about to what extent that is going to be altered looking ahead into the future. But I think one thing we can all agree on is that the energy intensity of the vehicle fleet is plateaued, and it is improving, right? We are seeing trends like increasingly larger vehicles that consume more fuel on average, but the vehicles that they're replacing, because they're usually so old, were less efficient. And so the overall efficiency of the fleet continues to improve. So with that, I'm going to pause here because I really would like for us to get into the Q&A portion of this, because I really like the idea of us exchanging some thoughts here.
Love to hear it. Okay, well, thank you all for the introductory comments. We've gotten some questions beginning to roll in, and I think one of the points I'd love to start with is, in a lot of these kind of transitional scenarios, and a couple of you have already addressed this idea, the concept is, well, transportation could plateau or begin to decline. Petrochemicals demand remains relatively robust. My question is, how is, if with that kind of shifting demand profile, how do both U.S. producers and refiners stand to compete? I mean, it's one thing to say, we're looking at the outputs of the system from the refining system, but also I think one of the questions is what are the right feedstocks as well? And so, since we've got people from across the value chain, I'd love to hear your perspectives on how are U.S. producers and refiners positioned to compete if we believe that the world will begin to shift in that direction.
So I'll kick off. I think that one of the things that the U.S. has going for it, U.S. Producers and U.S. chemical manufacturers, U.S. Refiners has going for it is, if you look back to 2012, nearly 100% of global supply growth for crude oil, natural gas, and natural gas liquids has come from the U.S. And it's primarily come from the Permian Basin. So U.S. shale has been amazing in terms of changing how the U.S. fits in that global demographic. When I started my career a long time ago, U.S. ethane was not cost competitive relative to foreign sources of ethane for petrochemical manufacturers. We are literally battling back and forth with Middle Eastern ethane in terms of the lowest cost feedstock for petrochemical manufacturing on a go-forward basis. And so when you think about the US Gulf Coast and you think about the build-outs that are going on the Gulf Coast, Phillips 66 has a joint venture called CP Chem, which is a chemical joint venture with Chevron. We're building a world-scale ethylene facility on the Gulf Coast because we have access to very low-cost ethane. The other place globally, the other place in the world that we're building a cracker is in gutter, right? For that very same reason. So I think that what's important about how U.S. industry fits into the global ecosystem is really about how are you cost competitive. With this business, with the energy business, you've got to be the low cost producer. And so if you've got the lowest cost feedstock and you've got optionality in terms of the feedstocks that you're using, that is going to put you at a much more competitive advantage relative to other parts of the global refining and petrochemical complex. If you look at the US versus the European petrochemical and refining complex, with respect to refining, the US complex has about a $4 a barrel advantage because of our natural gas price relative to theirs. And so there will be some sort of rationalization in the market, and it's going to be the low cost providers that ultimately win, but you've got to be able to take that barrel and utilize it to produce the things that people want. So for example, if gasoline demand is declining, which everybody agrees it is because the efficiencies that Felipe mentioned are absolutely there. Vehicle miles traveled this year in the US were record levels, but gasoline demand was flat relative to the last 3 years. So when you think about that, what do you need to do? Well, I need to produce more diesel, okay? Because diesel is a much harder fuel to transition away in terms of electricity. You can use renewable diesel, but then there's feedstock challenges and the like. So, and diesel demand is expected to grow as long as manufacturing indices start to improve globally, which we think that they will going into next year. But then you've got jet fuel. So how can you utilize that barrel? How can you take catalysts? How can you take the intelligence that's in this industry? And
absolutely. I think the U.S. is very well poised to remain competitive as we move into the future. In adding to some of the comments already made, U.S. has a lot of flexibility to shale. U.S. shale has a lot of flexibility to ramp up and down as the demand shifts. So that flexibility is important. In terms of cost competitiveness, I mean, when the shale revolution happened between 2006 and 2020, the industry came together and institutes came together. We reduced the cost from more than $100 per barrel to less than $40 per barrel. We went from 5 million barrels to 10 million barrels, all in a span of 6 years, and becoming an exporter from being a net importer. And so I think that cost competitiveness, a lot of that is going to come from some of the new innovations that happened at institutions like this. And on the petrochemical side, I think U.S. is very well positioned because U.S. is light crude, specifically light and sweet crude from the Permian. It has low sulfur content, so refining is cheaper and also much easier in comparison to some of the higher end crudes. At the same time, if we look at these lighter components, if you're looking at naphtha or gasoline and other products, these lighter components, there's a lot more of that, which are chemical feedstocks for the petrochemicals. And finally, I think if we look at the Gulf Coast, the refining capacity that U.S. is building is becoming increasingly configured to these lighter crudes. So that provides that competitiveness across the value chain from the initial exploration and production all the way to refinement and export of those materials.
Yeah. Well, at the risk of talking about autos in front of the auto expert here, I'll give it a quick go here. But listen, you know, as I go back again to a global perspective on this, and I say, as we sit here today, in the world, in terms of lightweight vehicles, there's roughly 1.3 billion vehicles on the road for personal use that are out there. So that doesn't include some of the heavier things that are out there. In the U.S., we're about 0.7 vehicles per person. Now, obviously, not everybody can drive, but we're about 0.7. If you look at the rest of the world, you go to a place like China, and you talk about the 10 billion person cities, they've gone from 2 to 10 in the last 20 years, and it'll continue to go up from there. If you look at it, they're 0.2 vehicles per individual in China. Now you go to India and Africa, you know, you're less than 0.1 vehicle. And I think, you know, the estimates I've seen is the number of vehicles on the road by 2050 will be up by about 1 billion. So to 2.2, 2.3 billion vehicles on the road. And I continue to believe that the vast majority of those will continue to be ICE vehicles.
So we're about 1.5 billion. it's growing quickly, right? As you said, most of the growth is coming from China and it's coming from India. China today is the largest new vehicle market in the world, right? So they're moving about 10 million extra units per year than the United States. The United States sells between 15 and 16 million units per year. In Europe's about a million or so higher than that, but they're struggling to recover post-pandemic. Half of all new vehicle sales in China today are already electric. When you look at their existing vehicle fleet, 10% of it has already converted to full electric. Change is happening very quickly in China. When we talk about what's happening in markets or economies that are still developing, the Chinese are beginning to, for the first time, allow first-time car buyers the opportunity to consider even the purchase of an alternative technology vehicle. I've just spent a few weeks traveling throughout Latin America and was amazed at the number of Chinese vehicles that are being imported from China. And talking to our internal automotive experts, I then learned that they're actually beginning manufacturing there. And so in Brazil this year, BYD is opening up a factory with the goal of selling 100,000 battery electric vehicles in the Brazilian market. The overall market down there is already at 5 to 6% of new sales being battery electric and plug-in hybrid electric. And we are seeing economies that we previously did not expect to electrify their vehicle fleet anytime soon, beginning to do that, right? You look at Africa, there are certain countries within the continent that are already putting into place the ban of internal combustion engine vehicles, right? And so I think my experience is a little bit different in looking at this since I get to talk to folks from both sides of the aisle. But what I will say is that the US stands at an island right now when you think about the diversification of the vehicle fleet. Europe is at about 20 or so % of new vehicle sales already being, on an average basis or aggregate basis, battery electric or plug-in hybrid electric. The US is at barely 10%, right? And just 1% of the total 270 million light vehicles that exist or currently driving around in the US today are already electrified, right? Hybrids is about another 3 or so % because Toyota's been at it since the mid-90s. And so they've had a lot more time to transition away from pure internal combustion engine vehicles. But what we're seeing is that the vehicle fleet is rapidly changing, right? Even if they don't all get converted to full electric, we do think that at least a lot of them are going to be hybridized within the next 5 to 10 years.
I might just follow on to that, because I think what's important here is when we're talking about electric vehicles, we're talking about traditional ICE vehicles, and the reality is we're talking about significant demand growth globally for energy. So when you look at this mosaic, it really is an all of the above type approach to meet future demand growth. In the US, electricity demand, energy demand is supposed to grow, close to 30% over the next 15, 18 years. Electricity demand in the US has been flat for the last 25, right? When you look at the demand growth that's coming out of the emerging economies, it's not a this or that. It's going to be a function of, how do we most effectively get the assets to the systems and the markets where they need it, so that everybody can get the reliability or the access that they ultimately deserve. And to Felipe's point, China went through a dramatic S-curve with respect to crude oil demand between 2000 and 2020. India is about 15 years behind China if you were to chart out the demand curve. But India's curve is lower. It's not going up as aggressively as China's did. Why? Because of the electrification, because of efficiencies. But then you've got Africa, which is another 15 to 18 years behind India, and Nigeria by 2100 is going to be the largest country in the world. So I think what's important to take away here, is we really need all of it. And growth rates may change with respect to hydrocarbons and slow down, but that doesn't mean that they're going away.
Over the course of the last day and a half, we've had some conversations around, kind of almost like different sectors and modes. And so there have been conversations around the role of plastics, for example, in the healthcare system, and around the prospect for alternatives to come into other modes of transport like ammonia or electrification, LNG, et cetera. I'd be interested in the panel's views on both how you see the potential threats to oil demand where it is today, but also potential new uses for oil. For example, I know that some of the Middle Eastern NOCs are focusing on potential use of oil products in building materials, for example. And so, so I guess the question is, threats to oil where it is today, but also potential new venues for oil to compete and open up new markets.
How about I start with threats, since I bring an unfavorable view to the industry. So today, battery electric vehicles already displace, just in the United States, about 200 or so thousand barrels a day of gasoline and diesel. To put together or to rather put into context, the light vehicle fleet, right, so 270 million vehicles, those are passenger cars and light commercial vehicles, so delivery vans and somewhat like box type trucks. They make up about 54 to 56% of gasoline and diesel demand, right? And if you add medium and heavy duty, it's closer to 75, 80%. But just focusing on the light vehicle sector, our base case forecast estimates that by the year 2050, we'll grow from the 10% of battery electric and plug-in hybrid electric vehicle sales that we're at today to about 3/4 of all new all new vehicle sales being of battery electric or plug-in hybrid electric vehicles. Fuel cells not going to really take off. We haven't seen a lot of success in the light vehicle space. But when you consider what we're seeing today, that the population is continuing to grow, and again, just focusing on the United States, the number of vehicle miles driven for the American fleet is expected to continue to grow, but because of efficiency gains and increasing percentage of these vehicles that don't consume traditional fossil fuels, we think that by 2050 we'll displace between 4 and 5 million barrels a day of gasoline and diesel just from the light vehicle fleet, right? So not an insignificant number.
In the US? Or
just in the US.
US.
On a global basis, it's a lot higher. But just focusing on the US, that's a pretty significant number, right? So today we're at 8.5 million barrels a day of gasoline and diesel demand for the light vehicle fleet. So that takes you all the way down to somewhere between 2 and 3 million barrels per day by 2050. And that is a significant reduction. And so that's a potentially significant occurrence, I think, for the industry. It's a huge threat. But I think also it's something that could even exacerbate this further are the resolution of the various geopolitical tensions that exist today. When you think about how much the Japanese automotive industry changed the vehicle fleet in the United States in the late 70s and early 80s, right? The American automotive manufacturers at the time lobbied Congress to impose some sort of import ban or tariff on the importation of these Japanese-made vehicles that were less expensive and generally smaller and more efficient, but also more reliable, right? So that's where that reputation for Japanese vehicles comes from and has lasted through the decades. And they were successful, right? So then you had import tariffs that were placed on Japanese-made vehicles. And so the Japanese decided to instead bring manufacturing to the United States. And so today, they make up about 70% of all new vehicle sales in the United States, just the Japanese automotive industry. That's significant. The Chinese automotive manufacturers today have surpassed the Japanese as the largest light vehicle exporters in the world. And guess what? Most of their vehicles today are electric, and that's what they're wanting to export to other parts of the world. And so when you think about why there is this 100% tariff that's been placed on the importation of battery electric vehicles that are made in China for the United States, and as of a couple weeks ago, Canada, that's why. The Chinese are sitting on the sideline. They are waiting for the opportunity to enter the North American market, not just the United States, but also Canada and Mexico and the rest of Latin America, right? And so they're waiting for that opportunity. And so when we think about this tension that exists between the US and China, the resolution of that eventually is going to potentially determine whether or not Chinese-made vehicles are able to be brought to the United States, which could accelerate the adoption of battery electric vehicles because the Chinese have a huge cost advantage when you think about the price of the batteries that they're sourcing for their vehicles because their value chain is so well integrated. And so that is potentially another huge threat for the industry.
So I think that what's important when we talk about electrification as the death knell for hydrocarbons, it's important to consider, I think, a couple of factors. One, the U.S. is the driver, no pun intended, of global gasoline demand. We consume 8.5 million barrels a day. We are the story in terms of what's going to happen with gasoline demand. If you think about the EV demographic, the average EV in the U.S. is about $55,000 a car. Okay, that's a luxury vehicle. 1 in 50 households in North America makes more than $250,000 a year. That's about 2.7 million households. There's about 2.7 million EVs on the road. Okay, EVs are second and third cars as a general rule. I went running in my neighborhood this morning. There was an EV parked next to a Range Rover, parked next to a Suburban, right?
I'm just impressed that your knees can handle running. I've gotten past that.
I didn't say I was running fast. But the other look, and I think Felipe's point is spot on, right? The challenge with adoption for electric vehicles in the U.S. is cost. They're not competitive at the lower ranges. But the other issue, and we're seeing this come to fruition, and it's going to take time. Think about mass scale EV adoption in the U.S. started in 2020, for the most part. We're 4 years into this, okay? We are seeing EV sales growth of starting to flatline. I think it's up about 8% year on year, relative to forecasts close to 15%. Next year, some forecasts close to 30% growth off of a higher base. What's causing that? There's concern about charging infrastructure. There's concern about range anxiety. There's also things like total cost of ownership. When people bought EVs, they bought EVs because it was cheaper to plug in your car than it was to fill up your car with gasoline. We've got a refinery manager in LA that drives a hybrid vehicle. He could plug it in, but he fills it up with gas, right? And so when you think about the cost of insurance, when you think about registration fees, when you think about resale of electric vehicles, these are very important things that go into the psyche of what does that turnover of that fleet look like. I made this joke, and it's not meant to be too tongue-in-cheek, but if I gave you a 7-year-old iPad, would you want it? No, you're not going to want a 7-year-old iPad with wheels, right? So there is going to be a proving in terms of how quickly this adoption curve comes to pass, and the reality of all of it is we just don't know. And if we really wanted to have net zero in the U.S., we wouldn't have tariffs on Chinese electric vehicles that have a 1,000-kilometer range, right? And so but we're concerned about the domestic manufacturers and infrastructure. And then the last point, coming back to your question, I think, was around what happens to the barrel of crude oil. Everything in this room, everything you touch, everything you use, in one form or fashion, comes from a hydrocarbon and in the form of plastics, right? Everything, plastics, fertilizers, every single thing. And so if you want healthcare, if you want packaged foods, if you want to sit on chairs, if you want to watch TV, if you want to play on your iPhone, it all comes from hydrocarbons. So what will happen is, yes, gasoline will become a lost product in terms of, a loss leader in terms of that barrel. But who's going to pay for that? The petrochemical facilities, so that there's a rate of return for the producers to go out and drill the well so that we can continue to have all the modern accoutrements that we're used to.
Yeah, well, look, I'll just tell you, I'm not going to bet against Sean and his industry. It reminds me of something I read years ago about the early days of the industry. And, lighting in homes in the late 1800s was generally whale oil and other forms. And lo and behold, the ability to pull kerosene out of a barrel of oil was the original Save the Whales. I'd love to have one of those old T-shirts from 1880 of Save the Whales with kerosene. But ultimately, that got relatively, 3-4 decades later, replaced with electricity for lighting in homes. And so, was that the death knell of the barrel at that point? No, they had another waste product that they were actually dumping into rivers that we later on called gasoline, that switched into the automotive, a very quickly growing automotive industry. So, that as a historical background, and some of the things that Sean said, I'm not going to bet against their business, is being able to innovate what happens to the slate going forward.
Yeah, there's a couple of points. So I think the EV adoption, people have different reasons for EV adoption, right? Some are tied to some are technologists, so that's why they're adopting EVs, others from an environmental standpoint. But if we look at from an environmental standpoint, the carbon footprint of an EV versus an ICE, it's important to understand but if an EV is driven 50,000 miles versus an ICE, that's when it reaches the same, an ICE is driven 50,000 miles, it reaches the same carbon footprint as an EV. And that is tied to the materials that go into an EV, all of the critical materials, the critical minerals, and the materials of construction of EVs. On the batteries, there's a mile of copper that goes into an EV versus a traditional ICE. So the carbon footprint is a one consideration. At the same time, you asked about where some of the growth is going to happen from an oil standpoint. Petrochemicals, I already talked about, but at the same time, the carbon capture, utilization, and storage is an area of major growth. If we look at this point, we capture around 45 million tons of CO2 today. The target is to go to 5 gigatons. And the CO2 that is captured is going to be a key material that goes into sustainable aviation fuels, that goes into low carbon cement or materials of construction. And so if you have a loop that we can create around this major industrial decarbonization, capturing that carbon, then even from an environmental standpoint, a lot of your conventional energy sources become quite attractive. And we release around 35 to 40 gigatons, but the Earth, the atmosphere, it absorbs more than 80% of that, right? 35 or so gigatons is absorbed by the oceans and the Earth, and that is converted into alternative materials naturally. And so 5 gigatons is that target that can go into some of these new materials around low sustainable aviation fuels, low carbon materials, as well as some of the materials of construction. So those are going to be some of the alternative areas that traditionally fossil fuels are going to contribute to through these carbon capture. And in terms of outside of transportation, I agree with the electrification piece, but if you look at globally, 2023 was the highest target for coal consumption, right? The higher consumption of coal was in 2023. And we talk about, coal was even before oil and gas came into the picture. So you have to look at that entire energy system holistically, and that's why I talked about, the industrial decarbonization is as important, and from our standpoint, will have a bigger impact on both meeting the energy demands of the future, as well as decarbonization of the environmental systems as well.
Great. Well, thank you all, and we're at our time, so let me just wrap up quickly. If you came here looking to get an answer to the question about the future of oil, as you can see, you're disappointed. There's no agreement on here. I mean, some of the things I wrote down were, nobody knows. It's important to approach these conversations with some humility. I mean, it certainly is true that once upon a time, a former Saudi oil minister noted that something to the effect of, the Stone Age didn't end because the world ran out of stones. The age of oil, the end of the era of hydrocarbon man, when or if it comes, won't come because we run out. It's because we find something better to go to. But I think one of the things I've heard in this panel is don't expect it soon. In fact, the U.S. Energy Department does a long-term outlook for the U.S. every year. In every single one of their scenarios, oil remains the dominant fuel in the U.S. economy through at least 2030. And so, given its ongoing importance, I think one of my conclusions is that oil needs continued investment and continued policy attention. It's certainly the case that no politician who's seen as failing to deliver affordable, secure, reliable fuel today will stay in office long enough to deal with the challenge of sustainability and climate. We've talked about all the challenges that we face. We talked about, the transition and sustainability, but also you heard the themes here today about affordability, sustainability, energy security, equity, north and south, by the way, and within our country as well. One thing we have come to count on over the last 150 years is the resilience and creativity of the men and women who bring this industry to us to the tune of 103 million barrels a day. That suggests to me that whatever the challenges are, if we can get ourselves organized to face them, we have the capacity to do so. There have been a lot of references over the course of the last day and a half to chickens and eggs, as we try to think about how to change this system. I think, to me, one of the things that's clear is if we chicken out in facing these challenges, we're going to lay an egg for our kids. So let's not do that. And have lunch. We'll be back for the next panel at 1:15. Please join me in thanking our panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
So, welcome everybody to the post-lunch reinvigorating discussion of the thing that you cannot live without except apparently lunch, and that's materials. We are the materials people. Everything that we've talked about at the summit so far cannot be done without these building blocks. And every year at the summit, we've made that observation, and so this year we finally, have a panel to start actually laying it out. I want to welcome my 5 colleagues here, Doug Moorhead of Engie, Nicholas Lugansky of SLB, Mark Cutler over there, Geolith, Brian Hassan at DexMat, and Rebecca Seidel, our BakerBot's partner in charge of this adventure. I want to just set the stage really quickly for discussion, because this panel is, once we all got organized, is really going to be about disruptions. Whether it's new battery designs and chemistries, how to solve problems of long duration storage, new ways of extracting lithium. People have always asked me, what's the shale equivalent on the minerals and metal side? I think what you guys are working on is probably as close to an example as we can get. Advanced materials, which we're working on here at Rice University. Those of you who stopped at the DexMat demo out in the foyer, this is really cool stuff, so we're going to get a chance to talk about that and what it can do. And then from Rebecca, all of the attorney cautions with regard to risk and diligence, transactions, capital, and so on. So just a few thoughts. In the earlier panel, there was an observation made about the importance of hydrocarbons. When you look at the world of commodities, which I do all day, every day, hydrocarbons are by far the largest bucket. And one of the things that we've done successfully over the past decades is to displace metals with plastics. So if you drive around in an electric vehicle, a battery electric vehicle in particular, I like to say it's plastic with some metal, because by content, that's really what you're operating. And that bears some thought in terms of how we do things, where materials are going to come from in the future, what we could do, and so on. When it comes to metals themselves, and what I'm going to do is check the box on work we're doing here at the Center for Energy Studies on the traditional metals markets real quick, because we're going to be moving on to other things. But I want to share some insights from a good colleague and friend, Mark Kudufani, who's the retired CEO from Anglo American, and is doing really interesting duty right now at Total for another friend over there, Patrick Pouyanné, who's the CEO, who wanted cross-fertilization between mining and oil and gas to try to solve some very particular problems on the oil and gas side. Mark likes to say mining is a materials business, and he's right. And one of the things that needs to happen is a closer alignment between the providers of those materials and the customers. And that is slow to develop, but one that we hope will happen. He also likes to talk a lot about the importance of mining and materials in general to nation building, and it's really true. And as we go forward with all of the things that everybody is working on, that's a thought in the forefront. How do we make sure that we're doing this for the good of societies everywhere? What are the options? What are the choices for getting that accomplished? I think everybody's pretty much got something to say, that relates to that. As to the setting and our work, and Kevin, are we live on the screen? If he can hear me, How do I make this? There we are. So in this crowded slide of pies, in case you didn't have pie for lunch, I don't know what was dessert, all you need to really look at are the light-colored slices. So on the left, those are our world market shares currently, 2022, the lightest color. On the right of each column are China's. Now this is not too big to start a conversation with regard to China. I've got some things to say about that, but this is our situation as we stand in the United States. 4 clusters of metals that I and some very close colleagues at Missouri Science and Tech care a lot about, because a lot of stuff comes from these metals. So out of copper, we get a lot of other stuff like tellurium and indium and other things that are very, very useful. Copper, we can extract silver, gold, cobalt in our copper ores. The aluminum value chain is crucial for an element that's been in the news, which is gallium. So in terms of overt things that involve Chinese production and control of minerals, the situation with gallium, germanium, of course you probably have heard about rare earths, that's the one that everybody always hears about, and then most lately antimony, which comes out of both copper but also the lead-zinc ore complexes. Those are elements that are excruciatingly important to our modern devices, semiconducting materials, all of that, but for which we have very, very little control because we don't process. How did we get to this point? So this is my shock cover from my vintage copy of Business Week, December 17th, 1984, while I was still in graduate school at the Colorado School of Mines. Before 1984, a student coming out of mines could look at a U.S. mining industry for employment. Today, not so much. We've had an incredible amount of shrinkage. So the point of this is when you look at the previous dominant market shares for China versus where we are today, these things happen. It's a two-way street. China grew, very active outbound investment. We shrank by choice. We are expensive. We're not as cost competitive. New facilities opened up overseas. We couldn't really compete with that very well. We have a layer of environmental protection that we're very proud of. In fact, one of the arguments for mining in the United States are those environmental protections. One of the burdens for mining in the United States are those protections. One thing that I'll share with you all before I turn over to the panel, there's a lot in the news about permitting reform. This is a big deal. It's part of the election cycle. We're also now talking about things like mineral stockpiles and other ways of protecting producers in the United States and customers who will take these materials and put them into an array of different products. One thing about that Chinese dominance is that when they sell on the market, they can impact price, whether intentionally or not. And so we're looking at all of these things in a way that's very careful. In all of these conversations, though, we're not talking at all about how we ensure environmental protections. How do we ensure clean air, clean water, hazardous materials management in a way that is cost effective for these businesses, for the extraction of metals, for the mining operations themselves, for smelting, for refining, in order to get the materials that we need. That hasn't really been part of the conversation. So that's the setup. We are where we are on the metals front, but technology is an amazing thing in terms of moving things forward. So first to Doug, each member of the panel will take a few minutes and kind of give you a view from where they are with their businesses, what they're developing, and their thoughts on the challenges that lie ahead. And so, Angie, and batteries and energy storage.
We'll talk about it.
We'll talk about it.
Well, certainly, thanks for having me. Doug Moorhead, Chief Operating Officer of NG, our flexible generation group here in North America. Formerly, I was at Broadreach Power, where we did standalone storage, what we're doing now at NG. started the company, and NG acquired us in October of last year. You know, and like, I'm probably the one that, I'm a user of all these metals and minerals that we have. I've been around, batteries are all I've ever done. So I've been seeing several different cycles, looking at the copper that was on the screen just right there. I remember back to 2018 where, you know, copper is a big component in lithium-ion batteries. It forms the foil that goes on the anode or the negative side of the battery, right? And so anytime there's a spike in a commodity pricing, it somehow tries to get reflected into our contracts, right? And so the beauty of high prices, well, the cure for high prices always is typically that very high price, right? And so before we can even get it contracted, you know, the pricing falls down and it kind of just goes away. It makes, for infrastructure companies, like our projects take many years. You know, we buy things now, we buy transformers now 2 years out, you know, 3 years out, batteries 9 months out. We really like fixed price and a fixed schedule, right? And so anytime there's an index, we have to go back to our board and say, well, the price could go to this, you know, and there's no cap on it. The most recent one we just certainly felt was around lithium carbonate, right? When COVID hit, it spikes, you know, the legal system in China is pretty weak, and so they tear up all those contracts that, you know, that the battery suppliers have to take, you know, lithium carbonate and lithium hydroxide at a fixed price. All the suppliers say, if you want it now, it's gonna be 6 times the price or 10 times the price. And so that ended up being like, well, getting a fixed price contract in 2021, 2022 was very difficult. They wanted to do a carbonate index, they wanted to do a cobalt index, or a cobalt index for lithium, one type of battery, but, you know, copper index, aluminum index, everything was gonna be indexed, right? And so nothing really got done. You know, we didn't ever sign those contracts, you know, but fortunately, the market collapsed for carbonate, and now it's back to historical lows. We still do have some indexes. The lithium carbonate is in one of our supply contracts. So far, it's been very favorable because it has been falling down. You know, there's a benchmark, and then it goes down. So it's always kind of shaved 5 or 6% off of our pricing. And so, again, we're, you know, from our perspective, we like fixed price contracts, but we certainly are exposed to all those, the volatility of those markets.
Doug, let me just ask you a quick question, because one of the constant comments is mining for what? What metals, for what battery chemistries? So what do you see happening on that front?
Yeah, I mean, the big materials, obviously, like I said, copper on the anode side, aluminum on the cathode side. You know, graphite, carbon is the kind of the core anode material, graphite material. You hear about like silicon batteries. When they say a silicon, you know, battery, they're still talking about the anode on the side. You hear about the 2 types of lithium batteries are NMC, nickel, manganese, cobalt. You know, cobalt obviously the critical one, and then they talk about LFP, lithium iron phosphate, which is, you know, basically fertilizer with lithium in it. And so those are all, you know, out there. They will be recycled. I think, you know, we're seeing now in New York last week at Climate Week, there's a big push, right? You know, all of our batteries right now in ERCOT are very short duration, you know, a 1-hour battery. We just doubled it to a 2-hour battery, meaning that like you can either discharge the entire state of charge from full to empty in 2 hours, or you can charge it in 2 hours bidirectionally, right? There's a big play now for, as renewables grow, the penetration of solar, wind increases. There's a lot of congestion on the grid, right? And you want to shift these big bulk periods of like energy during the middle of the day where it's effectively free or negative pricing to the mornings or the evenings, right? And so a long duration storage topic, you know, meaning like technically it's like an 8-hour battery. You know, there's not a capacity market here in Texas. There is in California that pay for a 4-hour battery, but does an 8-hour battery make sense? A 10-hour battery, a 12-hour battery? There's, you know, 50-hour batteries, 100-hour batteries. I mean, there's a lot of the OEM base is making a case for that, you know, which then you start getting into, you know, new technologies, you know, vanadium batteries. You know, vanadium's a mineral that has some fluctuation to it. You know, metal air batteries, right? Very cheap batteries. Thermal batteries, sodium batteries, compressed air, you know. So I think we'll see a lot of new technologies come in, manganese oxide batteries, right? That you'll have exposure to it. You know, I think that there will be from our perspective, you know, we're very prone on recyclability, right? That's a very big piece of our CapEx budgets. We're gonna buy batteries, we're gonna use them, and then they're gonna go recycle, right? Just like lead acid batteries today, like, you know, you take your car battery in, 100% of the lead is recycled, right? 100% of it. probably 100% of the lithium be recycled, all the cobalt recycled, you know, all the aluminum, all the copper. So there is a model where this stuff goes, has a reuse in it.
So Nicholas, and let's get Kevin to project the slides, if you can hear me back there. I think that Doug kind of set you up on lithium prices. So
exactly. I think.
Is that the purple line?
that's the purple line. I think we all were watching the market, and over the last year we saw incredible volatility in the commodity markets, but especially the battery materials are the ones that had the biggest collapse. Lithium by far, over 80% collapse. You saw the same with nickel, and to some degree a few others that are the materials that are used in other industrial usage, such as aluminum, copper. They have come down, but still they are maintaining the price pretty well. And what it tells us is that we are looking at an uncertainty because the world is asking what is the new technology and how it is going to be implemented. As a result, what materials will we need to implement? Obviously, there's been a lot of talk about lithium and how lithium will play a major role in the electrification of our economies, whether it's driving EV or the energy storage that Doug just talked about. And it's true that lithium will be required. The question is, how quickly can we develop those technologies and deploy them technologies at scale so that the commodity supply-demand curves can recover and thus the pricing will recover. For users like Doug, of course, low prices are better. For the technology developers and producers, that is detrimental. You can ask why it collapsed. Is it all because supply and demand, or is it because of China trying to manipulate the market, and they do control significantly the market of lithium? Today, probably 80% of lithium carbonate and hydroxide is coming out of China. The rest is coming from a few other Asian countries, which means that they do have incredible control over pricing. And that begs the question, where can we produce lithium cheaply and how? Up to date, and this is my next slide and the last one, if you look at the little square up on the top, you see a lot of evaporation ponds. That is what is today used very commonly around the world, primarily in Chile, Argentina, US, a few other places, where you have lithium-rich brines. And then you spend anywhere from 12 to 24 months waiting, average 18 months, for the water to evaporate. And then you process that concentrate into a lithium product. We're talking evaporating water in extremely arid conditions, whether it's Chile, whether it's Argentina, or in this case, pictures from Nevada. And obviously, it creates another big question that mining has, and that is the social license. Who wants to have a big operation that depletes the water aquifers in the desert conditions around the world? And obviously you see a lot of movements now in South America and elsewhere trying to stop this kind of mining. And that's where the technology innovations come from. And technologies such as direct lithium extraction became a big discussion in the last maybe 5-10 years. And this last time I checked, there were 82 DLE technologies on the market trying to show that they have a benefit. But I think if I'm looking at what do you need to do to be competitive in the lithium production, is not just to have a direct lithium extraction. You need to have a solution that takes that lithium from its reserve, from the well, and somehow through the many steps produces this into a lithium product, whether it's a lithium chloride, which is an intermediary, but preferably in the final products, which is lithium carbonate or lithium hydroxide. So at SLB, over the last 3 years, we have invested heavily in developing a solution that takes lithium from the well. And so what you see behind me is a plant that is a fairly large plant, almost 30 containers, sea container size, that within less than a day takes lithium out of the well and creates lithium carbonate at the end of The second question is, what is the cost of production? Today's price is around $10,000 for lithium carbonate on the market. And that is historical pricing before the COVID rise and fall. I mean, we lived in the 8,000 to 12,000 range for quite a long time. And in fact, when I started in lithium, we were in the 2 to 4 back in the days. But 8 to 10 is what I think most O&Ms are used to buying that product. And yes, we're hoping that the prices will recover so more technologies can be economical. But in the short term, we need to find technologies that can compete with evaporation. And I think that is where we are targeting. We want to be in that 5,000 a ton production cost from well to product. If we're at the cost of 5,000 with all the additional overheads and transportation, then 10,000 is a profitable business. And that's why Albemarle is still in business. That's why Livent is still in business, because they are using more traditional technologies that allows them to be in that lower part of the cost curve. And if we want DLEs to be adopted and penetrate the market and convert non-sustainable to sustainable lithium production, we need to be at the same cost. There is no green premium somebody will pay for a green lithium versus non-green lithium, as with any other commodity, by the way. So if we want to compete, we need to be at the same competitive cost of production. And I think what we're trying to do in SLB is to disrupt the industry with the new technologies and the new innovations by combining multiple technologies into a one flow sheet that takes well to product in a sustainable way and an economical way and a de-risked way, because we built the biggest demonstration plant in the world today.
Let me just clarify for the audience. So when we use that abbreviation DLE, that's direct lithium extraction. So that's what we're talking about here, just for the uninitiated. And you mentioned a couple of name brands, name companies, publicly traded companies like Albemarle that have been in the business for quite a long time. One point I want to make on Nicholas's slide. So in that upper square is where you see the evaporation ponds. There's that other tiny little square there. That's your plant footprint, right?
Correct. So that's the equivalent of the commercial plant will be the smallest evaporation pond you see for the same equivalent production. And what you see on this is that this plant will return almost all the water back to the aquifer, and it will extract significantly more lithium than the evaporation ponds. Evaporation ponds extract roughly 50%, sometimes even less. These type of plants extract in the high 90s. You know, we reached 96%, and I'm sure with some evolution we can even go higher. But that is very important point, that you also maximize the extraction per every gallon of water that you bring on surface.
So let's move over to geolith. We'll keep this up here, so Kevin, don't move it. And give us, a picture of what you all are doing, how it compares, what you think your comparative advantages are.
Thanks, Michelle, and thanks, Nicholas, for the introduction to lithium. So Geolith is a lithium extraction company that was founded on extracting the lithium from geothermal wells. So typically, it was a lower concentration than what you see in salars or continental brines or even oil and gas produced water. So the founder spent a lot of time and money hiring the right Ph.D.s to develop this technology that was very efficient and very selective to only attract lithium and retain the lithium ions in the cartridges that we use. So we're able to produce lithium from concentrations as low as 6 ppm. I'm not saying that's economical for everyone. We have 5 pilot plants around the world. We're delivering one in California. We were on location yesterday. Their ppm is 30. It's a disruptive technology because they're producing this brine from some other fluid mining process, and it's a byproduct. So they're literally pumping this lithium water back down hole. So with our technology, we're able to extract that. Then we work with KBR. We signed this global alliance. So they take the lithium chloride we produce and they crystallize it and make the lithium carbonate or lithium hydroxide. So we use these cartridges we call filters, and they look like a filter, and we can extract about 3 tons a year from one of these cartridges. And it's very inexpensive from an OpEx, and your CapEx, when you look at it, it's even lower. So we're glad to have the SLB type companies there for the high concentration because it shines light on the industry, and it brings the whole lithium business into people's radar. We talk with oil and gas companies in Texas, in the Permian, where your brine concentrations, your lithium concentration, your brine tend to be lower. So they're running 20 ppm in your typical produced water there. And quite often this water is clean and it doesn't require a lot of processing. So you run it through our technology and you end up with 1,000 ppm in the eluate, maybe 1,500 ppm in the eluate. Suddenly, you've got a low-cost solution to produce lithium locally. And like SLB, we have 95% recovery rates, and all the water we pass through there is recycled back in, so there's no drawing on the aquifers or requiring fresh water on site. We get by with deionized water or just that clean water.
So since you brought that up, when we talk about direct lithium extraction, of course, everybody thinks produced water, oil and gas. So there are many ideas rolling around Texas, Houston, Oklahoma, Louisiana, Arkansas, other places for how to do this. We talked a little bit, and Rebecca, you might want to chime in on how to move this into the oil and gas space if people really wanted to. What are some of the complexities that people have to think about in terms of the minerals that are present in the produced waters and the brines?
Sure, absolutely, and this is probably also something for Nicholas and Mark as well. But I mean, Michelle, as you know, there's a variety or various state and local differences among who owns the produced water, how is the water extracted, what are the constituent minerals that are being produced, and who owns them, and then what is the royalty that the owner would be entitled to. There's not a consistent theme, and so it's creating a lot of challenges as we're trying to operate in a relatively new extraction method and under varying ownership issues.
Mm-hmm. Any other comments from you all related to that?
Yeah, I think it's important to notice that every state has a very different legal landscape today in terms of how to quantify the lithium and who owns it and how do you extract and then how do you pay royalties, as you said. So just giving you an example, we're in Nevada. You can have one landowner, you can have a different person who owns the mineral rights, then you have a different person who owns water rights, and now you need to somehow triangulate all of this so that you can develop a facility and get all the right permits. Completely different story in Arkansas, probably the most advanced state in mineral legislation because they have bromine productions there for a long time, so they know how. But again, there is a big discussion, what is the royalty regime? And it's a big legal discussion right now there. In Texas, you have, because we have completely different legislation that stems from oil and gas and produced water, and again, that needs to be now reapplied to lithium. So that creates a lot of challenges for my clients that are trying to establish operations because they need to first to understand how to establish leases, royalties, and permitting regimes so that they can then apply our technologies. Mm-hmm. And maybe just another comment, because Mark brought a lot of discussions on ppms of lithium. What we see is there are three types of deposits with lithium. There's, let's call it produced water, so the leftover of some industrial process, whether it's oil and gas or mining, that has a residual concentration of lithium, usually small numbers, like you said, 10 to 100 ppm on average, and they require very specialized technology. And I think what you guys are doing is targeting that low-end concentration. Then there's specialized reserves of basically formations, the basins like Smackover Formation and Nevada formations, and there's some in Canada. They do have much higher concentration, going from about 150 all the way to 700-800 particles per million. And then you have these super salars, which are in South America, which is primarily Argentina, Chile, and Bolivia, where you have concentrations start anywhere from 6 and they go to 3,000 plus ppm. So the solution as a result has to be slightly different for those basins, and where we see that as a result there will be technologies developed that will address the uniqueness of these reserves that we are addressing.
Okay.
Or
Great.
resources, I guess I should
But
say.
the point here is, I mean, the world is what it is when it comes to geology. What we've always done as humans is bring technology in, and that just kind of broadens the commercialization opportunities. Really, that's the way to think about it. One other real quick question for you all before moving to Brian. Energy source, because DLE is not evaporation, so you need energy to run your technologies. Quick thoughts along those lines?
Electricity, not a whole lot. Yeah.
Not a lot.
Yeah, not a lot.
Well, I
And
think
you're seeing the same in your test?
I think electricity is important, and that's why we decided not just to focus on DLE, because to me DLE is an engine, and you don't go and buy an engine, you buy a car. And so we said we need to develop an economic solution that from well to product, and then optimize the electrical usage. If we would have, at this plant, just combined the technologies off the shelf that we put together, we would have required 3 times as much of energy. We then went through 3 years process of finding how to save every degree of heat and reduce energy consumption. And then this plant is now operating at 3 times less energy usage. And that is also comes with technology. DLE is one technology, but then you need to concentrate and crystallize, right? And so concentration is actually what takes the most energy, because the lithium chloride needs to be of certain concentration before it can be crystallized into the powder that lithium carbonate is. And that is where a lot of technology innovations are happening as well. So we talk always DLE, but we shouldn't forget about the whole purification and concentration part, which is critical to deployment of these technologies in the future.
Excellent. All right. All those other metals, aluminum, copper, steel, and all of the dilemmas associated with that. In the previous panel, Mark Finley's panel, a comment was made about a mile of copper in a typical electric vehicle. We've looked at a lot of numbers like that. Electrification means metal, but we could do something else.
Yeah, it doesn't have to. It only does if you self-impose those constraints. Yeah, so Michelle, as you pointed out before, right, we tend to focus on the energy side of the energy transition, but energy and materials are inextricably tied up together. It takes materials to produce energy, and it takes energy, a lot of energy, to produce materials, today's materials like steel, aluminum, and copper, which are dirty, they're inefficient to produce, and they have a number of shortcomings in their properties. So DexMat, which is a spin out from right here at Rice, is kind of reimagining a sustainable future kind of unconstrained by these dirty, centuries-old materials. So based on patented IP from Nobel-winning scientists here at Rice, DexMat produces Galvorn. We have a few samples and got a small demo out front. Galvorn's an advanced nanomaterial made of pure carbon. It's many times stronger than steel. It's lighter than aluminum, lighter than carbon fiber even. It's conductive like copper, and at scale, it can be produced less expensively than all three. It's also flexible and cut resistant and corrosion resistant and thermally conductive. Has a number of benefits, but it's produced not by combusting carbon, but by capturing it and embodying it indefinitely. So we produce Galvorn from greenhouse gases, like methane. So we use renewable energy to split off the carbon that makes our material, and then as a nice bonus, we get a nice stream of clean hydrogen as a byproduct. So usually we get 2 questions, like, hey, that sounds great, sounds like a really interesting material, but first, like, what can you do with it? And the banal answer is, well, what can you do with steel and aluminum and copper and carbon fiber and Kevlar? Because we can generally do those same things with Galvorn, although because of the better properties, we can generally do them better. But what gets us more excited is, well, what new things can we now do that we couldn't do with those materials? So we make a few different form factors, and I say I brought a few samples. Our most basic form factor is an industrial fiber. So this is several thousand meters of Galvorn fiber, again, many times stronger than steel. And just as a side note, I would challenge anyone to pick up several thousand meters of steel or copper. Yeah, exactly right. And the fibers are really good for kind of linear, like wire and cable applications, such as next generation power transmission lines. And here's a really small example. So next generation power transmission lines that are stronger and lighter than the status quo, they can maintain a much greater tension, they're more conductive, they can push more electrons through the same diameter, and because they're flexible, they're much more resilient to extreme climate events, which I'm sure will resonate with anyone who was in Houston over the summer with the power outages. We can also cast the material as a tape or a film. That's really ideal for wrapping applications like electromagnetic shielding, ultra lightweight, effective electromagnetic shielding, everything from the phone in your pocket to vehicles on the road to spacecraft up in space. What starts to get really interesting are the more complex materials that we can create. So we can weave, knit, or even embroider fabrics made of this material with obvious use cases like lightweight, cut-resistant ballistic protection gear. And we're actually working with a supplier to the National Hockey League for those types of applications. But what becomes really interesting is there are a number of industrial applications for knitted fabrics as well. And so, for example, we're collaborating with researchers here at Rice to produce next generation heat exchangers that are based on knitted fabrics instead of metallic fins that are an order of magnitude more efficient because of the much greater surface to air kind of contact ratio. We can also take woven materials and create composite materials, everything from your typical aircraft wing to next generation wind turbine blades that are strong, light, they're conductive, so they can electrothermally de-ice themselves, and they're also infinitely recyclable because we can recycle this material over and over and over again efficiently with no loss of properties. So a pretty big application space. Now, the second question we often get, and maybe will resonate with this audience, is, well, yeah, it sounds great, but is this just going to go offshore the way that most materials production has? And certainly companies like or countries like China are, if you just look at the number of papers they're publishing in this area, I mean, they're trying feverishly to catch up. But the US has a structural advantage, right? The US is not a world leader in the production of iron ore or of steel. It's not a world leader in the production of aluminum or of copper, but it is the world leader in the production of natural gas, abundant, inexpensive natural gas, which is the input feedstock to this type of material. So maybe just to summarize, strong structural advantages, a significant head start, but we're in early innings here, and there will take a concerted effort to win, but I think the prize is really big. Economies that rely on dirty, old, inefficient materials where it takes tons of rocks to produce kilograms of metals can just never be competitive with economies that are built on advanced, clean, inexpensive materials like this. And by the way, if we do it right, we get a gigaton or so a year of emissions impact as well.
So there's actually a third question. You had two, right? What can you do with it, and will we make it here, or will it get outsourced? And the third one is the one that Doug brought up the other day. How much does it cost? What is it going to cost me? Which kind of goes to a question from someone in the audience. The challenges in adopting, well, cost is always kind of an early thing, right?
It certainly is, and today we're producing at a pretty small scale, so it's technically pretty expensive. But techno-economically, it actually supports a much lower cost structure than metals, right? Because metals, you've got to take, let's say, tons of rocks. In the case of something like copper, producing, just kilograms or even less of actual usable material. With this material, you take a ton of methane, you get 3/4 of a ton of high value, strong, light, conductive material, and then you get 1/4 of a ton of usable hydrogen out of it as well. And it just, at the end of the day, will be down to a couple $1,000s per ton for the material with high value usage, and where 1 ton of Galvorn can displace 20 or sometimes 30 tons of steel or aluminum. It's, the economics pencil out really well. But that's at scale, and we got to get there, and it'll require some investment.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And I don't know if you can say this, but like one of the markers, so one of the things that we've looked at is the use of carbon nanotube fibers in composites, advanced composites. So we look at like traditional carbon fiber. The magic number for price has always been $5 per kilogram, right? Yeah. Roughly. So it's at about 12 now. For you, what do you think in terms of prospects for for the Galvorn pricing?
Yeah, so I mean, Galvorn should be able to get down to about $3 to $5 per kilogram, and there's a reason that carbon fiber can just never really get there. It has a much higher cost floor. I don't know if anyone, probably most people haven't been deep down the rabbit hole of carbon fiber, but it's an incredibly complex material to make. Many different chemical processes, phase changes, mechanical processes. So to produce kind of a typical carbon fiber plant, say 3 kilotons, it'll just necessarily take up the space of historic Rice Stadium, kind of down the street. So this takes 2 steps. A plant to make Galvorn of a similar capacity would be smaller than this room. So it's a fundamentally simpler, more efficient, and more techno-economically scalable process to produce, and that's why we're scaling up to move from really niche, high-performance applications to essentially commodity pricing at large scale.
Great. Rebecca, turning to you. All of this is great stuff.
It's all great stuff. Brian hit on a really important point with respect to investors and the need for sources of capital. Thematically, we're talking about disruption. If you look at the mining industry, it's cyclical. If the first cycle is built on the consolidation of companies into the majors, I think this cycle is built on strategic access to capital. And we see that in a couple of different ways and a couple of different examples. One of them is joint ventures. We see a number of joint ventures forming between seemingly unconventional partners. For example, OEMs and lithium mining operations. General Motors' investment in Lithium Americas at Thacker Pass was one of the most significant investments by an OEM in a lithium mine, and concentrated 20 years of lithium offtake for battery materials for EVs. That's an example of joint ventures that we're continuing to see throughout the globe. The other ones are private equity. We're seeing private equity becoming much more involved in a variety of different parts of the value chain in operations. We're seeing them in particular in processing and technology and emerging technologies. Some of the issues for private equity are, of course, the life cycle of a mine. These are long-term projects, and private equity, looks to shorter timelines, cleaner exit, quicker exit. So where in the value chain private equity can get involved is something that's of growing interest and something that I think you need to watch closely. And then venture capital. Nicholas and I spoke about this on Monday at the speakers dinner. There's a number of emerging technology companies and a number of Shark Tank type of ventures where there's opportunities for venture capital, there's opportunities to partner with companies like SLB. And I think this is going to be another strategic source of capital in varying parts of the supply chain. And then finally, you're seeing, of course, government funding. This is sort of an industrialization that we're looking at DOE loan programs. We see a number of partnerships with respect to General Motors is also another example of that. The Thacker Pass investment also involved a conditional DOE loan as part of the consideration for the investment. So you're seeing a much greater variety of and strategy with sources of capital that I think that more so than you saw in the last cycle. And I think that's kind of the disruptive element that we're seeing in this cycle.
I want to get some reactions from the rest of you on this. So Doug, you've had your share of adventures with private equity. Anything to add on that front?
I think that my last experience with Broadreach was, do it in scale, right? I'd lived a lot of my life at the small scale, small costs, right? Pilots, and then you got to put them with Broadreach. Things just got so big so fast, right? And you make some mistakes along the way. Certainly, you learn your tuition, but you prove it out at a market level that it gets the attention of other investors and it gets the attention of the market. The problem with, in my early days in tech, venture capital, it's all just so serial process, right? Let's get to the next milestone. Well, it takes a little longer than you think. The results aren't quite as good. It costs a little bit more. So then it's just this incrementalism, and just at Climate Week last week, people, this new tech, they're like, well, we want to do a 500 kilowatt pilot. Well, when we're not the people you're going to do it with, right? When you want to do a 5 megawatt pilot or a 10 megawatt pilot, then give me a call, right? It's just like, just the value of doing things like, just don't be so incrementalism in this stuff. Like, do it big and do it fast. You're gonna make mistakes and adjust at that point, but just incrementalism just doesn't get you. It just takes forever.
You're kind of in an interesting position at SLB. You shared some of that the other day, some thoughts along those lines.
Yeah, I think there's two things I wanted to make. I mean, I do agree with what Doug is saying about, I mean, that's what we tried to do. We said everybody's running 1 gallon a minute. And we said, let's do at least 100 because your industrial plant is going to be over 1,000. So that way you at least take that risk out and you show the world that it can be done on a big scale, but you also, the learnings allow you to de-risk the final commercial deployment. That's number one. On the second thing is the funding. And I think what happens is the venture capitals and the private equities, as Rebecca said, they are not interested in very long cycles. Mining projects take 8 years minimum, sometimes more. You know, I worked on a project that started in '98 and was just finished 3 years ago. So just to give you an idea how long it takes to deploy some of these large capital projects, and they do cost a lot. I mean, the smallest mining project is at least $1 billion, and some of them can be 5, 8, 10, et cetera. So the amount of capital is required is tremendous, and that creates a challenge. The juniors, especially when the price of lithium at 10, get freezed out. And that creates, of course, an opportunity for the consolidation of the industry. And I think that's what we're going to see in the coming cycle. We'll see larger companies starting to acquire a lot of these startups in the mining industry, whether it's with lithium or nickel or cobalt or any others. I think once you get to copper, it's already quite consolidated, but for the new type materials. And the number two is establishing the market. Lithium was for a long time a super specialized chemical, and so it was only traded at spot rate. Even these contracts that Doug is talking about, the longest contract for offtake is 18, 24 months, and then you have to renegotiate, and nobody hopefully with lithium demand and other critical minerals demand, we will see development of a more long-term view markets, and that will provide more sustainable economics, both for O&Ms that are buying it, as well as for the producers. Because right now, as you said, when prices hit 60, they all ripped up your contracts and they said, negotiate with me again. And it's not good for either party, because now they are looking for customers. So.
Mark, scale for Geolith, what does that look like?
So for us, it's measured growth. So we are very choosy in who we go to work for. We want the right partner. For capital, same thing. We want the right partner who will work with us. We don't want to get out there and saturate a saturated market with the wrong partner. So we're ensuring that we have buy-in at all levels of the organization, who we go work for and who we raise money with. We've been going through a fundraise for the last 3 or 4 months, and we wind down the end of October, and it's been a very eye-opening process to see, who's stepping up and willing to support us there. Yeah.
Brian, scale for Galvorn. And by the way, there's a question here regarding recycling it and whether you need additional supply chain support for that, or whether it's something that can be done with existing capacity and facilities.
Yeah, so it can be done with existing capacity and facilities. Essentially, I would say producing Galvorn is a two-step process. First, you produce the carbon nanotubes, and then you process the carbon nanotubes into the Galvorn. And so recycling it is really simple. You just put it right back into the second step of the process and reduce it back down to carbon nanotubes. It's really neat. The scale-up is pretty well understood and apparent. So the technique that's used to produce Galvorn it's called wet fiber spinning. It's similar to how other industrial fibers like Kevlar are produced. Other materials that are already produced at the hundreds of kiloton scale. And so today we're producing at fractions of tons. We've got quotes from EPCs out for a 30-ton plant. Next step will probably be the 3 kiloton plant, the one that'll fit in this room, not in Rice Stadium. Beyond that, maybe there's an intermediate step, but we think full commercial scale is likely 500 kilotons, so about half a megaton of production capacity. And again, just to reset the context, that's the equivalent capacity of a typical 4 or 5 megaton steel plant, but at a fraction of the capex. Probably takes us about 10 years to get there, and at that point we start replicating.
Okay. What about exit strategies? We didn't talk about that. Everybody needs to have an exit ramp somewhere, right? Is there anything in the thinking for your various businesses and projects related to that, especially as far as your funding goes, your investors, your backers? Oh, okay.
I've got investors in the room. I've got to be careful about what I.
Rebecca, you might have some thoughts along those lines in terms of what people look for. We talked about this the other day. I mean, those of us, private equity is no stranger to businesses in Houston. And of course, what we've all watched is the increasing length of time as people have tried to exit from some of the various things that PE has invested in, like the shale plays. And, you know, we know that that's not a comfortable place to be.
I was actually going to ask you if there was an author to that question, just in case.
Just in case, the author can identify himself or herself when the panel is done and perhaps share some thoughts. Artificial intelligence. All right, that's a buzzword phrase out there. And this is the other one that I get all the time. So why can't mining be like shale? And everybody looks at AI as a potential solution for that. I don't know if any of you have any reactions on one of these questions. In particular, what I'll say is we've had a notable example of advertised use of artificial intelligence for discovery in the copper belt in Africa, in Zambia. But it was only 2 kilometers away from a previous major discovery. So, you know, as a part-time geologist, it's always, closeology works, you know? It's always easier to take a technology into exploration if you're next to like a successful project. It never fails. But that one did get a lot of attention because it was a Bill Gates backed venture. But what about enabling technologies like AI in any of your businesses as you've developed things? Are there ways of deploying that if you're trying to address things like technical success and plant optimization and those kinds of things that could have a material difference on your materials?
And you're looking at me like I need to start.
You look so, you're so nice looking there.
Obviously, so AI is a buzzword, but SLB has been part of sort of machine learning type journey for a long time. And we've been deploying it in oil and gas and developing sort of solutions to find and quantify reserves and optimize the technologies. So we're actually using today machine learning a lot in the lithium exploration solutions. So what we did already, we have developed basin models for where lithium is based, and now we're doing a lot of AI-based re-injection modeling. So what happens if you withdraw liquid from one end of your reservoir and you're putting that basically depleted brine in the same aquifer? How does it behave? So we're using a lot of the methodology based on machine learning AI to simulate this and look at different models so that we can offer our clients best location for the wells for both the producers and the injector wells. We're also, of course, using it to optimize the plant, and the more data we collect, the better plant is optimized. And let's be honest, today industrial plants are extremely optimized, and tomorrow will be even more. And the way they are optimized is that we're using that automation and AI today, and we will use it even more tomorrow. And I think this is the journey of any big company today, that we must accept that as part of our reality.
One quick question from me before we get to the end of the panel. I asked this one the other day. Doug, I'm going to start with you because you had really strong reactions to it. But one of the things that is taking up a lot of my time are the debates around responsible sourcing, certification, green materials, green metals, all of that. And of course, everybody wants a premium. We here in the Baker Institute have hosted groups who have come in with projects, and my rough average based on that plus other signals in the market is that everybody's looking for at least 30% for something that would be called a green material. What's a customer reaction to that when you look at what that does to your...
Yeah, so I think, if I remember the conversation correctly, we're talking about, I mean,
are you willing to pay for it?
no, you're not.
That's a simple answer.
You know, when I got to Anji, like, you know, in my group we also do hydrogen, right? You know, like the hydrogen production. There's a huge in the back of the petrochemical process here in, you know, Southeast Texas, Louisiana. Hydrogen produced daily. People pay, if it's $1 a pound, you know, and no one's going to pay $3.50 a pound for it, right? It's just, you're not going to do it. It has to be, it has to be better. Like in technology, it has to be better and cheaper. Right? If you're not better and cheaper, then you're just going to flounder around, right? It's like it's going to be a niche market here or there. It needs to be better and cheaper. Bottom line, I think someone mentioned it earlier on the panel before lunch. You know, it's just green or whatever color you want to wash it with. No one's going to pay for it.
Any thoughts from you, Rebecca? Because we talked about this a little bit with regard to the idea of green steel, for instance.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think, you know, green steel and feedstocks for green steel production, you see joint ventures in connection with HBI plants, in particular in Texas, where ArcelorMittal has, you know, focused very much on green steel. But ultimately, you know, Doug, I agree with you. The cost comes to the consumer, and that's remains an issue.
In a price-taking commodity market. Is this slopping over to the lithium side, Mark?
I think it's more about the technology. If the technology works, they'll pay for it.
Nick?
I think, as I mentioned, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what color it is. It's what matter is, are you producing enough with enough your cost to your revenue, so do you make a profit? If it's not profitable, nobody will invest in that technology or buy that material.
Brian, I mean, one of the things that we've actually talked about a lot is living within the existing carbon footprint. I mean, that's a huge advantage when you think about it.
I mean, for sure. And the world is so wonky with all the different colors of the rainbow, et cetera, and even just the notion of green steel, right? Like, let's be clear, there's no such thing as green steel. That's a fantasy. There's greener steel, for sure, and we should absolutely be investing in heading those pathways, but you cannot blast the tops off of mountains, move tons of rocks to produce kilograms of metals, create noxious air pollution, toxic liquid waste, and call it green anything. And by the way, so my beloved former colleagues at RMI have just had the first major announcement for the Sustainable Steel Buyers Alliance, in which they're trying to make a market for 1 million tons of near zero emission steel. And near zero emissions is defined as nearly half a ton of CO2 produced per ton of steel. Like near zero. So if you converted the entire steel industry, 2 billion tons a year to near zero emissions, you'd still produce a gigaton of emissions. And again, that's just the way these technologies work. So I think it's important for us to be clear about what things are and what they aren't, and what the market's willing to pay for and isn't, because I think there's a lot of confusion, and confusion can cause we can lose time, and we can lose progress on confusion.
So but that said, I think I would add, I think that said, we should not forget about sustainability, and we should focus on that. And I think that is where
beyond emissions, I would hope, which is kind of our mantra here.
Exactly. And I think
CES.
I think it's if you can, for example, these plants require a lot of electricity, but can you get this electricity through more sustainable ways? Can you store electricity during the nighttime so that you're not using, electricity that is maybe not as green? But there's other things that we need to focus on, especially in material production, is water, its chemical discharge, and its energy use. I think we've talked about CO2, but we forgot about very important metrics of sustainability. Water, chemicals, energy. And those are sometimes more, they have direct correlation to your CO2, but they impact your economics, but they also impact the livelihood of the communities that live near those.
That's it. I was thinking
mines.
As you were saying that when you go out into a community, that's what they're going to care about, are those things. So final round, I gave you all a challenge to close up of talking about your thoughts on policy. As something that you would like to see happen, but with a rule, it can't involve any additional federal funding. So you've got a budget constraint. So what would you like to see happen that could be meaningful from where you sit and looking forward for your projects and businesses? Mark?
I'd like to see Texas get the royalties and the ownership of brine sorted out. I had a meeting this morning with the customer.
Direct call to the Texas Railroad Commission?
Right, yeah. Spoken with them, and they're waiting on legislation to guide them on what to do. So it is an issue in Texas.
Great. Rebecca?
That's a good one, Mark. You know, setting aside the restriction on federal funding, I think maybe you take a look at the IRA, and is it biased toward existing operations, and is it biased in favor of new entrants into the market? I think that's something to examine more closely as part of an overall look at policy.
Okay. Doug?
I would say just, again, the technology for our stuff is still very new, and just, around standardization of, fire standards, coolant standards, interconnection standards, right? So you can do it faster. You take the time out of it and you get it done faster.
And that would be for like battery safety, use safety.
Battery safety, just operations, and just the daily operations of the product.
Yeah. All right. Brian?
Yeah, I like the loan program office as a model. Something that actually returns capital to to the citizens over time.
We hope.
We hope. It has historically done pretty well.
Yes.
And everyone likes to focus on Solyndra. There's also Tesla in there and others. In my world, financing first of kind, second of kind, third of kind plants is one of the key kind of valleys of death. So I think that can be a strong kind of supporter and catalyst. Would like to see it take less than 2 years and a couple $1 million to get through that process.
Within the confines of the current appropriations and
voila.
Better efficiency. Yeah. Nicholas?
I think I second that simplification of the permitting process and the regulatory environment, especially in the United States and Canada, would be very important. But we see that happening everywhere. Chile decided to rewrite the entire rules around lithium. Argentina is trying to rewrite the rules around lithium. So all of this creates constraints on investment and thus delays the deployment of these new technologies.
So I get a policy wish as well as the fearless moderator of this esteemed panel. Would make my life easier is if I had more STEM education in the public domain. So that's my wish. However we figure out how to get there, whatever policies we promote, it sure would be a lot easier to talk about the stuff we've been talking about the past 2 days if we had a little better set of ratios. And so I'm going to take a minute to just advertise something. It's not a CES activity per se, although I hope some of us will be there. Energy Day is coming up on October 19th downtown. This is an established festival geared towards young people, kids, elementary and high school, to try to get them engaged on exactly this problem of interest in science, engineering, technology, math, critical thinking that goes along with that. So if you have nothing to do on Saturday morning, the 19th, come join us downtown. Look forward to seeing you. Thank you all so much. You did great. Excellent.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's great to have this chance to speak with all of you. We have just learned a ton the past couple days, getting deep into materials and transportation and all the new technology of energy. It's been fascinating for me as a new Baker Fellow. What I'm going to tasked with today with my colleagues here from the center is to go around the world in 40 minutes or so. So we're going to take a look. We've looked a lot. We've mentioned India and China and the Middle East, of course, throughout this conversation. But today is to take the view out from the tech and from the materials and from the United States and Houston, and look at the world and look at the energy transition globally. So really lucky to have experts here who are covering Middle East, Latin America, Eurasia. So we're going to go through and just look at what it's like globally. And I think before I pass it over to my colleagues, just to note that this is all about the transition, of course, but everywhere outside of OECD, as Ken mentioned yesterday, it's more about security, access, and growth, less about transition, certainly in the priority of things. So with that note, I'll turn it over to Jim, who is a real expert here of all things Middle East, a long-time reporter stationed in the Middle East, professor here, the Wallace Wilson Fellow and co-director of the Middle East Energy Program Roundtable. Jim Crane, I want to ask you, with big oil countries like Saudi Arabia and UAE in the Middle East, they're making big commitments, especially UAE at COP. They're saying they're going to net zero. Does this make sense? Is this credible? And is it a conflict at the heart of it?
Yeah, so good question. Thanks, Henry, for the intro. And to everybody, Henry is a new non-resident fellow here, so we're super lucky to have him straight out of the State Department. So I'm sure you'll be seeing and hearing more from him. So the net zero pledges in some of these Gulf monarchies, these big oil exporting countries in the Middle East, are definitely worth pondering, right? These countries are very carbon intensive. They're carbon dependent, right? Their government budgets are dominated by exports of oil and gas. They're also disproportionate emitters, right? There are lots of decades of subsidies on fuels and electricity and desalinated water have made them heavy users of that stuff. So decarbonizing these places is going to be a heavy lift, right? However, they also have really strong attributes for doing it, right? So they've got the closest thing to CCS-ready industrial zones. They've got their industry, heavy industry, power and desal, in these small cluster zones that happen to be sitting, in some cases, directly on top of depleting oil reservoirs. For great sources for geological storage, subsurface storage. They get a lot of sun and have a lot of vacant land, and they can use that to make electricity, but they can also use it to make green hydrogen. They can use their same CCS infrastructure to make blue hydrogen. They've got lots of natural gas, including in those exact same areas, right? This big unconventional field, Jafurah in Saudi Arabia, is right next to all the industrial zones, the petchems, the refining, the emissions. So they have, just the good fortune of close proximity for a lot of this stuff. A lot of their electricity load for decarbonizing is AC, air conditioning, which peaks, generally in the afternoon, which synergizes well with renewables. Making desalinating water or making hydrogen also is okay to do with an intermittent power source. It doesn't need to necessarily be dispatchable power for that kind of stuff. Like Houston, these countries have engineering type skills that are that are also relevant in this space. They've got cash to invest. They have and the economics for it are also pretty persuasive. Especially in places like Saudi Arabia and Kuwait, where they're still burning oil in power generation. Backing that out of power generation and moving it to export where you can get, $70+ a barrel, or instead of allocating it domestically for $6, makes a lot of sense. Even in, in the EV space, and, an EV mandate would probably succeed. I mean, you've got, autocratic rule, which means streamlined policy making. You often see, sort of a follow the leader type of, process there. Usually a leader, or a prince, or someone in a ruling family will adopt a certain type of vehicle, and others will then also adopt it. So EV mandates, with a little bit of persuasion from the top, would also free up some more oil for export. So I think there is a pretty strong case for going net zero. The commitment, though, is where where I've got some pause on it. So we're working on some research here now that looks back at their clean energy goals from starting around 2006 up to about 2010, 2011, and then these goals that came due in 2020, and we're looking at how well they did. Did they reach their clean energy goals, renewables and nuclear, on time and in full or not? And the track record so far, for these sort of first, these are early goals, is almost non-existent outside the UAE. One country did take those goals seriously and pursue them in earnest, and really hit a lot of them in full, except for the nuclear goal. I thought the UAE's nuclear timeline was a little overambitious. They had some trouble with the contractor. But other than that, none of the other 5 GCC countries did very well on these. A couple of them made pretty grandiose promises that they didn't even seem to attempt to get. So, I had some questions about credibility, but more recently, we are seeing, especially in Saudi Arabia, really big investments, big tenders, and much more serious treatment of decarbonization. So, are they going to get to their 2030 goal? I doubt it, but it seems to be moving in the right direction.
So, is the moral of the story that they should all host COP?
Well, if they all hosted COP, yeah, maybe a bit more scrutiny. Although Qatar hosted COP, very interesting, right? So they hosted COP back in, was it 2012? And just ahead of the COP, they raised their clean power goal. And then as soon as COP was over, they quietly moved it down below where it was in the first place. So
okay, I won't lobby for more summits, then I'll leave it at that. But thanks for that rundown of the Gulf. To get around the world, we're going to head to Latin America next. We have Francisco Monaldi, a real expert in all things Latin America, one of the leading lights on all things Venezuela. A great area to study, nothing going on there. Also, Director of Latin American Energy Program here, professor and notable scholar galore. So I would ask you, Latin America has a lot of rich in hydrocarbons, rich in resources, mining. We've been talking about this for a couple days. It's also far from major geopolitical conflict. So what does this mean for both these countries and these companies? And how does that either help or not as these countries and companies try and move into the energy transition?
Sure. So I think it's important to notice something that Ken mentioned and you mentioned before, that the energy transition will look very differently in different regions, and within the regions even in different countries, depending on exactly on the endowments, the institutions, and where are the structure of the economies, et cetera. And so Latin America is in a very different position, for example, to what Jim mentioned. It's one of the greenest energy matrices in the world. Latin America, in fact, generates the energy sector in Latin America less than half of the per capita emissions than the global average. And one of the things that strikes in the case of Latin America is that energy generates only 43% of carbon emissions in the region, whereas in the world level, it's about 75%. And the reason is basically because on the electricity side, hydropower is off the charts in Latin America. The average of renewables in Latin America, but mostly is hydro, although Latin America is also ahead than the world average on the new renewables. But Latin America generates about 64% on renewables versus the global average of 38%, and South America is even 70% of the electricity. On the other hand, as you pointed out, Latin America has the second largest endowment of hydrocarbons behind the Middle East, and by the way, a very undeveloped resource, even though concentrated in some countries. But even though the region produces much less than the Middle East and even than the US and Canada, there are plenty of countries that are heavily dependent on hydrocarbons. And so for those countries, it would be a big issue if those sectors were to decline. The region, both fiscally and in terms of exports, relies a lot on this. And of course also on, as you mentioned, the region is very rich in critical minerals, but these are not necessarily the same countries. So there are going to be big winners and losers in the energy transition in the region. For example, Chile is a country that seems to have everything for it. They import almost all their hydrocarbons, so they need to, move away from that. They have massive reserves of lithium and copper. They have some of the best solar opportunities in the Atacama Desert and some of the best wind in the south. So Chile, and by the way, and they have pretty good institutions. And one of the things that I think is important to understand is that the energy transition is intensive on the quality of institutions. You really need good regulation, good government to actually advance. And you can see it in the region. The advancement is very different depending on the countries that have better bureaucracies, institutions, regulations, rule of law, and the like. So on the other hand, of course, Venezuela, for example, or Guyana are going to be in trouble if hydrocarbons demand goes down. There are countries in the region in which actually they are self-inflicting themselves. They are reducing their supply of hydrocarbons for no good reason. They are doing that for ideological reasons. In the case of the president of Colombia, or also because they are not open, like Mexico, that López Obrador basically did not continue with the energy reforms. On the other hand, you have pretty pragmatic ways of dealing with this, like Brazil, which is the star in the energy sector in the region, in which President Lula is not only developing fully the hydrocarbon resources, but he's actually going to explore in the equatorial margin, and at the same time, he wants to be a leader in the energy transition. And of course, since a lot of the emissions in Latin America occur in land and agriculture, not in energy, that's a very important part of the equation in the region. And I think Brazil has a lot to contribute. It was interesting to me that Lula went to the COP meeting, and at the same time he was saying that he was going to be an observer in OPEC, and he wanted to convince OPEC countries of become less of producers of hydrocarbons. But at the same time, he's saying that he will use some of the revenues from hydrocarbons to advance the energy transition. I mean, I think if I was in the international community trying to push Brazil in some direction, I think that would be the one in which I would push him, but in a credible way, right? Like, how are you credibly committing that you are going to use these additional resources from hydrocarbon, for the energy transition? And finally, I just wanted to point out that Latin America, on average, except for Venezuela, has lower cost than the average, in terms of the oil industry in production, and lower carbon intensity. Venezuela, because of extra heavy and flaring, it's off the charts. But the thing is that means that even if Latin America reduce their production, the barrel substitute might be actually higher intensity and higher cost. So I think that that the region has a lot of reasons to continue producing hydrocarbons as long as there is demand for them, but at the same time, of course, working hard on reducing emissions within the sector, within the energy sector, and also trying to reduce, of course, emissions elsewhere on the demand side. And one of the key elements here, and Jim mentioned that on the case of the Middle East, is reducing energy subsidies. Energy subsidies are a big problem in the region, particularly, fossil fuel subsidies.
Thank you for that. It sounds like there's some successes, but there's a lot of variety where you have the big resource-rich countries like Chile, a country like Brazil that seems to be getting it together, and of course the outliers like Venezuela. Is there any unifying push from within, or leaders like Brazil and Chile to get other countries to come along on the transition?
I mean, unfortunately, Latin America doesn't have unity or even coordination on climate policies. Very, very little. President Lula has tried to have a little bit of a leadership role, but in most countries, as you pointed out, Latin America is coming out of the COVID crisis with an economy that is pretty weak throughout the region, and there are a lot of political tensions. I mean, it's not even in the top three, priorities for a Latin American government. So a lot of them play the rhetorical, game. But when you look at the priorities in terms of how they allocate their money and their budgets and sort of the real decisions, it's clearly not a priority. Having said that, there are some countries, as I mentioned, that have strong institutional and regulatory frameworks that have advanced, like for example, Uruguay is an impressive case, Costa Rica, to some extent Brazil and Colombia, and Chile.
Great, thanks. Well, turning from Latin America to Asia, we have great to have Gabe here. Gabe Collins heads the program on energy and geopolitics in Eurasia, and a native of Permian Basin. So glad to have you, and glad to turn to you for the nice, easy question. We're going to hear from Ambassador Pyatt after this session, and he talks about there's no chance to get the energy transition right if you don't deal with, he says, either, depending on the talk, either China or India or Asia, meaning that the increasing demand there and the situation there is such that no matter how we do, as Ken has pointed out, in Team OECD, what happens in China and Asia is really where the game is in the future. So looking at China specifically, as the world's largest energy consumer, and noting this increasing demand over the next years for energy writ large in Asia, how should we look at transition in China?
Sure. It's an excellent question. So fundamentally, I think the way to think about it is it's more of an energy additions process right now than an energy transitions. If we look at literally every source of primary energy used in China, they're all growing. Now they're growing at different rates. We've seen, really fast rates, for instance, in the wind and solar space. I think, actually, I'll amend that a little bit. I think the only one that's not really growing much is hydro, and that's because they've tapped out a lot of the best places. Everything else, coal, oil, natural gas, there's a nuclear build, I believe 28 reactors in some form of construction at this point, and so forth. And so it's really an additions process, and I think as we think about sort of, where is China coming from on this? Because, to understand somebody's perspective can really help inform our policy as well as others' policy, and in terms of how we approach this and structure things. And we'll talk about the idea of energy security as national security here in the US, and it's really come into vogue since Russia reinvaded Ukraine. But the way I would characterize our own approach is basically we pray on Sunday and cuss on Monday. We're very inconsistent. It kind of goes up and down and back and forth. China, it's a much more concerted focus, and I think the area you see this manifest maybe most prominently is the idea of pursuing what we call an electro state, where you're essentially trying to use electrons and electricity to substitute for oil. And they have valid reasons to do this. They worry about the security of imported oil supplies. They import about 70% of their oil. They're basically where we were, right on the eve of the shale boom, if you look at kind of the nadir of US domestic production. And I think they've recognized that if the more you electrify, you certainly acquire challenges, because if everything is electrified and you have an electrical system problem, that's a catastrophe. And it's a massive system. Peak summer electricity load in China is roughly twice what it would be in the United States. It's like 1.4 terawatts, give or take. So just phenomenally large load. But if you can get your infrastructure and your system reliability right, you're able to avail yourself of fungibility, because anything that can displace electrons in a solar panel, or anything that can turn a turbine, can generate electrons. And so you're suddenly in a position where, as you electrify your transport system and other things, again, if you're able to successfully execute, coal is the base of their system and probably will be for decades to come, but you can fold in wind, solar, nuclear, gas, hydro, and so forth. And so it puts you in a position where, if you're seeing this as really a bedrock of your development capacity, your economic capacity, and ultimately your national security and competitiveness, it can be a very strong position. And so that's really what we're working with at this point.
So just so I understand it, what you're describing is more, and you're not talking about less coal or less hydrocarbons. So does China have, if they are looking at this, at meeting as the first priority to meet this increasing demand, what is their transition plan? And can we, or do they have one?
So I think, to be fair to them, and you're asking me a question here, it's kind of like asking a football player to talk about his division rivals in a nice way, so I'll do my best to do that here, given the U.S.-China competition that kind of overlays this whole situation we're talking about. I think probably the fair way to think about it is a lot of these legacy energy sources in many ways are transition fuels, but the transition takes a long time. Like, to put it in American perspective, our coal use in the United States is an absolute, it's just a proportion of primary energy. If I remember right, it peaked in 1907, 1908 timeframe. If you look at when volumetric coal use peaked and then finally declined, it was 2007. And so this isn't to say that it's going to be a century-long process with China, but it's something that takes a long time. And ultimately, if you want a stable, reliable, affordable system, you're going to use whatever resource is most abundant within your domestic context. It's the same reason we see so much hydro in these parts of Latin America. There's really only two big industrial countries that have a luxury of choice for baseload energy. One is here in the United States. We've chosen gas, but we have the coal resources. If we wanted to go that route, we could do it. The other country is the Russian Federation, for the same reasons. They have enormous gas productive capacity and then enormous coal reserves. Everybody else, there's typically one resource that the bar on the chart is going to look like this relative to everything else, and that's going to underpin your system. For China, it's coal, and so where we are now is, if you think about it, okay, we have a coal system that is about 1,400 gigawatts of installed thermal power capacity, and that's almost all coal. Renewables, depending on how you define it, utility scale at this point, probably 800 gigawatts. If you count distributed solar, some of the sources in China say maybe 1,100 gigawatts. And so they are approaching a point with the build out where you're going to see parity between thermal power, again, mostly coal, and intermittent renewables. But that doesn't mean that you're going to go rapidly push your fossil baseload out of the system. Here in Texas, we're a living example of this. We have days where half of our power on ERCOT comes from wind and solar. And if you look at the installed capacity base, we actually have more wind and solar now than we do thermal dispatchable, but yet we basically use, if anything, more natural gas than we did before. And so I think, again, it doesn't mean China follows this path, but I think it's something that when you're looking at this process, it requires a degree of patience, because these are decades-long evolutions that are unfolding.
It all makes sense. I just wonder, when you had ahead of the Beijing Olympics the pressure to clean the air, you have the pressure now in India with the bad, the pollution problems. At what point does the pressure to grow, the pressure to add, how does that balance out with eventual societal pressure to make a transition or do something that is technologically or otherwise to make living better in these countries?
You see it unfold. Like, I have a map that I'll use in some of my presentations showing coal-fired power plants in China by year they entered service, and you see basically these three bands. There's the initial band that's on the East Coast and the sort of economic powerhouse areas, and those were built 20 to 25 years ago. And then sort of from the mid-2000s into the early 2010s, there's another band that's central China. Like, you imagine in round one of development, if you were in Shanghai, you just basically built your plant right in town or right on the edge of town. The next round of development, you'd go 300 or 400 kilometers into Anhui province and then bring in the coal by wire. And then what we see now is the build is way out in northwest China, which is where the coal reserves are. You see in Inner Mongolia and Shanxi and Xinjiang and these other provinces. The interesting parallel evolution is we've also run, how do they cool these power plants? Because you think about the energy-water nexus. And again, you see very water-intensive once-through cooling with plants that are coastal and in wet areas. You see the recirculating plants, the big cooling towers in that intermediate band. And then about 60% of all the capacity that's being added now, which is predominantly in northwest China, almost everything beyond a certain point westward now is air-cooled. You see these very telltale images on the satellite. And so, there's a move to address citizen concerns, to your point, both on the air level and also trying to address systemic water concerns. But it still comes at the cost of the emissions intensity and other things like mercury that are released by burning coal. So there's still a long way to go.
Great, that's really helpful to try and grapple a bit with the challenge that is China in transition. Bringing back to the Middle East, but also with a little China flavor, turn to you, Jim. There are a lot of Mideast China joint ventures. They're getting big investments from China, both inside the region and also together outside the region. Most investors are not going there. Why are the state-owned firms partnering with China, both inside the Middle East and elsewhere? What is this all about?
Yeah, it's an interesting phenomenon, actually. We had a small event on this 2 weeks ago looking at increasing number of renewables joint ventures with two major EPC companies, power construction companies in Saudi and one in the UAE. So Masdar in the UAE, which is just about all renewables, and then Aqua Power in Saudi Arabia, which does thermal plants and renewables projects, doing JVs inside the Arabian Peninsula, but also increasingly outside, including some pretty big ones, a gigawatt and a half of wind in Uzbekistan, stuff in sub-Saharan Africa, in North Africa, some Chinese purchases of some smaller firms in the Gulf. And so we looked at some of that, and some interesting patterns kind of emerged. One is that, so investing in renewables in the developing world, something Francisco and I are also working on, is pretty risky for the investor, for the FDI going inward to some of these countries. You're looking at sort of lower rates of return, long, investment payback periods, and so you need, the type of, rule of law and contractual stability and, kind of institutions that often these countries lack. Since they're not as profitable as oil and gas, even a small tweak in the terms of the contract by the state could put the, the profitability underwater, right? So it's pretty high risk. It's one of the key reasons why we don't see that much renewables investment in the developing world, right? It's about an 85-15 split between OECD and China and the rest of the world, right? 85% in the OECD and China. So so the UAE and Saudi and China together are kind of changing this a little bit, and it's a couple of reasons. So part of it is that the kit is getting so cheap. The solar panels, especially. There's a glut of them. I mean, there's been some tariff barriers erected here in the U.S. and in Europe. So what was a glut is turning into a pretty serious glut. So it's gotten real cheap. Countries in the global south don't really have the same kind of concerns about dependence on Chinese components. So it's not really an issue for them. Also, the U.S. doesn't really have an issue with this type of cooperation either, like we do with, say, telecoms hardware or with weapons systems. So it's I think in Washington it sort of passes muster there. And then the UAE and Saudi Arabia increasingly view this in sort of the same way that we look at foreign aid in the U.S. And so they have these kind of it's almost like a foreign aid type bureaucracy, but they expect a profit from it, right? So it's not foreign aid to kind of just give it away or ship your expired medicine somewhere. This is they want a profit and some level of return, and so there is some sort of promise of further investment coming your way, and that the sovereign ownership of these companies kind of has a little bit more of an imprimer of the state and diplomacy. So defaulting or changing the terms of a contract or expropriating something. I think there's a bit more gravitas behind this that they think will take some of the political risk out of the equation.
So maybe one thing we can push China toward without holding our nose, getting them to do more as far as transition, partnering with the Middle East.
I mean, I think they're UAE especially. I mean, these guys have they seem to sense a niche in the market. Whenever there's like a a geopolitical conflict, or even a war, they tend to push their advantage on these things very skillfully over and over and over. And this is one of those things, right? So they see this, this sort of ramp up in US-EU, competition with China, and they see an advantage for themselves, a way they can make a few bucks on that conflict. So.
Henry, just one thing is what this I think is ultimately rooted in as well as you think about the structural overcapacity that we see within China. This has implications, by the way, for long-term energy demand outlooks, is when you look at the economic stagnation now and the demographic turnover that we're starting to see, and yet we have this massive, probably arguably, significantly overbuilt industrial base when it coincides with what some of the power players in the non-OECD world maybe want to do. This is probably going to be a long-term theme, so not something that's transient.
Yeah, I see it also in the mining space as well. So, turning to another of our favorite actors, Venezuela. The question here is, can Venezuela help bring along energy independence for Latin America with its great resources? And I guess I would just add to that is, both Venezuela and other national oil companies, both in energy independence, what should their role be in energy independence, building energy independence for Latin America, as well as helping to facilitate the transition?
Sure. So, as I mentioned before, the region has this amazing resource base, heavily concentrated in Venezuela, but there are plenty of other countries, including Brazil, Argentina, with Vaca Muerta, Mexico, Guyana, and others, that can contribute to that. And something really interesting is that the perspectives are that because of what happened with the Russia invasion of Ukraine and Western companies getting out of that part of the world, and the fact that the Middle East is not that open to private hydrocarbon companies, the place in the world in which these companies will grow the most is in Latin America. They will produce close to 4 million barrels of oil per day at the beginning of the next decade, and close to 20% of their production. And it's interesting because, as I mentioned, Latin America is a place with a lot of political risk in operating in the oil sector, but at the same time, it's relatively stable with respect to these other regions, or more open in the case of the Middle East. And so Venezuela in particular is, of course, the country that has the biggest potential, but the most sort of the above ground risks are the highest. It's a combination of of course the government of Venezuela, the destruction of the national oil company, and now U.S. sanctions that make it really hard. And so I'm not pretty optimistic about it, but if things align in Venezuela in terms of regime change, and of course that will mean sanctions lifted, and some stability in the institutional framework, Venezuela could go back to be a very significant player, because there aren't that many opportunities of this magnitude in terms of, Venezuela is a massive brownfield. You have deteriorated infrastructure, but the resources are there, the geological risks are very low, and there are tons of opportunities. And in general, your point about the national oil companies, I think, is really interesting. The region is dominated, like Ken showed, the world is dominated by national oil companies, with the exception of a few countries like the US, Canada, Australia. All the other major producers have a significant, typically, presence of national companies. And in some of these countries, people are arguing, well, the national company is the one that has to lead the move into the energy transition, to go into renewables and the like. But I question that, because the reason why national companies are so prevalent in the oil and gas sector is because there are significant oil rents in oil extraction, right? And so they are not particularly efficient, these companies. They have, the difference is that some are terribly inefficient and some are, a little bit more. But one great point is that I don't think there is almost any national oil company of these significant oil producers in which refining is a good business, in which they make money in refining. And I think the same will happen when they get into renewables or in other sectors. In some countries, even they say about going into critical minerals. So I think that poses a tough questions, right? Because let's assume that hydrocarbon demand starts to really go down, and that these companies basically do not have. I think what they have to do is shrink. They have to do less, not try to. Other companies should go into renewables, and typically, in the private sector. But of course, that poses the question that Jim mentioned before: how are you going to create the conditions for the private sector to actually be able to invest? And that's one of the big challenges. But for sure, NOCs are not the best actor to do other business.
Well, it sounds like people are looking to make some money off of our insights and wisdom. So at the end here, a quick money question, 2 for Jim and then 1 for everyone else. Jim, looking at, do the Gulf states need the high prices to pay for their transition plans? And then for all of you, if in the 5 minutes remaining, can you just describe really for you the region's relationship with the U.S. petrodollar and how you think this is changing going forward, or not? So first start with our Gulf perspective and go from there.
Yeah, they state this outright, right? So they want to pay for their transition with continued viability of oil exports. This is a straight up policy. Saudi Arabia says it wants to be the producer of the last drop of oil that's consumed on Earth. So so the higher price, the better, right? So the Saudis right now are investing in some supremely expensive, they're not even calling them mega projects, like, giga projects, which I'm sure you all have heard about. Some of them are pretty, outlandish, but others are just really, really big housing projects or commercial project, big parks, et cetera. But to pay for all this stuff, I think the IMF put their for Saudi it was above $100 a barrel to be able to cover all the outlays. And I think what was that? Forget. Mark sent me something. Bloomberg. I think it was like 120, something like that was their break even. There's their estimate of the break even for Saudi budget plans. Not as high in the rest of the oil exporters for the most part, but that's how they plan to pay for their transition, is to reduce their use of oil domestically, export more of it, and then try and work through OPEC to keep prices as high as possible.
Well, I'm sorry to cut the other two of you off, but I encourage folks to come in and talk to our experts after, and I look forward to and try and get the answers to your questions and some insights for regional wealth for all of us. But I want to just thank our panel members for a great conversation, and we'll be turning it over to the ambassadors here momentarily to get the real perspective on the world.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Jeff.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce virtually our next speaker, Assistant Secretary of State for Energy Resources, Jeff Pyatt. Jeff has had an extraordinary career as Assistant Secretary most recently. Before that, he was our long-serving ambassador to Greece, in which role he was heavily involved in the development of and dispute resolution regarding Eastern Med natural gas resources, the East Med Gas Forum, and issues between Greece and Turkey at a time when I was ambassador to Turkey. Jeff is extraordinarily knowledgeable, not only on those issues, but as in his assignment before Athens as ambassador to Ukraine, quite familiar with the energy aspects of the Ukraine-Russia-European relationship. Jeff, thank you for agreeing to speak to the summit today. Delighted to have you here, and the floor is yours.
Great. Well, first of all, David, thank you very much for the introduction. It's great to be with you, at least virtually. I know that room extremely well from my various visits to Rice and to the Baker Institute. And I want to start by just underlining my gratitude and Secretary Blinken's gratitude for the exceptional partnership we've been able to build with the Baker Institute over the past couple of years. You and Ken have been fantastic partners, but more importantly, we now have an institutional tie. As I hope everybody in the audience knows, we are going to have a State Department Foreign Service officer assigned to the Baker Institute as a professional development opportunity starting next year. I'm incredibly excited about this, which is part of my larger effort to build the State Department bench of officers who understand the energy industry and so much of what happens there in the world's energy capital in Houston. I'm also delighted we have one of our ENR alums, Henry Haggard, there even before the official detailee arrives. And then also want to say a big thank you to Ken for the extremely important dialogue that the Baker Institute hosted for us about 3 weeks ago with a very large delegation from the Iraqi government, both Baghdad and Erbil, led by Energy Minister Hayyan. I'm literally just coming from a meeting here in Washington with the Iraqi foreign minister, where we were talking about some of the same issues, following up on the discussion that Baker hosted. But for me, aside from a wonderful conference facility, the real comparative advantage that you display there is the ability to bring together a cross-section of America's energy industry in both traditional energy and renewables, across energy services and technology, finance. So I'm just really delighted to be able to be part of this conversation. I hope this can be a conversation, so I'm going to keep my opening remarks fairly short. I don't need to make the point to anybody in your room about how focused this building, the State Department, is right now, especially today, on the strategic aspects of global energy policy in the aftermath of Iran's unacceptable attack on Israel and the concerns that that has provoked about larger instability in global energy markets. But it also goes to what I have conceived of over the past 2 years as the essence of my job, which is to help the administration, to help Secretary Blinken leverage America's energy abundance in pursuit of our national interests and in pursuit of the strengthening of our partnerships around the world with friends and allies. In that regard, I think of that energy abundance really in two capacities. First is what Houston represents, which is America's preeminence in traditional energy, the globe-spanning role of American supermajors and our energy technology companies, which is really the acme of excellence in that area, but also the extraordinary transformation that has taken place in America's energy security situation and the ability of the United States to leverage the extraordinary productivity of America's traditional energy industry. And I had the opportunity, after I was in Houston for the Baker Institute event, I was back in Houston for Gas Tech, and I had the opportunity to hear from President Bush and Secretary Gates at that event. And it was fascinating for me to hear President Bush talking about how he thought about energy during his presidency, when, as he pointed out, we were getting 70% of our oil from the Gulf. The picture looks very different today. And the best illustration of that, of course, is the extraordinarily important role that American energy producers have played, in particular over the past 2.5, 3 years, in the face of Russia's weaponization of its energy resources, the extraordinary shock that that induced on European energy security. And as David pointed out, I was living in the European Union in the winter of 2021, 2022, when you began to see the first signs of that weaponization. And I think as Americans, we were pretty immune to what Europe will live through. But there was genuine fear among politicians, among corporate leaders, among regular citizens who saw their utility bills exploding in the face of the cutoff of Russian gas, the sharp increase that produced in the price of gas across European markets, and the real worry that this was going to induce an accelerated process of deindustrialization when Europe could least afford it. And it really was American gas producers that rode to the rescue. And of course, with US liquefaction capacity on track to double by 2030, that is going to be even more the case as we look out to the future. At the same time, the Biden administration is helping to catalyze an extraordinary transformation of the US energy system, but also America's leadership across clean energy and energy transition. In that regard, I love to point out to audiences internationally that Texas for some time has been America's largest wind power state. Most of my foreign interlocutors whose image of Texas came from the Dallas TV show are surprised to hear that fact. But then my favorite new data point, which I've been using shamelessly since the summer, is that over the course of this year, Texas has also surpassed my home state of California as America's #1 solar power state. And I think that really reinforces the role of Houston as the world's energy capital, but also it validates the bet that the Biden administration is making, which is that through an aggressive policy of industrial investment and incentives, including through both the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act, the United States can make up for about 15, 20 years of inattention when China assumed overwhelming dominance of so many of these clean energy industries, solar cells, wind turbines, critical minerals, batteries, including a lot of technology that was invented here in the United States, but then scaled by the Chinese. And we see now that a lot of that is coming back. It's obviously good for American industrial competitiveness. It's also good for our energy security, and it's good for our leadership in the energy transition. So it's an incredibly exciting time to be America's chief energy diplomat and getting paid to think about how we use our leadership across both of those energy categories, both to advance our national security, but also to incentivize progress by our allies and partners, and to address their concerns about energy security. Last point I'll make in the context of what I think was meant to be a sort of tour de raison of the international energy picture, we cannot forget the developing world. And I'm reminded of this every time I sit down with ministers or energy experts from the developing world, from Africa, from South Asia, from Latin America, that in much of the world, when you talk about the energy transition, as a Nigerian energy minister recently put it to me, that's the transition from dark to light. It's the transition from not having power to having some form of power. So that, of course, remains a Biden administration priority as well. And in that regard, we have a unique opportunity because of what's happening in clean energy technology, that for the first time in history, the price of many clean energy technologies is actually at par or even better than the price of traditional energy. And so we have to think about how we then deal with the financial engineering aspects of this in a sector where a lot of the costs are upfront CapEx. The OpEx for a solar facility, for a wind facility, minuscule compared to a traditional energy facility. But the capital cost upfront is significant. So then you get into challenges of how to mobilize that capital, how to work on the supply chain aspects, which is a question that's getting a lot of attention. I was glad to see this, as I should note, and I as a Foreign Service officer, I don't do U.S. domestic politics, but I did watch the debates last night, and it was interesting for me to hear Governor Walz talking about the agreement that he saw between both candidates on the importance of the U.S. continuing to lead across job creation and investment in these new energy technology spaces. And I think that's an important shift in the conversation that's happened here in Washington pretty much over the 2 years that I've had this job, because there wasn't a lot of discussion about these issues before the IRA was passed. Now, as I think David would attest, you can't have an energy security or an energy industry conference without people talking about critical minerals, without people talking about rocks like cobalt, lithium, nickel, zinc, copper, rare earths that were traditionally thought of as boring commodity products, which are now increasingly seen as strategic assets and strategic resources. So just an incredibly important time to be focused on these issues. And maybe the last point I'll make, and then we can open it up to conversation, is just how important the private sector and American companies are in this regard. That's why we're putting a Foreign Service Officer at the Baker Institute in Houston. That's why I've traveled to Houston so often. That's why we are so committed to these kind of dialogues, because ultimately, one thing you learn very quickly doing my job is that in the energy space, the table stakes are about $1 billion. And that's the kind of money that not even the US federal government can mobilize. So ultimately, the challenge is, what are the choices of the private sector? How does government facilitate private sector investment to attack all three of the challenges that I talked about, the famous energy trilemma of access, affordability, security, and sustainability. So I'll stop there. And again, David, look forward to a conversation.
Secretary Pyatt, this is Ken. I'm gonna, real quickly to the audience, if you have a question you would like actually Secretary Pyatt to address, please use your cue card and pass that along to the aisles, and that'll be brought up to me. I'm gonna step in largely because of what we've been doing with you and your office over the last several months with regard to Ukraine. I would love for you to, with this audience, just explain the depth of the challenges that Ukraine faces and sort of what that means for not only Europe, but the US and the world at large, and what the potential role that the US might be playing in helping to overcome those challenges going forward.
Yeah, thanks for that, Ken, and thanks for the partnership. I'll try to be quick because I could go on all day about this, but I would start with just emphasizing the stakes. And I think all of us as Americans need to understand that Vladimir Putin has sought over more than a decade now to dismember a sovereign country. And in the past year, 2.5 years, since February of 22, that has taken a particularly brutal form with a full-scale invasion. Putin's aim is clearly to subjugate Ukraine, to dismantle the Ukrainian state, but none of us should have any illusions that he will stop in Kyiv. His agenda is to reset the international chessboard, to redefine the post-Cold War security arrangement of the European continent, and to demonstrate to anyone who doubts it that might makes right, reflecting his basic approach to these issues. I think one of the most remarkable things of this terrible 2.5 years has been the extraordinary resilience that the Ukrainian people themselves have shown, destroying a significant portion of Russia's military, holding the Russian forces at bay, occupying a small chunk of Kursk Oblast with the objective of strengthening Ukraine's negotiating position. But ultimately, Putin is betting that he can last longer than we can. And so we have to make sure that he loses that bet. In that regard, energy plays an absolutely central enabling role. First of all, it has been the #1 vector of Russian malign influence across Europe for several decades now. And especially since October of 2022, we have seen Putin systematically, because he hasn't been able to achieve his goals on the battlefield, attacking energy infrastructure in order to break the will of the Ukrainian people, to force large-scale migration that puts Europe under pressure, and to use the weaponization of winter as a means to advance his goal of military victory. We are determined to see that he fails in that effort. Putin, especially since a new wave of attacks that began last spring, has destroyed more than 50% of Ukraine's generation capacity. A lot of that is going to take years and years to rebuild. Putin has also tried systematically to dismantle Ukraine's large Soviet-era transmission grid. So all of us here in the State Department working on these issues have become much more expert on the supply chains for things like high voltage auto transformers and GE TM2500 gas turbine units. The United States alone has mobilized since this recent offensive that I talked about, $825 million in new energy sector assistance. And working with our G7 partners, we brought to the table more than $4 billion in energy sector support. But ultimately, we're talking about an enormous reconstruction task, some of which will have to wait for the end of conflict. But working with experts in Texas, I've also learned that if we want to be ready to rebuild gigawatts of capacity in the next couple of years, we need to be laying the groundwork now. So we're working with the Ukrainians to understand their priorities, to help them build the kind of market-friendly regime that's going to be necessary to attract private investment. But we're also working with companies, including a lot of companies there in Texas, to identify opportunities for short-term power leasing, sourcing for repair equipment, expertise to help the Ukrainians get to where they want to, and to completely reorient the Ukrainian energy system away from the legacy Soviet model and towards something that's fully aligned with Ukraine's future membership in the European Union.
Building on that, it's certainly a challenge, but an area that is near and dear to your heart is the Eastern Med and the reserves that are quite large in that region. Going forward, what efforts are being expended to ensure those supplies do actually make it to market to help alleviate some of the stresses more broadly in Europe with regard to reliable and affordable energy?
Yeah, thanks, Ken. Let me make a couple of quick points. And as David alluded to, I've been working these fields for quite some time. And one point I would make in the context of Iran's attacks on Israel, Hamas attacks on Israel, the terrible destruction and humanitarian suffering in Gaza, as we turn to the task of rebuilding, energy is going to be job number one in Gaza. And then as we all collectively seek to build a collaborative, cooperative dynamic among the countries of the Levant, energy is obviously the number one low-hanging fruit to foster deeper cooperation between Israel, Jordan, Egypt, from Egypt into the Gulf, and to focus on a positive narrative around economic opportunity. That's obviously not going to happen right now, but it's going to be a central aspect of the day after. Then there's the issue that you alluded to, which is the specific reserves of the East Med. The first and obvious point is just to see the remarkable transformation of Israel's energy security situation over the past several years as a result of its offshore gas discoveries. But the next in line is Cyprus. I had the opportunity to talk with Mike Wirth and some of the other Chevron senior leadership when I was in Houston. I've been collaborating closely with Chevron as they continue their conversations with the Cypriots about how to bring to bear some of the resources of the Aphrodite field. Then there's also the cooperation with Egypt. And obviously both Egypt's offshore resources, the leading role, again, of Chevron there, but we also have Exxon involved in the region. So there's a lot happening with American traditional energy companies in the East Med, but also because Europe is by definition energy deficient, there's a tremendous opportunity for the countries of the East Med, for the Maghreb, to develop their clean energy resources. And it's why we've been so supportive of things like the Euro-Asia interconnector to connect Israel with Cyprus and Cyprus with Greece onward into the European ENSOE grid. Similarly, the Greggy project to bring clean power electricity from Egypt across the East Med up into Greece and onward to European markets. So there's a lot in flux right now. And again, it all comes against the backdrop of the extraordinary disruption of global energy markets produced by Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Putin's loss of his status as a reliable energy supplier, and the fact that there is now a Russia-sized hole in Europe's energy supply. And that's a huge opportunity for the East Med region and for the countries of North Africa and the Middle East across both new and traditional energy.
Excellent. So we have actually a question from our audience that I was going to ask anyway, and I'll actually expand upon it a little bit. But there's been a lot of discussion about U.S.-China relations and U.S.-India relations, and I'll add to this U.S.-ASEAN region relations, particularly as it pertains to energy transition. And given the nature of those relationships, they're all different. What areas of cooperation do you see that you have been working to forge to really help all of these regions attain, the three vertices on that triangle that you mentioned: affordability, reliability, availability?
Yeah, so let me start with India. And I had the opportunity during Gas Tech to spend some time with my old friend, Minister Puri. He made the point that India is going to account for about 25% of global energy demand over the next 2 decades. India is a hugely consequential partner for the United States. It's also the single country that will determine whether or not we are going to be successful in keeping 1.5 degrees of temperature change within reach and meeting our climate goals, because the energy pathway that India follows is going to determine to a large extent whether or not 1.5 is achievable or not. So we have a huge incentive in supporting Prime Minister Modi's ambitious goals for energy transition. But then there's also a tremendous focus here in Washington right now on supply chains, and in particular, our supply chain dependency on one country, on China. And just like for Apple with its iPhones, India is a natural partner for American and other developed economies looking to diversify their clean technology supply chains to develop alternatives. China is the sort of other side of this equation. And here, the mantra is invest, align, compete. We need to invest in our alternative relationships. We need to build alignment with key allies in Japan and Korea and Australia and Southeast Asia. One of my next upcoming trips is to Singapore for Singapore Energy Week. And we should have no illusions about China's status as an adversary that has a fundamentally different view of how the world should be organized. And we're going to be really upfront with the Chinese in terms of our intention to reduce our dependence on a sole source of supply for these key technologies. But China is also a hugely important partner on things like climate, the choices that China makes, China's decision whether or not to keep building coal power plants, China's decision in terms of building coal power plants in other developing countries, and the deleterious climate impact that has. So I would just finish up on this. I know time is running very short. The key point is that we are faced with an Asia that is going to have a decisive impact on the geopolitics of energy in the decades ahead. And from an American standpoint, our interest is to build the strongest possible partners across that Asia or that Indo-Pacific region, which is exactly why I'm putting myself on an airplane and going to Singapore in a couple of weeks.
Absolutely. So being conscious of time, I just have one more question, and I'd be remiss, and I think most of the people in the audience would revolt if I didn't ask it. Given what's actually happening in the Middle East with the Iranian missile strikes in Israel, there's a real question really focused on energy infrastructure.
Right.
In particular, what are the concerns regionally, and how is the U.S. preparing to address, for example, a potential blockade of the Straits of Hormuz? This is actually directly from one of our audience members, or anything of that nature.
Yeah, well, thanks for that, Ken. I'm not going to get into speculation at this point. What I would just underline for you is an enormous, enormous effort in this building today. I was part of it, part of some of it, to do everything that we can to encourage de-escalation, to keep the focus on the responsible parties who started this, and that's Hamas, and now Iran's provocative actions, and doing everything we possibly can in order to underline the destabilizing and the dangerous force that Iran represents.
Well, Secretary Pyatt, thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you for your service to the country, and safe travels. I look forward to seeing you again soon.
Great. I'm glad we were able to do this, Ken, and thanks again to the Baker Institute for a tremendous partnership.
Absolutely. Everybody join me in thanking Secretary Pyatt. So with that, we will adjourn. Thank you all for being here. Hopefully you actually took something away, as I hoped you would, and I said I hoped you would at the beginning of the proceedings yesterday, that will give you some pause, give you some room to think, and ultimately be innovative in contributing to all of the solutions that our world so desperately needs. With that, I adjourn. Stay safe, stay healthy, and until next time.